About to mount up. All right. So we are again live streaming, and so we can get going. And so we're going to be joined by a woman. I just found her on LinkedIn, and I thought, oh my God, she's saying some powerful stuff. Let me bring her up, add her to the spotlight here. She's also Kenyan. Her name is Wavinya Makai. I'm so excited to meet you. She said yes immediately. I think I asked her, does any of your work relate to space and animation? She says yes. We're talking about the whole issue of decolonization of ideas and economies and all those things. And so welcome, Madam Wavinia Mackay. We've been at it since 2 o'clock this morning, my time. And it's now 2 p.m. my time. So I've gone to my 12.
Wow.
Right. I have 12 more hours to go. This is a marathon. I want to know you guys are like really, I'm so happy you're here. So thank you
Thank
all
you.
for going on this journey. It is a journey through time and space, which is not yet charted. We're setting off because we know that the future is determined by those who dare to dream, number one, and then those who dare to actually step out to create. And sometimes we don't get all the instructions all at once, but you're just told set out in this direction. And I fully believe that having this space once a year where we just come together across, since International Moon Day exists, and I happen to be a goodwill ambassador for that. Since International Friendship Day exists and nobody was using it to do anything, right? I saw no
We're having trouble with the next door neighbor friendship day. It's like so International Friendship Day. I'm happy that it's there.
exactly there.
Thank you for celebrating it.
Use it because the fact is we need to take advantage of every UN day possible to keep multilateral spirit alive as governments contract their spending to keep these offices going.
Hmm.
So, in other words, the next wave of of harmonization around the earth will not come from governments making laws. It will come from us, the people, making a decision to operate as if we really were one humanity. The laws already exist on the books anyway. We just have to live them. So, with that, thank you so much, Rabina, for joining us. Could you please tell us more about you, your work, and why you said yes to my crazy request?
Thank you so much for having me here. I am so happy because the moon, I'm a child of the moon. I call the moon my mother, my grandmother, because I interacted with the moon when I was a child. And ever since then, I came to realize a lot about Africans and how Africans have been taken away from the realities of nature. And then I became a friend of the trees when I read Malidoma Patrice of Spirit and Water. I got attuned. So I realized living things are part of our reality and coexistence as a people. And I loved the conversation because I joined earlier and I loved what you kept on saying, Dr. Nelson, that if you're able to just live together and learn from each other, then we will understand a lot of hidden knowledge. It is often, maybe in the scholarly world, because I am a researcher, I have a master's of philosophy in development studies from the University of Cambridge and first class honors from University of Nairobi. I did international relations, but I've always been a lover of the mind. I'm an author of two books. The first book is called Capital Violence, The Economic War on African Dignity. The second book is called Intellectual Chains, The Psychological War on African Intelligence. Because when you come to example Kenya, I mean in Kenya currently, you find there's a lot of knowledge that is hidden from so many people because of various facts. First, there's a group of Africans who still go through the colonial library and they distance themselves from the traditional library. The traditional library has the moon as part of our coexistence, part of our cosmology, because a lot of Bantu speaking communities in Africa call the moon Mwezi. The Kemet, the Kemet people used to call it Konsu. The Nile tongue, which is older, they used to call it La. And that disconnect is what I see in everything, be it the moon, be it medicine, be it the traditional herbs, be it anything, is Africans are not studying African mind, African self, because we are taught more on the European way. Our education system, as one of the critical African thinkers called Sylvia Tamale did extensively in her research, she realized the African mind is trained through a Eurocentric pedagogy. And it's only when you get to go out. For me, going to Cambridge made me more African than I was, or made me more confident to proclaim my Africanism, to say, hey, I get my insights from the moon. Every time there's moon, I celebrate, I get wisdom. So when Dr. Nelson invited me, I was like, I can never say anything no to a conversation about moon because the moon has a story, and I think it's time also Africans boldly tell the story. I come from the Kamba community, and one of my key mentors is called Professor David Mailu. He keeps on teaching us how to connect with the moon, to continue communicating our gifts. And every moon has a particular reason. That's why we have seasons. And you learn a lot from different kind of moon according to every step of the way you're going. But that tradition was cut, was taught primitive, was taught a folklore, and the Eurocentric pedagogy, Western way of thinking, captured the African mind. And so we found ourselves delineating from Africa way of knowing, because who wants to be associated by anything called primitive? But now when you go out there, you realize there's a lot of research about so much in Africa. There's moon gazing. And in the past, I used to do moon gazing ever since I was, I think, 7 years. But it's something that I could not boldly tell people I do this, because people will say, are you becoming a witch? You see, the labeling of the children policing children because of what pedagogy we are going through. When you call a people way of thinking, of connecting, you say that is primitive. You say that is witch, that is bad, and you're even beaten for thinking in certain way. You create a people who are disconnected from the realities of how moon and its study and its wisdom can connect the world and make a world a peaceful place. So as the new emerging Pan-Africanist, we are saying, let us connect to nature. Let's have conversation, even in our boardrooms. We've let scholarly humility distance us from knowing each other well, understanding how to connect with the ancestors, because you see metaphysics is coming, astrology, and a lot of Kenyans right now are getting to know, because Kenyans have really traveled wide and far in search of knowledge. And many of us have come back because we've realized everything that we were searching is here. It's just that we didn't have a way, a methodology of understanding how do we study these knowledges that are considered primitive. How do we understand when it's said that our ancestors used to do a lot of things, And seeing the artifacts all over Europe also opened my heart to knowing there's much more of what I need to study about my past so that I can understand my present and help my future. The reason why we are calling of decolonizing the knowledge and the education system, the methodology, the anthropology, is because, and the science and everything, is because we are realizing as human beings, if we share knowledge together, we will be able to come with solutions. Every person has that ability if they connect to the true mother of the world. We call her mother nature, and we connect it to the common name we give to the continent, motherland, because there's a lot of history here. There's a lot to study, but the studies were there, but everything just got disconnected. And that's why you find here what's happening when you find people don't understand about the moon watchers, because we have a lot of moon watchers in the country. Even right now, people are watching the moon everywhere. We as women, you're taught mwezi. Mwezi is you're supposed to ensure your body rhymes with the moon. Whatever you need to release, it has to align with the moon. That means you're going for your purpose. And a lot of Kenyan women are the ones who are realizing, because I don't know what really happened, but there's a disconnect in how Kenyans are living lives right now, because you find a lot of women are getting opportunities more than men. Men are now wallowing in alcohol, so they are disconnecting more to the moon. And this is because everybody is searching for their identity. People don't talk about the traumas of searching for your identity, understanding your relation to the sun. In Africa cosmology, the sun was called the Ra, and it had its own significance in understanding astrology, in understanding the harvest days and connecting it even with the earth. It understood what do you plant where, and all that got connected because people are running away from the land. There's a crazy rural urban migration, and urban life teaches you to see the outer world and see nothing because you consider your continent as primitive. And another decolonial methodology we are using is, now we are speaking to institutions more than individuals, because we want to know Africans are going to space. We want to see Africans are going to deep sea. And we are realizing the reason why this thing is not happening is because of resources. And you find that a lot of Africans are thinking in terms of, yes, let us get foreign aid, let us get foreign direct investment, but a lot of money is lost through corruption, misinvoicing of multinationals, raw material, factor-based resources, and that makes Africa cash trap. So you find it hard, as Mule was speaking about, hard to get capital to study the moon properly, understand and connect it to the community, because there's no money for research. Research and development is very underfunded. So one of my critical work in whatever I'm writing and my storytelling and my spoken word avenues is I teach Africans, mostly the Africans working for institutions, to ensure that we are able to convert whatever we can to fund research and development, because Africa does not lack the talent. The talent is here en masse. The talent is rotting here. Africa does not lack resources. Resources are here, but we're living in an extractive economy. So we are not able to fund research to study the space, to study deep seas. That's why we are still lagging behind, and we are not understanding exactly what astrology is en masse, because not a lot of people get opportunities to be a reader. For me, my mom introduced me to reading because it was cultured into her, but not so many people love reading. So I got to understand how I connect to the moon through knowing when I read during the full moon, I get to retain more. And then when I became a woman, I realized when my life is balanced and when I'm very balanced with the moon, opportunities come my way a lot. So that is the question, and that is the connection that we need to understand. Ask the question, what am I relevant when it comes to the moon? And the reason people keep on asking me, why do you love taking pictures of full moon that much? Because for me, it's always a celebration. For me, it's always a time I feel I'm so balanced, my nervous system is aligned, and I understand life is for the living, you know? And when you live and when you believe in your inner world, and you let your inner world connect to the moon, the sun, and you get balance, because the sun does not burn us to oblivion. The moon does not give us darkness to the unseen. So, if we are able to understand the connectivity between us and these cosmologies, these elements, then it becomes a conversation of why is Africa, with all this ancestral wisdom, still not able to say we are sending people to the moon. We are saying South Africa is increasingly doing that, because here locally, even I want to go to the moon. I want to go and ask questions and say, oh, this is how the moon looks like. So we are calling for decolonization because we are feeling Africans through treaties are not able to get into access into a lot of research and development technology, and that is also something that is making Africans not study. I've gone to Turkana. Mule was talking about Turkana. I've gone there for moon watching, and it is a different it's like a rebirth. People don't connect humanity with all the elements in the human space. We are spirits, we are the mind, we are masculine, we are feminine, we are everything, and also we are nothing. But to understand this is opening the world to each other, not just working in silos, working together, because there are so much we can exchange in terms of intelligence. This intelligence is in the hands of few, and they
Yeah.
capitalize on that. They capitalize on that because what I also got from Cambridge is I got an opportunity to. I normally find myself bringing attraction of older women and men in my space, mostly the 80s, and I feel like they always pour wisdom. I met a British lady at Cambridge. She was 83 years old during the exam period. We were supervising together, and she told me that she's always wanted to travel to Africa, but she never really went. And then I asked her, how come you're working and you're 83 years? And she told me something that I never thought. I thought everybody in the world, apart from Africa, everybody is very, very rich. She told me if I don't work, I might not get to pay this. And so many things were subscribed. And you find that people are centered to capitalism more, forgetting these other ways of living. In the past, someone would tell me, would you go live in the village? I would have told them never. So what is also happening in Kenya en masse, especially by a lot of returnees, is we are going back to the villages because may want to live somewhere alone so that I can connect with the moon and somewhere spacious. There's a lot of, and you know, when you're living alone, it doesn't mean that you don't have neighbors. They're neighbors. But what the government, together with the support of the World Bank, is doing is they're trying to concentrate people in urban centers, and people are not farming so that the capitalists may farm, both internal and external, may farm and control the food security that we have. Kenya is leading of cancer cases in East Africa. I think in Eastern Africa, it's Ethiopia. Why? Because of the kind of food that we are having. People are losing touch with nature, and people are losing touch with the drums of the moon. I loved what Dr. was doing. We love the sounds of the drum. In Kamba, we call it kilume. And every moon, when there's harvest moon, we meet in a place called Emali and we dance the kilume and we connect to the ancestors. And after that, you continue getting ancestral wisdom. And that's why, as a generation right now, we are going back to our ancestors, the Frank Fanons, the Amel Cabrals, the Walter Rodneys, the Kwame Nkrumahs, and asking, what is our purpose in this continent and world? Why are we not able to study the space? Where is the finance? And we are realizing Africa is still facing neo-colonialism because there's still external together with internal forces that are getting more that will have gone to research and development. And so for us, we're saying
Yeah.
everybody should pay taxes so that we can be able to learn space and the deep seas. So that's what I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravinia, for that opening statement. You said a lot. People were listening keenly. I was listening keenly. Um, I, it is so much to unpack in there, right? But most importantly for our conversation today, because this is the beginning of a relationship, right? It's not the end, right? Space Ungana, which is the platform in which this is embedded, is something we created in 2023. We had our first conference in Kenya. And then we went to Ghana, then we went to Nigeria, and then we went back to Kenya last year to actually launch our first prototype of a lunar analog astronaut research camp. And now we're trying to kind of put together a team that will take it to the next level and improve on the lessons we learned. So that's where we are in terms of the space agenda from an analog astronaut perspective. And it's important because I think the process of me doing this in the last 3 years, I've learned a lot about false friends, right? And people are very transactional because of the history of colonialism. So there is a way in which the foreigner, myself as a foreigner, is treated as a resource to be extracted as much from as possible. And it was very interesting to me to just observe that, and very also interesting for them to hear me push back. Because yes, I did development planning as my career, so I come with a lot of expertise in that area, designing projects and understanding that space. I worked in an international development bank, so I understand the space very well. But when I come as a African diaspora member to do work, I'm not coming as a development banker. I'm coming from a very Pan-African perspective, right? Growing up in Jamaica in a particular time in Jamaican history with a particular type of government that was rudely awakened to the reality that we are in America's backyard and we better toe the line or else. So our economy was really shattered when I was around 12, 13 or 14. We had a bad economy. Our economy was shut down. So there were bread lines, there were all of those stuff. It was artificially constructed to force our government to not become socialists, right? So I had a teenage life where I lived through a prime minister that was very, very much, first of all, he was a very good speaker. So you would listen to him and you would just, if you were not already, let's say, convinced that he was evil because he was taking down this road of, oh my God, they're gonna become like Cuba. And I'm like, we're just too disorderly. We're too disorderly a people to become like Cuba. We just don't have it in us anyway. Right? Jamaicans don't, we're not good at following rules. But he was very good at articulating the vision. And so as a 12, 13-year-old in all girls high school in Jamaica, I kind of drank the Kool-Aid. And what is worse, in our national pledge that you used to recite every day in primary school, there's a line that goes something about, I pledge to do my part, to do something or something like dignity, so that Jamaica may under God do her part to enhance the life of the whole human race. So you can imagine from 5 years old, 6 years old, all the way through high school, you are repeating this. But some of us are now indoctrinated that as a Jamaican, our role is to be not just working for Jamaica, but for the whole human race. Right? And then we meet up in our primary school, a little bit older, who now occupies a certain space in international the world. And Jamaica being one of the first countries to actually boycott South Africa, for example. As small as we were, we occupied a very big space in the imagination of what the former colonies of Britain could become. And so it is that sort of a lens of seeing the world that I bring when I come to Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana. And so when people approach me with this very transactional, you people from the West must come and help us, and I'm going to take. It doesn't work with me because I don't have any guilt about anything. And furthermore, I say, what you talk about, you have. Look at your land, look at your cows, look at your mines, so you're not poor. So let's get that straight. And so what you're saying is right. And so now that Africa has gone into this, well, some countries, so Kenya is one of the leading countries in the space agenda. Kenya and Nigeria, Angola, are neck and neck. Those three, South Africa, those four, I would say, are very much neck and neck in terms of where they are in terms of research, aggressiveness moving forward. And I do hope they're having these conversations about collaboration. Because Alan is smiling at me. Because the thing is, we have a spaceport in Kenya, but we don't have any rockets, right? Who is doing the rocket research? I understand Nigeria is doing some of it. But Nigeria alone can't afford to do research that's going to move at the pace we need to move. So it means that there has to be some conversation, some meeting of the minds that says, okay, you guys will do the engine, you guys will do the body, you guys will do the XYZ. And we kind of organize ourselves so that there is a deadline that says, if we're to meet the Africa 2063 vision, then by 2030, there must be these 5 engineering research consortiums that are transnational. We don't even have internal research consortiums in Kenya, much less. There are very few schools that partner to do any serious research. So we have a lot of work to do as people who are thinking differently, and young people who are frustrated, younger people like yourself, like Alan, who is frustrated because it's like the system isn't getting it. And when I say anything, I'm considered a problem person. I know that because in Jamaica, I'm considered a problem person. That's why I'm in Africa, because Jamaicans think she's coming to stir problems here. She is asking us to go outside of our comfort zone, which having been a good, proper British subjects, right? And our universities are trying to be to out Cambridge, and out Oxford, are not really providing solutions we need for the society we need in a Jamaica, in a Barbados, in a Nigeria, in a Kenya. So I really hear and feel your pain. The question is, now that we have the power of a platform of an internet, now that we know that many of the young people don't even care about going for a 4-year college degree, because in certain industries it's meaningless. If you're going to work as a cybersecurity person, you might as cheap get some industry certifications. You get a job faster. And at the pace of which young people want to move, they don't want to wait for 4 years before they can afford something, which the job is dubious, because the rate at which the schools are teaching the information, by the time the students leave, it's already obsolete. And so there is work to be done. And the question is, how do professionals like yourself, even within Kenya, find each other and cultivate the kind of friendships that can withstand, and that's the important thing, that can withstand the pressure you're going to face when you try to go up against the status quo, because that is the reality. Because there's no way the power is going to seed itself and say, oh, Alan and Lavinia, I have these fantastic ideas and we're going to just let them go. Wonderful. No, because the dean of the university might feel threatened. The provost might feel threatened. Somebody might feel, who is this young person? Who does he think he is? Who does she think she is? She's come back with her degree from Cambridge and thinks she's all that. And so you'll find yourself butting your head against the wall, and it will only work if you have the kind of a friendship that allows you to create a circle of influence that can make the change you want to make. And I'm saying that as somebody who has had to do that, where I am in the Washington, D.C. area, to make changes in institutions. And I would say I had very few friends, because when you're trying to make change, especially if you're in a bureaucracy, nobody wants to be your friend. And at some level, you really can't blame them, because they want to be promoted. And the work that I'm doing is dangerous. You could get fired, you know? So for me, I look at friendship in so many different ways, especially in the point of view, friendship in the context of trying to advance a political mindset or mind frame, and understanding if it's your friend and your friend is in a job and she or he has been so kind enough to give you advance notice that you're going to get a slap, it is your job to protect your friend, because they've just protected you. And you can't expect your friend to put his family's life and his family's food on the table to support a mission if that's not his calling. But the fact that at least he's willing to tell you, watch out, you're going to get this thing tomorrow, prepare for the meeting. So at least you don't walk into a room and be blindsided and not even prepare your mind for the attack. We have to understand that friendship doesn't always mean that the person must think exactly like you and must with everything that you do.
True.
Friendship could mean that a person is going to be there to warn you, because they are at the table where you are not. And they're actually playing a very dangerous game, because they're giving you advance warning. You cannot now say, oh, and Charles said that I knew because Charles said, because no, Charles is in trouble. No, Charles is going to lose his access. No, you have no information. How stupid can you be to do that? And so it bothers me sometimes that as professionals trying to work our way to make change in these institutions, that yes, we've gone through 6 years of independence, more or less. I think maybe Ghana is the oldest at 70, right? So everybody is like 70, 65. I don't know how old you are in Kenya, right?
60.
60 something, right? 65,
Yeah.
because Jamaica is 64 or something like that. Here we are. And we're just now beginning to get up off our knees. And then now a whole new, we say, branch of trying to stop progress is being put in place, because now the one thing we thought was a given, which is development assistance from the Americans, no longer exists. And in some ways, I'm glad.
Same here.
Because at some point, we've got to come off of this gravy train and this a begging bowl attitude. And then for the few professionals in the job that had the jobs in a Nairobi or in a Kingston for that matter, that would proudly say, oh, I'm working on a project for the World Bank. As if, oh, I've arrived. And then when I say to them, be careful because XYZ, they're going out me. Because I'm in the inside and I'm saying the project is not what you think it is. You need to look. And then stupid me thinking that these people are my friends are going to trust that what I'm saying is for their best interests. I would say stupid me didn't know that the people were more interested in the proximity to power, which was from the outside, than really using the project to help them solve a problem in Jamaica or in Guyana or in Trinidad. So I had to learn the hard way. So when we talk about friendship in the context of international cooperation and peacemaking, one of the questions I asked earlier, should friendship be considered part of the infrastructure for change making? And if we start calling friendship social infrastructure, right? Does it change the very nature of friendship? Because now it's also a commodity that has been labeled and packaged, and then we can try to make it where we can, falsely create it, as opposed to allowing it to emerge from the conditions. And I'd love to hear your take on that, yourself and Alan. I think Charles is trying to get back on. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, he's here, but he hasn't turned on his camera yet. So I figure he's still having a challenge. Yeah. So I'd love to hear your take. And anybody on this call, by the way, the rules of this conversation is that you're allowed to have an opinion. It's not a lecture. It's not a seminar. So if you have something to say, something to add, please put it in the chat. We welcome your opinions. We will read them out. If you want to say something, please raise your hand. We'll unmute you. We really want to hear from you. This is not a conference. It's not a webinar. It's not a class. It's a conversation. So Charles, welcome to the stage. Charles Cafagna is your moderator for this session. Here to hold my hand and make sure I don't collapse in the next 4 hours. Charles is in Tunisia, and he is from Democratic Republic of Congo, and he's an engineer and a space junkie. Anything space, he's there. So yeah, my comments. People, you're here. What are you thinking? I'd love to hear from you. Lavinia, do you have a response? Okay, wait, before you respond, Dr. Josephine Claxton, yes, you can unmute. I'm giving you permission. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I love this conversation. I think all of it's been good, but this conversation is real in terms of where we're missing, we're invisible in a lot of the areas, to bring it back to us. And one of the things that I'd like to ask, don't know when I'm pronouncing her name correctly, the presenter, she said something that really stuck with me. She said, first agenda, masculine, feminine, everything and nothing. I'd like her to elaborate a bit more on that for me, please. Because I'd like to know just what she was thinking, whether it was what I was thinking, that we're invisible, we're not there. But although we have the masculine energy and the feminine energy, I just want a bit more of her elaboration on that, and then I'll go a bit further into what I was thinking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question, Josephine. For me, when I look at living things, I see masculinity and femininity, and then I look at now the spirit world, the energy, the soul. It also has a masculinity and a femininity, and your energy needs to be balanced when it's vibrating in between the masculinity and the femininity. But you find that how some contexts have been conceptualized, some conceptualized is we don't see the inner world more. Everything we learn is out. What about the in? The in is where metaphysics comes in. And so you understand in also that world, your inner world has two energies. You can either decide to oscillate in one way or another, or you can decide just to balance the nerve system and let all genders get balanced, your polarity balanced, your way of thinking, even your humanity, let it be balanced and ensure you're serving mankind. We are all in one, in the spirit, in the source, in the thinking, in the source even of knowledge, everything. But you find sometimes epistemologies have been so colonized, and that's why we also, in our decolonial agenda, we call for decolonizing epistemology so that we can understand who we are. When someone says, as within, so without, you understand, yes, as within, so without. As above, so below. You understand, yes, as above, so below. But that information is only limited to a few people. And you find by the time you're getting to some spaces, you realize it's people who are trying to balance every aspect of themselves, the outer, the inner, the all the centers that we have as human beings. So that is the concept, the ground that I was walking on when I was saying that.
Thank you very much. I just love everything you're saying, and it just aligns with the way that I think and the holistic package, not just bits of us. And I was having this conversation this morning. Sometimes we're just looking at little pieces of us, not the holistic, not the people as a whole. And I think that really resonates nicely with me. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for this conversation. You really made me staying on worthwhile staying on. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Dr. Nelson, you're muted.
Thank you. So let me read this out for people who might be following the chat. So Nana Essie, who is from Ghana, she's been on for some time, has, first of all, has said, wow, thank you for your spoken teachings of my grandmother and other matriarchal ancestors. And what I found out when I was in Ghana a couple of years ago, maybe about back in 2002, way back when, I was staying with a family. In those days, you still stay with families. They didn't set Airbnb, right? I hate that. Anyways, these days I have to go to Airbnb. I so miss staying with a family. Anyway, I found out that I was staying with a lady and there was some dispute in the family and they had to send to call her. So I'm like, but why is your uncles sending to call you? And she said, well, I'm the oldest female. And so I'm the one that has to solve these problems because it's a matriarchal it's a matriarchal system where the woman answer these keep the family disputes kind of thing. I can't explain it, but I was just fascinated that although she was the niece, they were calling her to like they sit down and listen to the argument and tell them something because she was the matriarch of the family in a sense as the oldest female that was living at the time. And then you talk about speak ancestral language fluently. I'm really happy. That's one of the reasons why I reached out to you, because I feel like when I visit when I visit Africa, and Kenya especially, because at least in Ghana, you kind of feel like you're in Africa. When I'm in Nairobi, I don't feel like I'm in Africa necessarily. I really don't.
I understand you.
You know, I'm in Ghana, I feel I'm in Africa. When I'm in Nigeria, I feel like I'm in Africa. But and Senegal, I've been in Senegal a long time anyway, so maybe they have changed too, right? But just like how I felt in Cape Town, like I was in, you know, a regular place. That's the energy that Nairobi gives off compared to when I went to Nairobi the first time back in 1981. That was my first visit, and I stayed there for 3 months. That was my first time to Africa. I was with a family for 3 months, and so I felt more. I didn't see that when I went back for the first time in 2001, and then 2021 was the next time I went, and then 2023 again. So my time, I've been there more recently in 3 years than the first time I went, and it's like so different. I can't even find a kamba. I can't even find like kitenge, used to call it something anyway. It had this Swahili words on it, and everybody wore them, and you put them on your waist, and you go up and down all day. I can't even find those in the store anymore. I'm like, where are they? The younger people don't even know what I'm talking about. Because I'm old and my time was before they were even born. You know what I mean? They're like, what are you talking about? I said, don't you know I'm looking for these things because I want to make one for my spacing? Long story short. So then she goes on to say, I believe it is about returning to the community of our elders in the deep rural areas, the so-called untutored minds. And she is so right, because think about what they were able to accomplish to survive the brutality that was meted out to them and their parents and their grandparents, right? Especially in Kenya, they had to go through those wars, right? The Kuyo wars back in those days. And likewise in Ghana, when you had the wars, the Ashanti wars. So I say this to say, we have to do a lot of education within ourselves in the African context, as Africans in Africa and outside of Africa, because I have friends in Ghana now on holiday, and one of them texted me and said somebody in airport called her a slave. I said, you're lucky it's not me. He said, I said, if I was there, it wouldn't go like that. She would never get away with it. She says, well, I don't want to start none in the people's country. I said, the lucky is not me, because I would start something in the people's country. And I'm saying to myself, it is so sad that you are in Ghana and you are working in the airport, and you know, you see somebody who is obviously not, well, she doesn't speak the language, so you know that they're obviously a foreigner, and the first thing you can think today is say slave. Not even think it, you actually say it. That's the level of disrespect you have. And then I realize this is a lack of awareness, self-awareness, to recognize, when you think about it, if we're going to do any name calling, then Africa must look at itself for allowing themselves to be subjugated for so many years on their own continent. At least those of us who are exported can say we have an excuse, right, to be subjugated. What was the excuse in Kenya? What was the excuse in Ghana? What was the excuse? So my point is, we have work to do in this process of rebuilding the friendship, which is what the AU 2063, why the AU 2063 said we want to declare the sixth constituency of Africa to be the African diaspora. Because we are scattered all around the world, and we want our children to come home.
Yeah, your points are very, very valid. And I, from the first question you're asking about friendship and you coming to Kenya and finding that Kenyans are hustling, the reality, that is how Kenyans are getting that condition of something foreign is something that you need to get out because the dollar is a bit high. But now, as the new, I can say, new scholars, we've decided to come back to educate and help bring the messages of our ancestors back. Because Kwame Nkrumah said, for us to unite, we must first conscientize the people, because the colonial education has done more damage, especially the epistemology. What we are taught is centered on Eurocentric pedagogy. Everything you're taught, and I think one of the greatest ancestors to capture this well was Frank Fanon when he came to Africa and then he wrote his books, because he realized the consciousness. You know, when you colonize the conscious, when you colonize the soul. I grew up in a Christian family until I got out 20 years ago, because I was told anything Kamba is primitive. And when it comes to friendship, I believe when you start speaking the ancestral language, the ancestors connect you with the right people. Because for me here in Kenya, I'm privileged to be speaking to the elders, the 80s, the 90s, and tapping into Africanism more, because I got to understand what Frank Fanon told us, the wretched of the earth, black skin, white skins, in terms of friendship and in terms of communities, you know? And that's what is making us lag behind. And then I understood what Yvette Mudimbe was speaking about when he was telling us the invention of Africa. Africa mind is taken through the colonial library, and by the time we're joining the global archive, we think in a Eurocentric way, the frameworks, the methodologies. And with this, you find even the institutions cannot be able to see the difference. We are always thinking, give us aid, but the money we lose is a lot than the little aid we get, you know? And the work of Pauline Huntunju explains to us exactly, because he studied the African mind in an institution, and he realized what the mind is going through is called intellectual extraversion. And when you understand intellectual extraversion is someone who signs into treaties that don't make sense, someone who goes and decides, yes, we are going to tell the farmers or the fishermen not to fish at this place. We are going to tell people not to take water or get to these places. Why? We are not going to tell our people not to visit these touristic sites. I've seen what is happening in Jamaica. It's the same way here in Kenya. Some places you cannot visit, and you realize it's your place, it's where you are, it's your home, but access is denied. So for us, when we call decolonize, we decolonize access. So we are decolonizing the human consciousness. How do you think? How do you imagine? For us, we are imagining a different future. We've said we're not going to work with any institution that is stealing from us. I cannot work for any institution that I know this institution is going to muzzle me so that I don't speak. No, the people are suffering. Kenya currently is facing huge unemployment. People have degrees in engineering. There's a disconnect. So it's time for us to see the community, the education, the system, the natural habitats, the moon, the cosmology, astrology. Let's us connect everything. And we cannot connect if we're still being taught to think outside is good. Because for me, when I was going to Cambridge, I was chasing the illusion of I need to go out there and get that knowledge. Yes, I found a lot of work is going there. I got an imagination, and I said, instead of being captured for brain drain, let me come here and create institutions. So for us, we've learned Africa has resources, and we are using those resources. We are reading treaties, we are reading budgets, that don't make sense, and you're saying this needs reform because there's lack of access to resources, to capital, and we are realizing it's the African continent and the global south. So when we are talking about this, you're saying, let's unify our voices. I love what the president of Barbados is doing. She's talking a lot about understanding where we are. Another thing, I love what is happening in Sahel region. Yes, they occupied the space in not a good way, but look at what they've done, especially Burkina Faso, research-wise, not propaganda, because there's also a lot of propaganda. So what we are doing as a people, we are also exchanging intelligence, and you're using social media to do that. Now I'm able to connect with every one of you from different parts of the world, and we are able to share information. So let's get to know each other in terms of what do we have, what are the blockers to us getting deeper into these spaces. I want to see an African child going to the skies. So as I end this, as our brother Martin Luther King said, he had a dream. This generation of ours, we also have a dream, and we are going to follow the teachings of Frank Fanon. Every generation must discover its mission, either fulfill it or betray it. As a generation, we are going to fulfill our mission, and we are going to call capital, violence, intellectual chains until our noises from the ancestors become drums and we start drumming together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and it's 8:58, guys. Give Madame Ravinia Mackay, my new Kenyan sister. When I come to Kenya, I'll make sure I catch up with you. I don't know when next I'm coming, but I certainly talked to you before, so that
Please,
I can introduce you to Alan and the other people I'm working with to get our analog astronaut mission off the ground. We need some people like you on our board who are good
please.
to move it to the next level. Because there are people who want to work with Kenya who are asking me, what's happening with your project? What's happening? I'm like, I still don't have the right team yet to make it a full, but I'm so happy to meet you. So now y'all say you're not hearing my drum. I don't know what's happening. Let me get my bigger drum. Maybe that will sound better. Maybe that's too high. Let me get my bigger drum. All right. Okay. Let me get my bigger drum. See if this one will be heard. I've been playing my heart out and people are not hearing it. So let me see. Is that heard? Are you hearing that one? No.
From a very far, far, far. I think, yeah,
To
it's
me
in
like,
the background. It's in the background, far, far and background.
so how is it my voice is heard and y'all not hearing the drum? Let me put it up here. This is very good to know. I didn't know that when you drum, you can't hear it on the thing. So how is it then when people are teaching a drumming, they can hear it? That's a miracle. So I have to go and find my speaker instead and bring it. I'm going to go for it and use it for the next 4 hours. Go and bring it so at least you can see it and you probably will hear the rattling sound because it's higher up. So with that, thank you so much, Ravinia. And I'm going to turn the floor over to Charles Kafana, who is supposed to be moderator. He was having technical difficulties and he couldn't come on, but he's here now. And Charles was one of the people who jumped. I said, Charles, and he says, yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm so excited to meet him. He's really good. Really nice to meet young people with that kind of energy. So Charles, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Claire. Really appreciate the topic. It was very interesting and wonderful about friendship and so on. So my name is Charles, as Dr. Claire mentioned. I'm from Congo. So right now, I'm currently based in Tunisia, pursuing my studies. While I'm a virtual ambassador representing Tunisia Democratic Republic of Congo. And also, it's also a space organization. So, like, we are working on stuff related to space industries. And so today we're sharing topic like science, culture, stories about the world, and from Africa, South Africa, and beyond. As many of you know, today is also the United Nations International Day of Friendship. So along the way, we'll also be talking about it, even it was the topic was mentioned earlier. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, Dr. Really appreciate it.
We have with us today Joseph. Joseph, you could turn on your camera. Joseph Ojerari from Nigeria.
Yes.
So we can see, and Joseph is a young man who actually is, I think, a student or student assistant of Mr. Kelvin, whose last name I have challenged pronouncing, so I'm not going to try right now because I have to read it properly and I can't retain it in my head. Anyway, Kelvin is from Nigeria, and he is running a youth program that teaches AI. And so he's not there. He's actually in Togo. So he says, I can't come on. I said, well, send one of your young people because, you know, if I can't find you, we're going to find somebody from your group, right? We're trying to get the word out, get people to know each other. So Joseph, if you could settle down so we can see your final page, because that's good. We can see your face there. I'm going to move you to the stage, add you to the spotlight, and unmute so that yourself and what happened to your camera? You went dark on me. Where's your camera, Joseph? Joseph? I don't know. Something is wrong when I move you down to the spotlight. This is very interesting. I am going to remove, when I put you back up, let me see what happens. This is fascinating. You know, your camera's gone dark, Joseph, so we can't see you. See if we can hear you. See if we can speak. So everybody, thank you all for staying with us as we move to the second hour of our sojourn through Africa and Europe. Expecting other people to come in. Barnabas from Nigeria, who runs the African Palm, the future should drop in. Miracle, who runs the group that does the technology telescope stuff. I can't remember what exactly. He's supposed to be here as well. I saw him earlier. Hopefully he'll come back on. Yeah. Yes. And so, and hopefully we'll also get another visit from our citizen astronaut. I'm going to try and tell her to come back in. Because I'm sure some of you'd like to meet her. She's from Antigua, and she actually has been to space on Virgin Galactic and experienced the overview effect. So let me see if she can make it back on this side.
Hello.
All right, Joseph, I see you. I'm going to try and bring you over. There you are. All right. So, Charles, this is in your hands.
Okay.
Hello, Joseph. Yeah, as the Dr. Kell mentioned.
Good day.
Joseph, can you hear us?
You said? I didn't get that.
Can you hear us?
Please, I didn't get that.
Yeah, great. So as Dr. Kell mentioned, Joseph is a Nigerian studying AI, and he will talk a little bit about his field, such as we have already some questions for you, so be prepared, Joseph.
I'm ready.
Well, could you introduce yourself, please, so that we can get to know you?
My name is Joseph, Joseph Ojariri from Nigeria, student of the Ogba Educational Clinic. I'm so glad to present the Ogba Educational Clinic today, and I'm from Nigeria too.
Perfect. So what drew you into AI? Is it related directly to space or
Yes.
something like that?
Yes. Well, here at the Ogba Educational Clinic, I deal on basically robotics, video editing, graphic designing, and the video telling. That's what I'm basically doing here at the Ogba Educational Clinic as one of the senior students here and also an assistant of the Ogba Educational Clinic.
Mm. And you mentioned an interesting topic about AI and robotics, right?
Yes, sir.
So could you develop it, how AI can be used in space, in the field of autonomous like navigation for lunar rovers? Like how rovers can decide to avoid obstacles, something like that. You have like a perspective of lunar exploration when we can use robotics in order to explore very well the moon.
Yes. Let me set my camera so that I can demonstrate with my hands and
Okay,
this way.
awesome.
My camera. I'm using my phone right now. Yes. Let me just hold it. Well, I would say in robotics, there's what we call ultrasonic sensor. With the ultrasonic sensor, we are able to build robots that can actually detect obstacles in their front. Like I could say, for example, like a robot will be moving to a wall. The ultrasonic sensor helps them detect an obstacle at that front. Now, that is where the Arduino comes in. The Arduino is like the brain of the robot. Every robot needs an Arduino to move, to work. So at this Ogba Educational Clinic, we discovered that we have to leverage this artificial intelligence on young minds to stop internet betting, fraudulent acts, Ponzi scheme, take it from Pennsylvania douche, stuff like that. We decided to bring an orb which will be able to build these young minds from going into stuffs like that. So, so with this, our AI, with this artificial intelligence, I basically think artificial intelligence is like the main arm of we going to the moon or going to the space. The knowledge of artificial intelligence is basically what we are using today. That is what we are using today, basically, where we build robots which will be going to the space to detect some things in the space. Artificial intelligence is basically what they are using. So, I think with isolating artificial intelligence from that AI, the mission of us carrying our mission to the space won't be possible. I don't know if you guys what I'm trying to put across. So I think artificial intelligence is what makes us to be able to get to the space because we have to leverage this act of AI to our robots are basically AI.
Mhm.
Before the humans go to the space, we we have to send an AI to the space to detect what is happening there. And these AI, they have to think like us before we can be able to send them there. A lot of sensors will be hard to them, like the servo motors and the DHI11, a lot of stuff like that. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to put across.
Yeah, so as you know, AI right now, we have some regulation of using AI. So do you think AI will have a big market in the space exploration, in the space industry? Because AI, it's somehow prohibited to use it. So there are some regulation doesn't allow us to use AI in the space industry. So do you think AI will be used even if the regulation doesn't allow it in the space industry?
Yes, I think
How
yes.
exactly? Because there are some vulnerabilities with AI.
Because I didn't get that last word.
We have some like vulnerability with AIs. That's why we have some regulations about AI. Even if you take the example of aeronautics, now in these fields, AI it's not allowed very well to use, like deploy it in the space in the aeronautical engineering. So how do you see AI will develop in the space industry? Do you think we'll have some barriers or some regulations so that we can use it? because we have to talk about the security with AI. When you use AI into there are some problem. We can have some problem because we can't control AI.
Yes, I get
We
what you're
don't
trying
have
to
the
say.
full
Yes.
control.
Okay.
So how
Yes.
can we use it anywhere with those regulations? Yeah.
Yes. Basically, some people were saying that since AI can lose its and that is, it can get to a time where it has to lose control. So a lot of people are like, AI can't feel. Yes, AI can't feel. You saying that there are regulations of AI in the space.
Mhm.
Basically, the robots are already AI. Our robots are AI. So the regulations of that is in the sense that AI loses its hands. Yes, it can be able to harm people for some reasons. It can be able to harm people. So AI regulations, that is, we have to tackle some thematic areas of we using AI. Because to me, AI is already the world. We have to leverage AI in everything we do now. So the space industry, we can't just isolate AI from what we are doing in the space. So that is what I
Good.
just think.
You made a point here. Well, the question we can ask again is, what is the biggest challenge in trusting an AI system to make decision million of kilometers away from Earth? Let's say you put an AI system on Earth, and what will be the biggest challenge?
Hmm. The biggest challenge would be
Joseph?
that
Yeah, I said, what is the biggest challenge in trusting an AI system to make decision far away from Earth? You mentioned we'll have some ultrasonic sensors, right?
yes, yes. The
Yeah.
biggest challenge
What will be the
is if our um our robots, for example, our robots
Mhm.
are not well equipped. That would be one challenge, for example. We can say, for example, the brain of the robot. Let's
Yeah,
say, for example, a small robot, we can use um, Ordino, Ordino Nano, Ordino Uno, stuff like that. Now, um, 7 Moto, the 7 Moto is just like the sensor. These are sensors that can transmit informations they get. Like, let me say, for example, we send a robot that is built with Ordino and ultrasound and the 7 Moto to the space.
yeah. Mhm.
Now, when we send stuff like that to the space, we are expected to send a code. That is where coding comes in. We're expected to code these robots specifically on some basic activities. Not all robots can do everything that others can do.
Yeah,
Some are
exactly.
meant, some are meant to do as chores, for example. Some are meant to be for stores, Some are meant for stores. Some are meant for, let's say, for banking. So these robots are basically done on specific activities. So one challenge that we have is if our robot is not well equipped, our sensors are damaged, we're having errors in what we are doing. So we can't just use a robot like that. That would be a big challenge for us to get information from them on what they see. Because we are not going to the space with them, for example. We're not going to the space with them. We're sending a robot
Mhm.
there. We have to get informations from that robot. So we have to add sensors to that robot. Through those sensors, we're able to get informations from them. So if the sensors we are putting in them are not good, we can't draw information from them from Earth to the space. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So we
Yeah,
have to put sensors that that can travel far, that can take information from far distances, that can get information from far distances. So you cannot just put a robot, like, let me say, for example, you cannot put a servo motor in a robot that wants to do your business and still put that servo motor for a robot that want to do banking. Just what I'm saying. So they have to be
Mm-hmm.
different things. We have to put different sensors in these robots. That's what I'm trying to say.
I want us to come off of the technical conversation because it's not a technical meeting. We're just focusing on the policy and the conversation. And anyway, Joseph, somebody just came in that has a very short window. So I want to get her on and out. Is our citizen astronaut, Miss Keisha Shahab. She just popped in and she said she didn't have a long time to stay. But I really wanted you all to meet her. And so Russ, if you could hold on, because Keisha won't be long. Please, everybody, meet Keisha Shahaf, who is a woman from Antigua and Barbuda who had opportunity to travel to space, and she's serving as our global steward. And I wanted to make sure you, my young people, and my younger people who I work with Africa had a chance to hear from her as she talks about her experience of the overview effect and talks about make her a co-host and see if I can. And then, all right. And talks about how she sees her role in moving the agenda. So, with no further ado, this is Charles Gatanwa, who is our person now in Tunis. I finally have someone in North Africa. He also is a representative of Virtual Moon, and he's now a Space Ungana member. And he's an electrical engineer. And I know he would have wanted to meet you, so I wanted to have him because he actually does Virtual Moon um, displays or manages it. And so I'd love for you to talk about your experience. So everybody, again, this is Miss Keisha Shahab. She's a citizen astronaut who went up with Virgin Galactic to the Kármán line back in 2023. Miss Shahab, the floor is yours.
Nice to see you. Thank you so much for having me here, Doctor, and nice to see everybody on board today. My name is Keisha Shahaf. I'm from Antigua and Barbuda, and I'm proud to say that I am an astronaut because I've been to space and back safely with my daughter back in 2023, August the 10th. And it was a remarkable experience celebrating this big achievement with my nation and with the Caribbean and with the entire globe. This experience has really blown my mind and caused me to create what is called the inner astronaut in order that everyone can experience the overview effect for themselves as well. It's been really remarkable for me with my whole transformation period, going beyond fear, going beyond limitation, going beyond just a dream, because sometimes we all can have big dreams, but we can hold our own selves back, not only the circumstances that is around us as well, but just the mindset and not believing in ourselves enough. And I have to say that once upon a time, that was me as well. I have achieved quite a bit in my life, yes, but going to space was really mind blowing. And for me, with the overview effect, it was not just that, it was the entire experience from winning. When I won, it was 2 years before going, and I had the opportunity to have training for 2 years through further mindset and knowing what my mission was. What is it that I want to bring to the world? How am I going to be a spokesperson? How am I going to be an example to show the youth that they too can achieve dreams? Although my dream was one in 2 seats, I won 2 seats that allowed me to take my daughter with me. But dreams are not just you spending the cash, dreams are also your community coming together to help to make this a reality. So I feel like it's my responsibility because something so amazing was given and birth to me that I too can give back to the community and work together with humanity. So just the idea of being air launched, because it was a different technology from being a rocket ship blasting off from the Earth out into space. I had the opportunity to experience what is called the air launch effect, where a carrier plane took the rocket up to about 50,000 feet and disconnected, and basically we dropped for about maybe 5 seconds before the rocket actually ignited and then blasted us up to 290,000 plus feet, which we ended up in space. We had two pilots, and imagine the pilot saying to you, "Welcome to space. You may unbuckle your seatbelt now." And that was the most remarkable thing ever, because I never expected that, because that did not happen in simulation training either. And just taking off the seatbelt, and the zero gravity indicator was me and my daughter under the dreads. We were wearing braids, long braids that was just floating. And I was like, wow, we're really in zero gravity, taking the seatbelt off and just floating. So that was the first remarkable miracle that I experienced, making it up into space, just noticing how free, how relaxed I felt and weightless I felt, just being there, floating in nothing and not knowing where was up, where was down. That was a reality to figure out. There is no up and down in space. You're just there, right? The only up and down is on the planet. No sense of time either, because like, how do you measure time when you're out in this experience? And then looking out of the window, and what did I see? I just saw this beautiful blue orb just floating there, and that was Earth. So meeting the Earth for the first time was mind blowing. And I can say that my space flight was being aired live. So everyone was watching and hearing what I was saying in real time. And I swear I was speaking in tongues, because like my mouth, like I didn't even know what I was saying. Like even now, just thinking back on it, I can still feel like my brain and my body was just not connecting. It was just mind blowing, the experience of what, a simple person like me, who don't even have a science background, or learning disabilities and all of these kind of situations, and how did I end up out here? But then I realized in that moment that my life is also very valuable, just like any other scholar out there. So for a person who's simple, a citizen of the planet, being up there and representing all humanity, I feel like that was remarkable. And the three important feelings that I experienced was the feeling of peace, extreme peace because of how quiet it was, the experience of being weightless and having no burdens on top of me for that moment. That also contributed to the peace, but it also contributed to this deep feeling of love, just a love for everybody who was sharing that spacecraft with me, the love for the earth, the love for every existence that I could imagine could possibly be there, looking at the planet and seeing that there are definitely no borders. It's just one globe, just floating there in nothing. And I'm like, how can I just stay up here? Because up here is so peaceful. I feel so connected. But to go back on Earth, where there is so much trouble on that planet, but we need to bring we need to somehow figure out how can we stop all of this trouble that we're causing on this planet. And I believe that that was the overview effect for me, just just feeling that great love, that great unity, and that great peace that I'm birthed in the inner astronaut, hoping that my community will join me in this venture and we all can come together to this important transformation. When we can heal ourselves, we can heal our planet. A healed mind, a healed person. How can you bring any conflict out there if within yourself, everything you're working on yourself, you're able to see yourself? So in my program, it starts with a 5-day workshop where you're going through the inner astronaut training that I went through myself, plus mindset shifting, breath work, everything that can help you to balance yourself, balance your anxiety, release all the stress, and just work on yourself, see yourself, and make yourself a better human that you can move forward and also help another person as well. So it's really a movement, it's a transformational experience. I had to work on myself before I could say yes to go into space. And a person like me who's afraid of just about everything. I'm afraid of heights. I'm afraid of speaking publicly. I'm afraid of people looking at me because I'm afraid that people are going to judge me. And I had to overcome all of those obstacles so that I can show up for myself. And knowing that I'm not special in that way, that we all are doing the work. We're all going through whatever we're going through within ourselves. So this is the connection that we face as a humanity, that you're not alone in whatever you're going through. Other people as well are going through that. So that's why it is so important for us to work on ourselves. And the inner astronaut does not replace experience in traveling to space either. So I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that it will bring the lessons of connection, perspective, compassion, stewardship, just inspired by the overview effect to people here on earth. And it's about healing ourselves, discovering who we truly are, and returning to our lives with that greater clarity, peace, resilience, and purpose. So this is open to everybody, because I'm sure we all know what the overview effect is, that powerful shift in awareness that astronauts may experience, when seeing Earth from space, which I do not believe that that is the only way that you can experience the overview effect. No matter what greatness that you go through in this life, that will cause you to have a different perspective and see life in a deeper way. So that's basically, what I can say. Yeah.
Thank you
So
very much,
if you
Miss
have any
Silla. Yeah,
questions for me, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think the audience has a lot of questions for you. Yeah, so thank you very much. That was wonderful and great experience. And what was the first thing you still remember thinking of when you saw Earth from Earth? When you saw Earth from space, I mean, what was the first thing you still remember?
It's the very first thing I can say, because I went with my daughter. I had a worry that because I invited my daughter to come with me, and when we took off our seatbelts, I was worried that it might be too much for her, because she was 18
Yeah,
years old at the time. So I needed, before I could have the experience for myself, I had to first be a mother. So even if I was acquiring a dream that I had since I was 2 years old, and it was so exciting for me to now finally get to experience this, because I didn't have fear in my experience, but I had fear that my daughter would not receive it in a very good way, especially prior to the space flight. She was going through an ordeal where she said to me, "Mom, I'm not sure if I can do it." And there was no pressure. So when I saw her looking out the window, and that awe, that remarkable look in her eyes, like, wow, I was like, that's like a relief. And then I could have the experience for myself and really be in it, even if it was for a short moment. At least I had my time that I too can just look at Earth. And it was like we were looking at each other. She looked like one huge eyeball, like a blue eyeball, but with this blue magical aura around her, which we know that's the atmosphere, but it just looked like an aura. It looked like pure magic. Maybe I have a magical mind, but it just looked like magic. It looked like blue flames around the planet. And somehow it was like pulling my attention to it. Like, look at me, here I am, so beautiful. And I had no other the only thing I could do was surrender to her and just give her my entire attention. And if you ever read that book, The Power of Now, by, I can't remember the author, Eka something he's called, I understood what it meant by being so present, because I was very present in that moment. There was no past, there was no future, there was no thought that was coming to me to like take away that peace that I was feeling right there. I was just taking it all in. Yes, Eckhart Tolle, that thank you so much. Yeah. So that book is very powerful. And if anyone can read it, you will have a very good understanding of what it felt for me, just being so present and looking at the planet. And then the next thing that was really remarkable for me that I did not expect was the connection I had with the sun. The sun was remarkable because while on Earth we are told not to look at the sun because it can damage our eyes and that kind of stuff. And for my entire life, when I looked at the sun, it looked so yellow and it was so hot. But for some reason in space, I didn't feel the heat of the sun. And the sun did not look yellow, it just looked silver. And it was just there, surrounded by all this black and just a tunnel of light leaving from its presence, going all the way down and touching the earth. So that was very powerful. That was another powerful experience for me. So I left that there and coming back, all I could think about was the sun and what that meant for me because it just brought me inwards. So meeting the planet sent me inwards. Why am I feeling this peace inside of me? Why am I feeling this experience inside of me? Instead of being outward, for some reason, the overview effect turned me inward.
Good. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have some question here in the comment. So if you have a question if you have a question, drop them in below so that we can read them for you.
And basically, anybody can be. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yes, I was saying anybody can become a citizen astronaut. And I think this is the time, this is the window that opens us up to the opportunity that anyone can have this experience because space belongs to all of us. Space is not just for military or for just a selected few, although it's very important for the continue of exploration and science. But I feel like it's very important that we can all have that experience of going to space just so that we can see what it's like. Just like traveling, some people never have left their country, but when you travel and you see other parts of the globe, you come back to your country different. You come back to your country changed. So I feel like being able to go out and have the experience of going to space will bring us back in this place where we're changed. Can we see another planet from space? If I can answer that question. I see a question here. Can we see another planet from space? Of course you can, but when I was in space, I didn't see anything else. The only thing that I saw was the sun and the earth. The moon was present too, but where I was situated in the rocket ship, I did not see the moon, but the other passengers saw the moon as well. Because what happened is it's like it's a technology that you break the atmosphere, you get out into space, which the more technical explanation for that. But then what happened is that the craft started turning when it got to its top maximum height, which is apogee, which was for us, it was like 290,000 and maybe 293 or 95, somewhere around there, feet. But then as the craft started to turn and then reposition itself for re-entry back through the atmosphere, I did not see that. So where I was seated, I saw the sun, which, was shining there. So I guess it was daytime where I was, so you would not be able to see the other planets. But had I been on the other side of Earth where the sun was not present, you would have been able to see other planets and stuff like that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, so did you see she answer yes your question? I don't know if we have some questions in the comments. Well, I do have a question for you. It's about the moon. What do you think it will take to humans to live on the moon for like long term? What do you think it will take for humans?
In my opinion, I'm not so for living on the moon because Earth is quite comfortable as it is. And really and truly, I feel like if you're going to live on the moon, you're going to be living in maybe like maybe a structure. It will have to be a great structure built so you can have good comforts and all of that. So it means not having grass, not having trees, rivers, and the things that we've grown used to. But because we're creatures that we can adopt, maybe for our own survival, then we can make, we can really make it a beautiful experience with technology, especially as things are advancing technological wise. But I do think that it's a great experience to go there for a time, maybe like a space hotel on the moon or something like this, where you can say, I'm going to go for a week on the moon. I think that will be amazing. But in my mind, in my opinion, so I don't know if that's the best question for a person like me.
Why?
Because
Could you
I
explain?
I feel like the conditions are quite amazing on Earth. So what I would like to see for us is how can we make it more livable on Earth? Like fixing up our planet a little bit better, and like reversing all the damages that we've caused on this planet. And I mean, it's okay to think of exploring outside, but I do believe that we have to find a way to protect our planet, because she's living, she has an aura, she's breathing, and she's alive, and she's kicking, she's doing well. It's We are the ones who are the problem. We the earthlings, we the humans are the problem. So if we take who we are and we go to the moon, what would the moon, I mean, the moon is quite remarkable the way it is as it is, but what are we going to do to it maybe in 100 years from now, 200 years from now, right? So I feel like if we think 200 years from today, whatever little that we can do right now to preserve our planet, that would be the best place for us to put our energy into, our discussions into. That's just my belief.
Yes, we have another question here from Shadrach. Is said, um, he mentioned that. So, what do you see like people? They are like swimming when they are in space. What are
This
the
really.
reasons?
Mm. I would believe that if someone acts like they're swimming while they're in space, I think they're just having fun. They're just being silly, because like you're in that place where you're weightless, right? And the, it's so easy to just move your limbs and you're not really feeling your body. It's just so light. It's lighter than if you're diving, because I did a lot of diving, scuba diving, to help prepare me for what I believe weightlessness would have probably felt like. But even in the moment of diving with like a diving tank and suit and all of that, you can still feel some gravity on top of you under the water. But when you're in space, you don't feel any of that. Like the whole body is just so light. Even your muscles feel like it's floating up in your eyes. The muscles in your eyes are floating as well. So I would believe that people are doing that just so that they can, just have fun, because we like to play a little bit as humans too, right? So I did not want to do any tricks while I was in space, because I knew I had a very short window. So I wanted my experience just to look out there and see whatever I can see out there. At the time when I went to space, I was like making fun, silly jokes that, okay, if there are aliens out there and ships and all of that, I will hope that if I make it that far up, you can just beam me over and we can go traveling in this space together, and I can probably see other things, right? So some people will be like, make sure you send your daughter back. You can go travel with the aliens, but send your daughter back to Earth, please. So I think it's just us humans are being a little bit silly. I don't believe there's really a reason to be swimming in space like that, unless maybe you're there for a time and maybe you want some movement for circulation, exercise, or something like this.
Also, were there some treatment you received when you come back to Earth? You came back to Earth. Were there some treatment? Because we saw recently with the crew of Artemis crew, when they came back, they received some treatment. Like, yes, could you explain very well? Did
Very good question. Receiving treatment when you come back to Earth from space. So it's very important to check your vitals and all of that when you get back. For my type of trip, which was just going up and back down, is to
Mhm.
make sure that you were able to handle that heavy boost because we were going very fast. We were going like 3.5 max, like G's. We were doing some serious G's, going 3 times the speed of sound. And it's to see how our body were able to handle that. Is there any problems coming back? So there was a doctor that came to meet us on when we landed, and we weren't allowed to get off the craft until the doctor came in and assessed us, and we were okay. So which is very good. It shows that anybody can have that experience because you would have a medical team to come and meet you and make sure you're okay. Gone are the days where you have to be completely fit and all of that to say you're going to go into space. I mean, the guy that went to space with me, he had Parkinson's. I think he was the second person to have gone to space with Parkinson's disease. It was not really bad that he couldn't, take care of himself. He was quite fine in taking care of himself. But, imagine you come back, you don't know what could have happened. So a doctor meets and makes sure that your vitals are okay and all of that. We were all fine. But now, if you're going to be in space for, let's say, a week or a few months or something like this, you're not using muscles, right? So you gotta, sometimes you can lose that type of motor skills in that way. So you do need to be observed and make sure that you're okay. You can readjust to being in gravity once again, which is really not a problem because we adjust quite easily. But it's still good to take the precautions to make sure you're okay because each one of us we operate differently. Yeah.
Yeah, with these stories, you inspire some people here, and they may have some question like, what is one skill or quality you think matters more than people expect for becoming an astronaut?
Can you say that again?
What is one skill or quality you think matters more than people expect for becoming an astronaut?
Mm. To become an astronaut it's I feel like right now we're living in the area we're living in the timeline that this is for all of us. It's not just for military anymore. So first of all, you have to have the mindset that this is what I want to do because not many people would have the ability to say, okay, they can say, yes, I want to do this. But then when the time comes, the type of fear that you can feel with what your body is going to go through because your body is going to go through a bit of stress getting up there. So you have to go through some training to prepare you for that, like muscle memory training. So what I had to go through was things like how to get in and out of your seat, understanding the risks that you're putting yourself in, understanding how the spacecraft works, understanding what it is you're facing when you get out into space. So once you can have that understanding and go through that training, what's your mission? Why do you want to do this? Then that's the first step. And then also making sure that you're healthy enough. I had to pass the FAA test, making sure that the doctors approve that. I had to do a lot of tests on my vitals, blood tests. I had an issue with, which I still do, but not as bad. I had an issue with my blood count. So I had to make sure that I could get my blood count up to a certain level before I could be allowed to get to do this because that's quite dangerous having low blood count and facing those type of heavy G's and then your heart is working so hard on top of that. So once that went up, they said, okay, you're good, you can go to space. So your body have to, even if there's certain things that you think that you don't really need medically, you still need to have a very strong heart. So I had to do like stress tests on my heart to make sure I can handle these things. I was required to do a lot of walking every day, walking upstairs, incline, and that kind of stuff. A lot of meditation because, like you're in a confined space as well. So you need to be able to, like, if you're claustrophobic and that kind of stuff, it may not work for you. being around people in a team as well. You gotta know how to be with people because you know you can get annoyed or something like this. So how can you work on your attitude when you're with other people as well, being a team player. So we had to do a lot of teamwork. Um, and getting to know each other and just making sure that we get along. Luckily I had my daughter. I mean, we get along pretty well. And the other gentleman with me, he was very good as well, John Goodwin. He was really a good sport, and the other team members who worked with Virgin Galactic. So this is very important. And then me being a vegan at the time, a wellness coach, I'm still a wellness coach. So diet is very important for me. So I do a lot of fasting. I do a lot of hiking. I eat, when I say fasting, I eat a lot of plant-based foods that are whole foods, organic, fresh foods, raw foods. So I do a lot to make sure that I'm okay. I practice a lot of yoga, breath work, meditation. I practice Buddhism because I like the philosophy of it. So that really helps me with that. And then with my mission, because it was just about just over 5 minutes, a little bit over 5 minutes being in zero gravity. So you want to be very mindful and present. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah.
So that's very important as well. I had to do G-force training as well to know that I can handle that type of force. There's special pills that you can take so you don't get motion sickness, although the pills made me sick, so I didn't take any pills. And we also you eat very light before going just to make sure you don't get sick. I actually wore a diaper going to space as well because there's no bathroom on the on the craft that I went on. However, I trained myself as well because the whole mission took like 1 hour, so you don't really need to use the bathroom in 1 hour, right? But just in case. So these are little things that you would do to prepare yourself and getting up there, going to space.
And you mentioned GeForce. It's a new word for some people. Could you explain it? GeForce.
So G-force is just really the speed. It's just going 3 times the speed of sound. It's very, very fast.
All right. So we have a question here from it's Exo Kasongo. Yes. Is there a difference between floating in space and in water?
Last
You
question.
did both.
Last question.
Can you repeat that? Is there difference what?
Is there a difference between floating in space and in water?
Oh, is there a difference with floating in space and floating in water? So I did answer
Yes.
that. I did mention that before. So yes, there definitely is, in my experience, there definitely is a difference because I experienced it. I was practicing and training myself, doing scuba diving, deep sea diving, and you do feel a difference. You can feel the gravity when you're underwater, although you're floating you can still feel the sense of heaviness on top of you under the water. Especially, you can feel the waves and all of that kind of stuff. When you're in space, you feel absolutely nothing, which is very weird. So your even your muscles are floating. Your muscles are floating, like your arms are floating, your legs are floating. You move very effortlessly. You have to be very careful because like you push yourself off from the fuselage, which is the wall inside of the cabin. And if you push like you normally do when there's gravity, you'll be pushing yourself too much. So you have to just do slight, gentle movements because it's so light and it's just amazing. It's a freeing experience. You feel very free in your body, very light and very free. It's the most amazing experience, and I wish I could have that experience again because I'm not sure if there is really a way to experience that. I know there is a zero gravity training that you can go on. There's a plane that can put you through that experience, but I don't believe it's quite the same. I've never experienced going on that particular craft, but I've heard about it. And so if that's something that you can probably, if you can experience that, then you should do it. but it's definitely a difference. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. I don't know if you have some question with the Dr. Claire. Do you have something to say?
Well, yes, I was going to say thank you to citizen astronaut Keisha Shahab, our global steward. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I'm really excited. I'm sure I'll be hearing from people, and maybe we can figure out what we can do, what variation of the inner astronaut we can do to support our African team who are on the ground. There are people like young people like Charles who are really working hard. Barnabas, Jemima, she hasn't joined the call yet. Quite a few of the young people I'm working with, see what we can do to support the efforts. I don't think there's any African who has gone to do what you have done yet. So as far as you're concerned, you're it for them right now. So thank you for coming and sharing your experience.
Thank you very much. Thank you so, so very much. I really appreciate this time with you today. And remember, the greatest experience is going inwards.
Thank you very much, Mrs.
You're
Keisha.
welcome. All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna keep going to talk to Rosia Garcia Rubio, who is with Mission Shaktisat out of Spain. I can say this, it's so interesting. When I was trying to do the time zone thing, I realized that there were so many countries that have the same time zone. And I wasn't really aware in many ways as we do the chart. So there are countries like Kenya ended up with Southeast Asia and the lesser half of Southeast Asia because of you're so far east. And now we're mostly in West Africa, and Spain and those countries go in the same time zone. Anyway, Rosia Garcia, we would like to introduce you to Charles Cafano, who is our moderator for the session. And Charles will be asking you some questions about what you're doing, the meaning of it, and all of that good stuff. So, Charles, the floor is yours.
Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you for greetings. Well, really, I was just listening my colleagues. It was very interesting, the experience from the last participant. And I was waiting for one of my girls that had prepared something, but I think there have been some misunderstanding with the time slot. So, okay, I'm not sure that they have been able to connect. Sorry, I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
So, yes, there's nobody trying to join, so I guess she isn't trying to get.
Okay. Maybe there was a mistake. No problem. So I can share our experience with SatKisat. I don't know if someone else has already presented, or I can do it if you want.
Please do it. Please
Yeah,
go.
of course.
Okay, well, it will be very fast. Well, so I am the ambassador from Spain in a mission SatKisat. It's an initiative promoted by Dr. Shrimati Kesan from Space Kit in India, and we have trained 2,000 girls, roughly speaking, around the world from more than 100 countries. They have been following a training course, learning how to build a CubeSat, a mini satellite. So they have had 21 modules in which they have seen the main aspects related with the satellite technology, propulsion, orbit calculation, basic physics, TTC, software, a lot of things. And from each country, we have selected one of these students, those who have achieved the end of the course. And the idea is to go to India by end of August in order to build with these girls 6 small payloads that will be embarked in a CubeSat and will be launched in a mission from ISRO, Indian Space Agency. So it has been really a unique experience for me, very interesting. I think it has been, the objective is to motivate, to inspire these girls, to give them the possibility to learn about the space and also to tell them that there are no limits. They can think big, and the space is very huge. And there we need especially girls, because in engineering and STEM careers, there are not so many women and girls. And also, I think in this time is a very good initiative to promote collaboration and cooperation among countries, because space projects are in general promoted, and it's for big missions like going to the moon. Is very important, the collaboration of all the countries. And it's important that we will not replicate the problems we have in Earth when we go to the moon. And if in future we establish some bases there, we need to, I think, to be able to live in peace. And so it's very important that these new generations are also, I also used to work together, and they experience this peace and this collaboration. So when they become professionals, also the spirit of the mission is that maybe in future they are able to meet again in big missions, that maybe science prime ministers or whatever. No, we like to think big. So okay. Um, I just wanted to share with you this initiative. I don't know if you are already aware, or thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rusher. Do we have some countries from like Africa, and so on? What are the countries that are included
Yes,
in
they
this?
are they are countries from all the continents, all around the world. More than the objective was 108, and I think we are even more. I don't know exactly, but I think they are from Kenya, from Guinea, from Ghana, several countries from Africa, also from South America, Argentina, Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, and from Asia too. Also Australia, New Zealand. So they are really, really more than 108 countries all around the world. And that's also the very interesting thing, because when we exchange through WhatsApp and so on, it's interesting to meet other cultures, other people, and learn the initiatives, different initiatives they have in their countries related with the space industry and this kind of things.
Yeah, I only was able to find the person from Equatorial Guinea. I haven't, and I think Seychelles. I've been able to find other people from other countries. It's like I'm not sure why they're so quiet, but I was able to. I didn't talk to her, but at least I texted her from Equatorial Guinea. They're very active, and they're always on television in their country talking about the project. And Seychelles as well. They're very active.
Mhm.
What happened to Ghana? I've not seen much from the people in Ghana. I've not seen much from Nigeria. I tried to reach out to them. I didn't get any traction. So I gave
Mhm.
it a while. I know Malawi kind of dropped off the radar.
Yeah.
I think Botswana might have also dropped off the radar. Not sure what happened.
Yeah. I had the opportunity to meet Eva from Guinea, because she came to Madrid, so we had the opportunity to meet in person. I also have been able to meet in person the ambassador from Portugal and from Netherlands. So right, so we cannot meet with all of them, but I hope maybe if we go to India, finally we will meet
Yeah.
more people.
I really wanted to know, and hope I mean you can't help me figure this out, but I really want to know what happened to the other African countries, why they've not been as active. I
Um,
the problem is that connectivity and access to data is very challenging.
yeah, that's a point. For example, in Guinea, what they did was to organize the activities on Saturdays, to meet, to invite all the girls to attend to a center or a school, I don't know which institution, and they could provide connectivity for all of them, because not all of them had this connectivity at home. So I think that in other countries they could have similar difficulties in some cases. But when they have, for example, last Sunday, they organized a meeting for the girls, and the different responsible of each payload presented roughly the objective and technically speaking, which were the main functionalities of these payloads. And I think more than 100 girls connected. It's true that maybe for us, for an event is easier, but maybe to follow in internet all the courses and so on, it could be more difficult.
Well, I think,
Okay.
how do you feel in terms of, I guess, what you hope to experience when you go to India in October?
Well, I would like to be well.
I mean,
First of all,
next month, August, not October, August.
in August, yeah. Well, it was August. Well, I think that see also these CubeSat, these payloads that have been built in so short time, it will be interesting. And also, I would like to see the face of these girls when they learn about a satellite, and I would like to share with all of them the experience. For example, when we have done the interviews to select the final student, it has been really interesting to speak with all of them to see which is the maturity level, no? How in some cases they have so clear ideas about the future, all this the energy they have, the how they some of them have been able to connect with others, and so I think it's also very interesting to listen to them and to know which are their experience, their dreams, and what they would like to do in future, and so that would be really interesting, and also to
Yeah.
meet different girls.
Well, what kind of CubeSats do you build with a team? One you like what type
I
and for which
I think they
objective?
mentioned 12 use
12 years?
12,
Or what's
12, I think 12.
yeah, the what is the goal of the 12U and what is the difference, for example, when we have a 3U and like 6 or 12 and 1? What are the difference between those type of CubeSats?
Well, I have not really dig in technical details. I think they will make some simple experiments, and they will take some measurements or some pictures in some cases, or they will analyze different parameters from the atmosphere. Um, so what they are different groups that have been working in these payloads, and I guess that the girls will receive the different parts like Lego, because it's an
Yeah.
activity that we will make in 2-3 days. Because the complete experience will take 1 week, and there are 3-4 days to install this payload. So really, it will be a very fast training. So these elements have been developed in advance by the different technical equipment, and so each group, I suppose, the girls will be distributed in groups, and uh, they will learn about these um, objectives, these different functionalities of the payloads, and they will be in a kind of Lego. So, but they are these kind of simple experiments, in general.
Okay. And the
Because
according,
yes, okay,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, please. Jesus.
No, that I think that at the beginning the idea was to send these CubeSat to an orbit around the moon, but I think that finally they will be in a low orbit around Earth. I think because of suppose it's related with the capabilities to find a mission where we could be on board.
And what are the biggest challenges? What is the biggest challenge when we have to build a CubeSat, for example? Because according to some research, only 15, according to some research, there are a limited percentages of a CubeSat that arrive to send some data from space. So what is the biggest challenge when it comes to build some CubeSat here for students?
Well, this is not my field of expertise, but I guess that if a CubeSat is built by students, maybe if they use some, for example, COTS components, low level of quality, maybe the components could be affecting, for example, by radiation on space, or maybe the in some cases, they could have some failures also due to thermal issues. So I suppose in some cases that can be one of the limitation, no? The quality of the components they are using.
Yeah, and recently the Canadian Space mentioned that they are collaborating with a certain university about CubeSats so that they can advance the development of CubeSats. Is there any collaboration between your initiative with the Canadian Space Agency?
I'm not aware, but since Canada, I think, is part of the European Space Agency, they can be a kind of collaboration. In the case of Spain, I'm more aware about these initiatives promoted by the European Space Agency. And also this kind of CubeSat in some cases are promoted by universities. No, for example, in Madrid, we made a visit to the aerospace engineering university with some of the girls that were involved in this program, and they show us a CubeSat they build with the different students, no, of this aerospace degree, and they collaborate mainly with local companies in some cases, no, private companies in collaboration with the universities. But nowadays, I think there are many initiatives related with CubeSat. So I suppose there are some kind of collaboration.
And who promotes? You said it's the university who promotes those initiatives, or the European Space Agency. For example, the European found this
Pues,
initiative, this kind of
the,
initiative.
I mean, there are different initiatives. In the initiatives I referred to in Madrid, there was a university. They promote it for the students, and they sign agreements with different companies to get fundings, for example. In the case of the European Space Agency, they have some programs. It is one program called Fly Your Satellite. And in that program, I think they support and give some, in some cases, training to groups of students that want to build a CubeSat. I don't have the details, but I know the name of the initiative, Fly Your Satellite. Also, European Space Agency has another initiative which is not related with CubeSat, but even with a small CanSat, it's more for schools. It's a kind of competition, and there are these small CanSats that are built by different schools. There's a local competition, and I think the different winners go to next levels, regional, at country level. And I'm not sure if there is a kind of then European level, and it's also promoted by European Space Agency.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear from the chat if we have some questions for Mrs. For those who have some questions for Mrs. Sirufio, please drop them below so that we can read them for you.
There's no questions in the
I don't see questions. Okay.
Okay, awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Rosia, for coming on and sharing what's going on with Mission Shakti Sat. We are part of a family of women around the world, and I think we're becoming great friends. And this is just the beginning. I think these girls are only 14 years old, some of them, so we can't get them started and then dump them. So we're gonna at least see them through high school, right? So
Yeah.
try and
Mhm.
keep them engaged
Yeah,
and
yeah.
forward. So that's
Thank
part.
you very much. Yes, this is for me. It's a starting point for future collaboration, and it's not the end. No, we should be able to build more activities and give continuity to the project.
Yes, definitely. All right. Thank
Mhm.
you, guys. Take care.
Thank you. Have a nice
Thank
day.
you very much.
Um,
Thank
Talking.
Bye.
It's 8:12 in Ghana. It's 9:12 in Nigeria. And yeah, I think we're doing well in London. It's 9 o'clock as well. And I'm not sure where other people are. We've had somebody in the call who's been very quiet. I'm not sure if it's a person or just a robotic thing. Jinda Lee. I'm not sure what that is. The person never put a text or anything, so I don't know. Anyway, Charles, how are you feeling? Charles, how are you feeling?
you. Said,
How are you feeling?
yeah, I can say exciting because we have a wonderful experience with our speakers, and we receive a lot of things. Even myself, I didn't know about some things, and they share a lot great experiences with us. We learn a lot, and that's why I would like also to share a little bit about virtual moon if we have time, so that the audience can know what is virtual moon and see some demonstration of.
Well, I think you two, I'm going to bring on Mo, and you and Mo will have a good time because Mo has something to demonstrate as well. Mohammed Abdul Rahman is joining us. He's here from Ghana.
Yeah,
His company is called
hello.
Mo BG Studios or
Yeah,
Mo Big Studio. um, and he has a platform that he has designed that we want to unveil to the public today. And we're very excited about it. It's called Cosmic Canvas. So,
yeah.
guys, you're getting to be the, I don't know if either the alpha test group or the beta test group. The alpha test, no, the beta test group. This is you guys are going to be the beta test group. And we really want to get some feedback from you. He's going to share the link now in the chat. But first, let me let you and Charles chat a little bit while I go and sort out some stuff. So Mohammed Abdul Rahman Jr. and Charles Kafan is from in Tunis. He's from DRC and he's an engineer. So let me you
Okay.
talk for a while and then
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Could you please
Yeah,
introduce
thank you.
yourself?
Yeah, I'm Mohammed Abdurrahman from Ghana, KNUST basically. I'm a molecular dynamics student, but I'm also part of the astronomy groups here. So yeah,
Uh,
and am I supposed to demonstrate the software, or am I supposed to wait for it to come back?
no, go ahead.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
okay,
please.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then I have to share my screen there.
I want you to talk a little bit first so you understand who you are and why you did it. Talk about your company first.
Okay, okay, okay. So basically, our company, what we do is we look for clients who have specific ideas in mind, and we just develop softwares for them, right? And this idea came about when Dr. Claire was talking to the first one of the first meetings. She mentioned something about a game for astronomy, and then one of the members of the group, Jemima, mentioned it, and I was like, oh, if this is here, then we can probably implement it. And so we built something to make people understand how it feels like to be out there in space, as you can see by my shuttle thingy. But yeah, so let me try to open it up for you. Okay. All right, Queen.
Yeah, while we are waiting for Mr. Mohammed, there is one fact. The moon moves away from Earth by about 3.8 centimeters every year, if you didn't know. So we are waiting for Mr. Mohammed so that he can present for us.
The moon weighs by how much? Okay.
The moon moves away from Earth by about 3.8 centimeters every year. And the moon gravity pulls like it's because Mr. Mohammed, are you ready? Not yet. Yeah. So the fun fact is the moon is moving away from Earth by about 3.8 centimeters every year.
Charles, does that mean that the moon is running because the Kwekwa Nancy and his fufu pestle has been beating it every time he raises it to pound the fufu? Because there's a story, a folklore like that my grandmother told me some time back when I was a little girl. Let me put it that way. That the moon moved away from the earth because when people were pounding their fufu, the pestles was hitting the moon. So does that mean that the pestles have become longer and have managed to reach the moon? Is that why it's moving away?
Let's in the comments if we have some people who have the answer to this question. And or why the moon is moving away. Those who have the answer, please drop them below in the comments while we are waiting for Mr. Mohammed.
It looks like his thing is unstable.
You would not believe what really. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Please.
Yeah, Exo is asking what is the question? Yeah, we said the moon moves away from Earth by about 3.8 centimeters every year. Why?
Because it can't stand the close contact of gravity. I don't know. It's not opening. You want me to put it on my system? You want to put the link in the chat and share it?
You see?
You want me to put the link in my chat and then I share it, but so that you don't have, because he's having a challenge. I'll get him. Put the link in. More?
It's I don't understand, Dr. Claire. Could you repeat?
Mohammed, do you want me to? Okay.
Yeah, great.
You could unmute because the sun is trying to hit on the moon too hard with the flirting stuff.
Okay, is it visible though?
What we're seeing is
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we're seeing the screen. We're seeing the script. We're not seeing the platform.
Okay. So let me see. Have I shared my screen? Because I've opened the platform.
Yeah, but we're seeing the script. We're not seeing the graphics like what I saw. I'm seeing the back end.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry. Stop sharing. I probably shared the wrong one. Whew.
It was totally unintelligible for me.
On news. Okay, I think it was because I shared a different screen window.
You want to
Was
put
in Canvas. I remember.
that and you want me to share it, I'll do that.
Or if you can share it, like that'll be wonderful.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Now, if I put it in the chat, can you still move it around? And again, like if I open it here, can you still move it? Or do I have... Okay, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
We're seeing
Okay.
it. We're seeing it now. Fabulous.
Okay, 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 okay. Thank God. Uh, okay, so wow, this is basically the whole software. It's 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 a simulation of the universe, right? Let me go back to Andromeda, so you can have a whole view of it and move to the moon. So what this does is it gives you a feel of how the universe is while you are just on your browser, right? So we basically simulated the whole universe, including the moon, and today we'll be focusing on the moon, right? It's a bit shaky. Okay, so we have the moon here. So when you click on the moon, what you basically see is, pardon? When you click on the moon, what you basically see is you see all the spots that humans have left marks on, right? So if I scroll on the left side here, we have the Artemis and Apollo 11 and Apollo, basically all the places that we've left tracks on the moon, and they've been highlighted here, and then you can find all the information about them, right? All right, and then we have the other planets basically. We have the Earth. This is how Earth actually looks without the satellites, and then the aurora at the top. So when you bring back the aurora, this is what Earth looks like with the aurora and the satellites. So basically, there are satellites around the Earth, making it most of the time a little blurry, basically. So it's not usually clear. You have asteroids. These are basically GPS satellites, um, Starlinks, and the International Space Station is what you see going around it, basically. So yeah, I want this to stop moving, but it's not stopping.
And what is on the right-hand side over here? What is this table here?
Yeah. The right side are basically the panels that you can toggle, right? We have the fields, that's the magnetic field, electric fields, and all the fields that usually planets exhibits. So the magnetic field of the Earth, the gravitational field, all those fields, they can be toggled over here. You can toggle in meteors. Those are the asteroids, and then um, basically space debris. You can toggle them in and out just to see how they are, and then the orbits over here. It shows you the orbits of the planets around the sun. Yeah, around the sun. So if I toggle the orbits, you would see the lines pop in and pop out over here. Those are the orbit lines. And we have the grid for those who are are more technical into it. They appreciate this more. And we have the scale basically. So, and then we also have the planets. On the We have the sun, the earth, and the moon, because most of the time you can actually zoom out to a universe level, and then you'll be lost because this is actually out there. This is really out there. So to get to the earth, you will just have to click on one of these on the side to zoom you in. So at this point, you're actually moving towards the earth. Because I've clicked it, we are actually moving towards the Earth, but because it's very far away, it looks as though we are not moving at all. But the closer it gets, the more apparent it becomes that you're actually moving towards it, right? So it zooms in. It considers all the Milky Ways around us, the Andromeda, all the other Milky Ways, and then we have black holes over here. So yeah, and then we have the exoplanets. If you want more details about the exoplanets, you can click on the exoplanets, and it tells you basically the basic information about the exoplanets. And we have a short quiz here if you want to test yourself or your students about basically astronomy. You can click there, and it will give you a few questions that you can answer about them. And then we have the wait list if you feel like. Oh yeah, let me talk about the sorry. Let me talk about the objects on the top left. The object on the top left is a list of all the astronomical bodies that we were able to put into the panel to the platform. So you could look at Sirius, you could look at Gator, you could Deneb, Phoebe, the Vega. So basically anything, any planet out there that you can think of, we put it here, right? Every solar body, like yeah, even black holes. Yes, we put literally everything. So you just click on it and it will take you to where that is. So it just zooms out and takes you there, right? That's what it does. So it's basically a short way of finding a shortcut to finding what you're. So right now you're looking at next. We have the Pandora. Let me look for something more familiar to. Okay, we have the Apollo 11 stage. That's basically after I click this, it will take us to the moon clearly because well, Apollo 11 is on the moon, and that's when Neil Armstrong landed, and he says, one leap for man and one giant leap for mankind, basically. Um, and then we have the wait list on the right here. If you want to join and become a beta tester or have early access, yeah, basically, and then you just join. You want both, you just type your details and then you join, and then we will have your information. We will probably update this into a Google form so you can put in more details like extra details about your company or something if you want to collaborate further. And then the top here, and it's still the demo. We are still building it, right? It's still in the beta phase. So we have the autopilot here that simply does it pans through the whole universe without your control. So basically, if you have a projector, um, if you have students that you wanted to show the universe to, or if you just have a personal projector in your room and you wanted to display the stars on your roof, you could use the autopilot and it would actually present. It would literally just be panning out through the whole universe without you actually manually doing anything. So you would eventually see everything if you just put it on autopilot, right? And then we have the screenshots, right? And screenshot is basically for taking screenshots. We have the help here that gives you information about the keyboard shortcuts and the other stuff that we use, right? So we have, oh, again, you see that there's a VR mode here. We will talk about that soon, but we are also working on the VR variant. Where is it? Yeah, so that's the next thing. We are planning to make it into a VR headset, so you can basically put it on your head or your kids' head, so they can swim in space, basically, right? So they can swim in space. And then we also have the lunar rover. It's still in the beta phase. We are building it, and we're hoping to make people explore the moon in their rovers. And we have the toggle space debris. Oh, this is actually already there. So you want to see the space debris, the debris out there, and we have the moon phase. So this is what we recently built. Yeah. So it's telling us the crescent is fully illuminated. What do you have here? And then we have full screen. So yeah, that's basically the whole um package for today. That's basically the whole package. Oh, and then we also included this for what do you call it, for the colorblind people. So we included this for colorblind mode. So you can toggle on colorblind mode if you're colorblind, or so basically everybody's included. Yeah. So you can change the contrast too. Yeah. Um yeah, I think that's that. Thank you. Any questions?
For those who have some question, please drop them below. We'll read them for you. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Abdul. So the first question
Yeah.
we might have is, what was the purpose to create this demonstration, this software, or yeah, what was the purpose, the goal of this?
Yeah, thank you for question. And basically, as I was saying, it was for educational purposes. So we have some rural areas in specifically Africa. Some people have no idea. Like the whole concept of space feels like it's just out there and like it's abstract. So you wanted to make it like closer to them for them to understand what it means, and then that Africa also knows. Like we've been stargazing for a while, so we should actually know a little bit about it, right? So it's basically to bring it more for educational purposes, basically for educational purposes.
Mhm. The first question we have in the comment is it already deployed?
Oh yeah, it's already deployed. Although it is a beta variant, but we have a link. Dr. Claire has the link. She'll share it. I hope. Yeah, so it's already deployed.
And how can people access to this one? For example, for someone who is in Congo, in I don't know, in Tunisia, how can what are the process so that they can have the access to see and to see, yes, the
Okay.
whole future so you have in the software or the project.
Okay. Okay, so if you just want to browse the software, Dr. Claire will soon send a link. But if you want to be a collaborator, or if you want to use it for your classes or something, you can just join the waitlist on the right here. I have the waitlist. That's the green button saying waitlist. You just tap it and then you type in your details. So that would clearly be after Dr. Claire has given you the link, right? So you just join the
Good.
waitlist and be a collaborator, basically.
Perfect. So I don't know if we have some other question from Mr. Abdullah. For those who have some questions, please drop them below so that we can read them for you. By the way, that's a great demonstration of our universe. It's very interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
There is also somewhere you mentioned lunar roving vehicle. What is it exactly? It will be deployed. Is it already this future? Does it work or it will be in the future
I
updates?
mentioned you said lunar rover, or which feature are you talking about there?
Yeah, lunar rover. You mentioned
The
lunar
lunar
roving
rover. Oh
vehicle.
yeah, yeah. So the things at the top there are basically things that are supposed to be included, but by the end of the project, right? And we've done the first like three, but the lunar rover is basically for people to have a feel of how it feels to walk on the moon, right? Not walk on the moon, but drive on the moon, if you know what I mean. So you can get a rover, put it on the moon, and then you move around the moon, basically. But it's not
Okay.
yet implemented.
We have a question from Exo. Yes, Exo bin Kasongo. Are there any simulations or of things, phenomena like the supernova or black holes?
Well, there is a Big Bang. I don't know. There is a big, if that is what your question is, there is a Big Bang, but you see, I was building the black hole, right? But the black hole, we don't really know what happens in there because, like, there are multiple theories. You have spaghettification and time dilation. So there are like nine different theories that we could use, right? So I just I simulated all of the nine different variants and I put them in a black hole. So it doesn't matter which scientist you agree with, but as long as you jump into a black hole, one of those events will randomly pick, like it'll randomly pick one of those events and then view them, right? So there is one where the universe simply collapses. And then there's one where you get spaghettified. Spaghettified meaning the closer you get to the black hole, the greater the pull it has on you. So if you are going with your head first or foot first, whichever part of you is closer to the black hole gets pulled more than the furthest part of you. So you end up becoming elongated, right? Okay. And then the Big Bang is another random feature. So you fall in the black hole, and then there's this big explosion. Then the whole universe forms, and then it just goes back to being normal. So yeah, there are phenomena there, but I have to fine tune them basically. But you can explore after you
And
get the link.
which theory do you consider the most, the one we can believe? The theories about black holes,
Well, yeah, well, they all
according to
have
your experience.
rational
Yeah.
ways of explaining it. Yeah. I mean, I'll go with two because I think there's more of spaghettification and then the wormhole effect. They have one theory where if you go to a black hole, it just spits you out in a white hole somewhere. So basically, it becomes a portal, right? But so I would pick spaghettification and the portal one because, well, why not? I have to be happy in science. So yeah.
Perfect. About this demonstration, do we have other planets, or for the moment there is only
Oh
our
yes,
Earth?
yes. No, let me see. On the left here, let's say Jupiter. I can't actually scroll. I just have to just type because at this point there are too many. So if you search a planet and you just look it up, you will find it, right? Then the fun thing about it is it was from the bottom up, so it started from inwards. So we started from the Earth and we went out. So the closer you are to the solar system, the more detailed you have, right? The more details you have, basically. So it tells you the parameters of the planet, the distance, the size, and all the other stuff. So you can actually search anything that you can think of. As I said earlier on, you have Uranus. Uh, yeah. So the whole solar system is there. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
So the further you are from
Agreed.
Earth, the less detailed it is. But yeah. Let's do Mars. I mean, the Mars, obviously. Yeah. So the red planet. So there it is.
Sorry, can
So
I
yeah,
interrupt?
the
Can I?
whole solar system is included. Yeah,
I'm
sure.
I'm sorry, Abdul. I'm just interrupting. There's someone who was knocked out of the platform. She's in the waiting room. Is it possible to let her back
Okay.
in, please?
Yeah, sure. I think the co-host can do that.
Uh,
Charles? Yeah, yeah. It's
yeah.
Dr. Josephine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Done.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So yeah. All the planets are there. So yeah, all the solar system is there, including. So basically, our universe is there. I was even going as far as going to simulate the multiverse, but like, yeah, just let's say that we're on one universe. So we have just our universe. So you can literally look at everything that is in here, right? Everything.
Good. And could you explain a little bit this little part of Mars? You mentioned some parameters here.
Yeah, on the left side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for Mars. It pops up every time you look up a planet, right? If you search anything, when it brings the planet up, it puts its parameters. Let's do serious. So it just pans to the whatever it is that you searched, and then it gives you the parameters on the left, right? And let me see. I think I have crab pulsar here. Pulsar, yeah, crab pulsar. Oh, let me see. Okay, fine. Oh yeah, and fun fact, apparently, every star out there is um every star out there is a sun, and if it's a sun, it has a gravitational pull, and if it has a gravitational pull, then there are probably planets surrounding it. So yeah, there's that. I think I have another solar system here, but not ours. I forgot. Let me look for it. Okay, I think I found it. Let me see. Let me see. But yeah, you can explore if you get the link. I mean, that took a while to build, but yeah, and yeah, I think this was vibe coded, by the way. I'm a prompt engineer, so there you have it. That's a quizzer. Yeah, you should see. So this is a quizzer. It has it's like basically a star with a spear run through it, basically. I'm looking for the other solar system. It should be around this. Quizzer. I can't for the life of me find it. So yeah, I mean, if any questions, I'd gladly welcome them.
Okay. For those who have some questions, please drop them below so that we can read them for you. Um, yeah, some people say
Found it.
cool, amazing, and
Yeah. So I found the Kepler 90 system. So yeah, it looks like a solar system, but it's actually not. As I said, the further away from our Earth, the less the details. So yeah, this is a sun with planets around it, but it's not our solar system. It's just the Kepler 90 solar system. Yeah. So there are a lot of these out there. Most of the stars have them.
yeah, there is someone who mentioned something. What is the thing? Spiral.
What is the
The thing, spiral, like the spiral, spirals.
the spiral? Oh, so
Yeah,
you mean the
exactly.
the the
Yeah, you mentioned
oh,
spiral.
these things. Let me give a fun fact. So these are basically Milky Ways, right? You see how the moon orbits the Earth. The Earth also orbits the sun, and guess what? The sun orbits the Milky Way. So every one of these light dots inside the Milky Way is a sun, right? And then there's a Milky Way that's on its way to collide with our Milky Way, right? Basically, nobody actually cares because it will happen in a couple of billion years. But yes, there's a Milky Way headed on our way, but it's too far away for anybody to be bothered. Humanity might not even exist that long, but yeah, we are on our way to collide with another universe, Milky Way per se. So yeah, so those are all Milky Ways, and we are in one of them. If I click Earth, if I click Earth, you will probably zoom into one of them. Yeah. So yeah, we are in one of them. I think we are in Andromeda. Yeah. So there we have it. Hope that answers the question.
Perfect. I don't know if you have some other questions, please. If you have a question, please drop them below. Drop it below so that we can read it for you. There
So
is someone who has a lot of questions here, like Shadrach.
I have a question. So how can we get this in front of schools in West Africa to begin with? Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, starting there, how can we get this platform knowing to those schools? Does it have to be centralized through the ministry, or we can go through schools one by one?
Okay, that's a good question. And there are outreaches that we go on, right? But I don't think it's centralized because they do take a permission from the authorities. But you can just, let's say if you have a mini projector, right, and you go to schools, you can initiate the students in these kind of fields, and then they will gain interest, and then eventually they will end up doing it clearly. Because we do go on outreaches to some of these senior high schools and basic schools, and even universities sometimes. So I think that would be a good perspective to look at.
All right. Okay, so this is an example of what's possible when you use your brains to do stuff. I'm really excited about this platform. I would love to hear from you. What things would you like to see added to it? So when we present it to the world, as something born out of African, we're doing a startup showcase next week, Thursday. Sorry, August the 4th. So we'd love to have any suggestions for improvement based on what you have. Or if you could put your email in the chat, Mo. If you could just play with it, put the link in the chat. No, I'm gonna put the link. Let me see. Send me the link so I can give it to them.
Okay, no problem. Let me see. I think I have a Google sheet for this.
Too short.
What is this? Oh yeah. Let me see. Okay. It looks
All
fine.
right, you have the form. Okay, go ahead. So put the form.
Yeah, I have a Google form.
Perfect. Let me give you a bit.ly link so it's easy for it to copy.
Chat.
Put the link in here for those who are on the call right now, and then for people who are not here, I came early. I can send them this as a thank you. Yeah, so we'd like you to use it, and we want to, based on what you've seen so far, we'd love to get some feedback in terms of what you'd like to see, what kind of questions you're curious about, so we can improve the functionality. You see here, we have a quiz. We want to get people to get and use it as a learning tool. And what age group you think could use this comfortably? Is it just for high schoolers, university? Do you think elementary school children could use this?
Any elementary schools, they could use it just for the view, but not for like the quizzes. It's just to understand what our solar system looks like and basically what our universe looks like. Yeah, I think they could get a grasp of what it looks like if they went to this. So I mean, if they just checked out our solar system, they would know what it looks like. Yeah, so I think it would give them a grasp of what our solar system looks like.
How many galaxies are you showing?
Yeah, I think, well, I focused on the first one. The rest are just extras I added. All right, so we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So
Yeah, 7 to 8.
where's Andromeda?
Andromeda is here. This one.
So we can search for it and find it?
Yeah, I actually pinned it to the right side.
Got you.
Just below the moon.
Okay. Excellent. So no questions for thing. We're very excited about this and we really want to get the word out. Those of you who work with children, we had somebody on from Australia who works with a lot of teenagers. So we want to get this to those people and see what they. Yes. We're coming down on 10 to 5. Charles, can you talk about virtual moon? So
Yeah, sure.
you can
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed.
Yeah, then let me stop sharing this. Stop sharing. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I will try to share something. Mm, voilà. Yeah, I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Perfect. Yeah, so this is Virtual Moon. Virtual Moon is an organization. We are creating a digital twin of the moon. So for the entire moon, you can experience everything like you were exactly on the moon, such as the place where the first astronauts dropped their foot, or where they were for the first time. You can find the seat of virtual moon here, as I mentioned, virtual moon point space. So what is virtual moon exactly? Virtual moon is using the best and latest data saved to accurately run the entire lunar surface. So we begin with the lunar topography data from NASA's and Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter mission and the brain USGS NASA. So you can find all the details. Well, I don't know if you can see this little video. It's wait. So this video is on the website. You can explore it to see a little bit and to know about virtual moon. We have a lot of ambassadors across Africa in the world. So I am an ambassador of virtual moon here in Tunisia. I represent Tunisia, Democratic Republic of Congo. We have 3 ambassadors here in Tunisia, and also in Tanzania, uh, Nigeria, and in a lot of countries. So yeah, you can see exactly. So this is a little bit an exploration of Richmond. Well, in a few minutes, I will share some demonstrations. So you can see people reacting when they put the headset on. Mm, just a few moments so that I can take this video. So the last time it was in Tunisia, we had an event where people had the opportunity to try the experience with virtual moon. So it's like a digital twin of the entire. You put your headset, it's like you are on the moon exactly. Every experience, the feeling, and so on. Yeah. So let's see.
Witness this incredible sight. They eagerly wait for the moment when this broad conversions can be a game changer. No more learning to ride a bike and no more saddle pain. In the next,
Just a technical issue with the videos.
you move by walking on the tracks to power the back wheel. With battery support, it can reach speeds of 15 miles per hour and has a range of 35 miles. Would you give this bike a try? No more learning to ride a bike and can this company use your house to trial their radically simple new window technology?
You know that moment when you wake up and breathe into your hand? What you're smelling is a bacteria.
Just a few moments, please.
Jackson became so annoyed with one of his brothers that he ended up confronting him right in the middle of the show. It all happened during his 30th anniversary celebration in 2001, one of the biggest nights of his entire.
Well, while I will be waiting for the moon, I will share this one first of all.
While the other Jackson brothers stuck to the rehearsed choreography and kept their position, Randy seemed to follow his own rhythm. He improvised different moves, stepped out of formation, and interacted.
Yeah, this is from NASA. So I will be sharing another one. It's for virtual mode. This is for NASA, by the way.
Unified performance into something that felt completely different. Michael noticed everything right away. Throughout the show, cameras caught him giving Randy several serious looks, and he appeared to become more frustrated as the performance continued. Once the song ended, Michael confronted his brother on stage, thinking it wasn't his time to celebrate his legacy, and Randy's behavior may have looked like an attempt to grab some of the spotlight for himself. What do you think? Michael Jackson became so annoyed with one of his brothers that he ended up confronting.
The world is about to find out just.
This video went viral when this little girl came to climb off
The science, the mastery of skills, and we are being just. I don't know if you are able to see it. Could you confirm if you are seeing the video, please?
There's these animals. This tiny lathe cutter shapes real wood in seconds. Each time a small spinner has a forged piece. Perfect for any miniature craft project.
Hello?
This tiny lathe cutter shapes real wood in seconds. Watch it
Hello?
turn this small spindle into a finished piece.
So I build things to execute what to achieve the year. We can only divide the technology, the science, and all the people to master the I have just a technical issue. So I'll try to look a little bit for the exact videos of the first time because the software is not working right now. The videos of virtual mode. So just a few minutes, I will share it with you. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the problem so that I can share in a few minutes. In the meantime, we are going to see something else.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, great, awesome. Hi, so I'm Jemima. Um, I've been seeing that we've been having nice, amazing meetings and presentations and stuff. Currently in Ghana, there is a full moon, a red moon. I don't know how I can share it for all of us to see how it's looking like. So there's like technically a moon watch party of sorts.
Hold on. So you are a host first of all. See if I
Okay,
make you a co-host. All right.
okay. Okay, so let's do that. And then I will share my screen. Okay, I can put pictures in the chat, yes. Because we have some amazing pictures taken with it was a Xiaomi or something. It's a Chinese phone of sort. And it would be nice if we could all see, since this is technically like a moon watch party. So we can do that. So do I share my screen or I
Whose screen
post
is
the
up now?
pictures on the platform?
Whose screen is up now?
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay,
gonna
good.
stop sharing so that we can have it further.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, nice.
I'm wondering if we could use this thing here. I wonder if we could use this platform when it's working, Moonbase, to do like a micro, what you call it? A micro, we really want to test doing a virtual analog, even for one day, right? Last year, did any of you on this call join my class last year when we had analog astronauts 101? I really want us to think, oh my God, we passed another hour. Wait a minute. I don't know why my thing isn't working. Let me just blow this. Hold on. It's supposed to be a short derivative.
Ah.
It's 5:04 and then I like to laugh at me. Okay, guys, I know. It's great. I tried to blow a conch shell. It wasn't working. I bought this to try and practice, but I still haven't gotten it down. And I have the long one because I was told where's the long one? Anyway, I can't find it now. There it is.
We got a sound out of that one, so that works. That's good.
All right. So you're gonna laugh at this one. Anyway, I was wondering if we could use that platform, Virtual Moon, if we can get it to work to do an analog, even a 24 analog. This format would have been good, to also make it an analog, but we didn't think about it that way. But for those of you who are interested in being an analog astronaut, just how would I know? Maybe on that same list, same form that Abdul has put up there, put there also a note interested in being an analog astronaut. Doesn't have to be a lot of us, could be just 4 or 5 of us. I think we have to start figuring out how are we going to have African students and young people who want to do analog astronaut work, but we don't have anybody in your country to do it with, to begin to practice. So by the time we get up to speed, you've kind of gone through the program. So by the time we have the funding to have a physical camp somewhere, you already have gone through enough trials online to be ready. So we were supposed to do that next week, August 7th to 8th, but it's supposed to be like not 2 full days. It's supposed to be like a couple hours of explaining what an analog astronaut is, and then have some exercises. But I'm wondering if this virtual moon may not be a good exercise to do online, And then you wouldn't be staying online for the whole 24 hours. Mohammed is working on a platform we could use for the exercise in Topia. So that would be our camp, if you will. So it allows us to go in and out at will and meet up and have, like place to meet, place to eat, and have a 24-hour schedule. So you'll have free time, but then there will be exercises you have to do as a group or in pairs. So some formal way of doing an analog astronaut exercise, which begins to give you guys the discipline. You heard what Keisha Shahab said. She had 2 years of training just to go up to space for 1 hour. 2 years. She did scuba diving, hiking every weekend to build her stamina and all of that stuff. So it does take, if you really, really, really want to be in this game, it does take time and effort. All right. So Jemima, do you have Jemima, where is she? Oh, I wonder if she dropped off. I'm not seeing her. So while we're waiting her to come back, Kevin, are you? How is so you're at a conference? You want to talk about the conference you went to? This is Kevin Dafiagor, Mr. Kevin Dafiagor. He runs an AI training center in Nigeria, and you heard earlier from Joseph, who's one of his students. So if he would take the floor until we get Jemima back. She's dropped off. Kevin Dafiagor. Mr. Kevin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Do you want to
I've been running around Lome, Togo.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the conference you're in Togo?
Yes, it's a space conference, African Space Forum. I was the only Nigerian delegate we gathered. I was lucky to meet Jim Adams, this retired CTO of NASA, who spent 35 years in NASA. It was nice talking to him. He told us about the space economy, which is valued at about $600 billion, and the need for us to go to space, that there are lots of conflicts, people disagreeing that it's a waste of money, that the inventions and technologies that we use in space will be very beneficial to us here on Earth. And I proposed to them as a means of suggestion that it is okay, since African nations do not have so much resources to launch, going to space is capital intensive. We could do something like an ECOWAS, where a group of countries in Africa gather together and decide to launch a space program together so as to save cost. Later this evening, I went on with my message, STEM and AI decentralization. I hosted a group of young students in my hotel where I talked to them about the wonderful AI, the fifth industrial revolution, with the topic, the robots are coming and they are here. It was interesting. We got a translator who translated from English to French. They were excited to know how they can use AI to better their lives. I dealt so much about artificial intelligence. Also, I told them that AI has the ability to give them the same quality education that is available abroad to the poor people here in Lome, Togo. Same with healthcare, and that the educational system is jinxed, and that everything being taught today can actually be done by the robots. I also ended by making them know that AI is a double-edged sword, has a lot of good and has a lot of evil. The ability to bring in some ethics to guide AI matters a lot. We discussed about the challenges about setting rules around AIs, knowing fully well that countries are trying to outdo the other in terms of AI development. And even companies like Google, Apple, Tesla are trying to be the leader in AI. Hence, getting a consensus on some rules, it's very difficult. It was a nice time here. We also talked about cybersecurity and learned some new things about space technology. People were curious that there's no oxygen in Mars, and how does going there help? And we were made to understand that even though Elon has done a lot of wonderful things, his idea of nuclear Mars with nuclear bomb, it's rad.
Wait. They said a nuclear bomb where?
A Mars. That was Jim's response. That even though you admire Elon Musk for wonderful things, but the idea of nuking Mars is wrong. We talked about getting oxygen in Mars, and we were made to understand that while there's no oxygen there, we can actually create oxygen, but we may not be able to be outside our own shelter, make shelter in Mars, because we'll not be able to breathe. It was nice meeting new people.
Well, I really think anybody who really thinks about using nuclear energy to terraform a planet, I think has to have their head checked. I'm sorry. Because just the radiation when you go and live there, how is that going to work?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So I think it's very important though that your work that you're doing in AI and cybersecurity. We had a session on AI and cybersecurity last week, Wednesday, when we had a Space Futures Forum. And we had a couple of people who are experts in that area on. And this question that Exile is asking is, do you trust enough AI to teach by itself just after programming it? And this question is, if we don't have enough Africans working on the back end or creating their own AI company to do the training, I'd be very careful about that, because you really want to make sure that if, I'm not saying you shouldn't use AI to train teachers and kind of supplement the education and maybe put together some classes you can offer. But I would rather that class be put together by someone who can actually get into the back end of the AI, make sure there are no backtraps and hidden dangers for us to be told wrong information about our history, especially now when there's an attempt to rewrite history in America. We see that there's an attempt in England. Recently, there's a meeting that I think the Prime Minister of Barbados was at, and a parliamentarian in England saying, shouldn't the Caribbean be paying England for all the benefits they got because of slavery? So, I mean, this is the kind of mentality we're dealing with in the world right now in some of the countries that control a lot of the things that we need and use. So I really think we need to be careful. And I think, Excel, I do not think Africa is ready for nuclear energy at this point. I would not be even thinking about it in Africa, because quite frankly, we have enough things that go wrong that don't work, right? And if somebody was fool enough to buy a nuclear system in a country where half of the time the fire hydrants don't work, the fire brigade don't work, the hospitals don't work, I don't think so. Nuclear power plants in Africa right now is not the way to go. I think we were looking at wind energy. We need to having people who are brilliant. Look at what can we do with magnets and hydrogen fuel and all the other ways. And also taking some off of the big grids and make them microgrids, right? All of these new housing complexes going up in, like, say, Ghana, all right? And the grid is not expanding fast enough to manage these. Why are they not being designed with a microgrid, a substation or a microgrid that can power them, even if it feeds into back to the big grid? and using solar energy and other forms of energy, especially in those housing estates that are like on the suburbs of Accra. I really think we have to rethink this. So you guys on the call were engineers, come up with some better ideas, please. Because people are just doing things the same way as if to say technology doesn't exist. And I have to be honest, when I went to Ghana in 2019 and I spoke at the conference at an engineering school, and I was speaking from the vision state by Ghana government. I think it's a 2053 vision or something, or 2055 vision. And the engineering school asked me, what is that? Or where I get it? I said, it's in the government. I found it online. Right? And they were like shocked. They didn't know that this document exists. So if we're doing engineering and we're teaching engineering, and these are things that bother me a lot. We're teaching engineering, right? We're teaching people are supposed to go out and build the infrastructure, build the roads, build the ports, build the bridges, build the culverts, build the drainage system, build the power system, build the waste management system. And you're not looking at the government's 30-year plan or 40-year plan. So that the engineers that are going to come out to help design these things are already mentally prepared and are doing some of these designs in school as projects and hackathons. So I kind of feel I offered to support the university, the technical university, somewhere in Accra. I can't remember which one it was. Left my name and number, never heard from them again. So I mean, I don't know. I'm very concerned about our being prepared to really reach Africa Union 2063 vision if we don't get the engineering and technical schools running at a pace and a design thinking ready to create that future. And the thing is that the talent is there in the country. Look at what we just saw Abdul build. The talent is there. But the infrastructure, educational infrastructure, is not set up to tap into people like Abdul and say, okay, let's create a lab, let's create a hub, let's create an incubation center for you guys to go and play in so we can come up with new stuff to help improve systems. I don't know if you have one in Nigeria, but I don't think there's one in Ghana. Even though you have some schools in Ghana doing some interesting work, everybody's in their silo. So we're not seeing the density that needs to happen to have like a Silicon Valley impact. So there's some things for us to think about, because what Kevin said is what the African Space Agency is supposed to be doing, right? We already have an African Space Agency. There's no need for ECOWAS to do something separate. Within the African Space Agencies, we have a bunch of countries that are just coming out, Liberia, Gambia, Sierra Leone. They're in a cluster that they should be really working closer together so that they can move faster, because they're way behind Ghana and the rest of the countries. And the pace of which they are going, they're either going to have somebody build it for them, which will be a waste of resources to have somebody build it for them rather than do the hard work of having their engineering school learn how to do it, so they build capacity in the country. So if they're buying garbage from some country or some unscrupulous company, they know what they're buying. And this is a challenge that I think the younger people, you guys who have your friends in these countries, can figure out how can you work together using the market African Free Trade Continental Agreement to move back and forth freely to do this kind of a work. Does what I'm saying make sense?
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, so it's it's up to you. I mean, that's the reason why I'm spending this time getting you to know each other, so we can figure out what we're gonna do next. Because if it is that you're frustrated, somebody said there is no jobs. There's no job, but there's problems. So if there's so many problems, it means that there are opportunities to create solutions from which you can earn a living, which will become a company, right? That's entrepreneurship. So how? So platforms that can go at least. Listen, Africa have enough oil in Africa between Angola and Nigeria that we shouldn't even be worrying about power. What we don't have are functioning systems. Can you imagine if we had a nuclear plant that operated the power system in Nigeria? Just think about that.
Right ahead, Ollie didn't beat Williams with power.
And then we had an accident.
Every time Williams planted his feet to throw.
It doesn't bear thinking about.
The Ollie shuffle.
So I've been very careful of saying we want to have Africa go nuclear energy. I hear my prime minister talking about it in Jamaica. I'm like, what is he talking about? Why are we going to have nuclear energy in Jamaica to run a power system?
He's only 8 years old. Technically, he already surpasses most children his age. Seriously, do you know an 8-year-old who is more technical?
Island that size.
He has you dressed like big man. Where exactly are you going?
I'm going for the
There's also something called technology foresight. Technology foresight.
No, I'm not doing that.
That is looking out at the impact. Technology foresight and technology assessment go hand in hand. This is looking out at how the technology is evolving and what's the potential impact of that technology if you introduce it into your ecosystem, your country, if it's a big technology, your whole country, if it's a small technology into your house, whatever. But we need to have those thinking skills. So when you're out there getting these jobs in the ministry and in these, you're able to make good decisions about the impact of what you're doing. All right. So remember, do you have your camera ready to go?
Yes, ready to go.
Yeah, I've made you the co-host.
Okay. Okay, nice. So let me just okay. All right, excellent. And let me just start sharing my screen. Okay, great, awesome. Let me just share the screen so we can all see. I want, yes, that. Share. So this is just something small. So for people who don't have a telescope or something, this picture was taken by a phone with 100x zoom. It was a Chinese phone. I think it says Xiaomi. I'll ask the person who did this. So this was taken with the astronomy lab. It was a blood moon. So we took all these pictures today before I joined this meeting.
No, this was taken now?
Yes.
You have a blood moon now?
Yes. Yes, it was now. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, we
Yes.
have
this is amazing. I had no
Yes.
idea.
And it's really big in the sky. It takes, I think this picture gives a bit of perspective. It is really, and it's bigger than the other full moons we've seen. So it was very, very exciting. We quickly moved to I thought of a building just to capture these images. And yes, this is a blood moon right now happening in Ghana. Yes.
No. You're lying. You're lying. No,
It's true. Yes. This one was taken today. It was taken today. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yes.
Guys, this is spiritual coherence.
Yes, it is.
I had no idea. I had no
So
idea.
I was wondering if you see the iron moon, it's a blood moon behind like your. So I was, oh, maybe Dr. Claire knew that we would have one today. Oh,
I wanted the color red in there. I said, okay, let me use a blood moon because symbolically I could also use the blood red moon to mean the humanity moon, right? Because it's the color
yes.
right? So I said, let me use it as a logo. I had no idea there's going to be a blood moon anywhere.
Yes, we have one in Ghana.
My God.
We weren't even aware. It was like pure coincidence. And I'm like, I have to take these pictures for our meeting today. So we took.
Please. Take these pictures. Make sure more gets them. We're going to use them in our logo. So we want blood moon. We're going to redo it with our own moon. Our own.
Yes.
I am. Oh my God.
Yes.
This is
so we took,
amazing.
Yes. So it goes to say that we all think about having telescopes, big telescopes. If we want to do this astronomy image, you just need a phone. Just a simple 100x zoom. You can do astrophotography at your small corner wherever you are. And yeah, these are the lovely pictures that we had.
This one is lovely because it has a really crisp ending.
Yeah. Yes. It's a Chinese phone. I will send the specs to you to the chats when I ask the person of the specs. But yeah, this is the images it took. It was today. It was right today. So I was very happy. I have to take these before I joined this meeting.
Oh,
To
did you
take these
know
pictures now.
the blood moon? Did you know this?
I did not know. I did not know. So I went out
So it's a
to
blood,
go and
or did it, or is there a filter in the camera, or did you
There's
look?
no filter. No filter, none. It was looking like, and it was huge in the sky and big and red, and I was so astonished that we have a blood moon today of all days. Yes.
Sitting in her car,
This is really unbelievable.
Yes, 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 yes.
I feel like I was just blessed.
Yeah, yes, that's true. That's true. But yeah, these are the pictures we took today so this is our actual moon viewing party. So we are viewing from here. But yes. And it was really big in the sky. Right now the moon has set a little, but they were taking around 8. So 8:29 p.m. That was when we first saw it. I saw it at 7. Then I called my friend. I should go out with his phone immediately for me to have them. And he went out. I even went to his place. We took the pictures. And I joined this meeting knowing that I will have to show all this. And then here is it. Here is what we're able to take.
No, you have to post this on LinkedIn though, Jemima.
Yes, we will.
Post an article about this on LinkedIn and say, yesterday I participated in Iron Moon, which has a logo of a blood moon.
Yes.
I tried to just take some pictures and looked up and saw a blood moon, which in the planning organization even knew there was going to be a blood moon.
Yes. Yes. No one knew. No one knew.
It's going to be a blood moon when we started asking about doing this. It's amazing.
Yes.
And therefore we won't get any emotion.
So actually, I'm not sure whether it's a blood moon or a red moon. I don't want to oversell it.
Some people call it red moon, some people call it crimson moon. Blood. Like sometimes we say crimson moon because we don't want to use the word blood, right?
Yeah.
So like with Iron Moon, I probably wouldn't say blood moon because it just sounds like messy, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Crimson.
Crimson.
Yes, but blood is also good because blood of humanity. When you talk about the meaning, Iron Moon is really about humans in coherence with the moon. Coming together, that's why the word convergent.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense. Am I hearing myself? Somebody's thing is on.
Okay. Okay, speak.
Okay, let me say that again.
Yeah, fix that.
So I think it's very important that but I say blood moon because actually I like the sound of it, but some people don't like the sound of the word blood moon. For me, for Iron Moon, it's a blood moon or a crimson moon. If the person was like, yeah, I go, okay, crimson moon, right?
Yeah.
Because crimson has a nicer sound than red.
Or even paying your school fee, then you're doing the
yes.
So you were at the radio astronomy lab when you took this?
Yes, I was actually coming from there. I was closing for the day, and then I looked up, saw the moon. Then I went back in, told my friend to come out with his astronomy. We have a telescope, but it's currently we have to do some servicing on it. But one of my coworkers has a phone which we've been using for our moon viewing events. So we took to just come outside, take pics of the moon at the toppest floor of the physics building. Just take these so we can actually have something to represent what we just saw. And it was a reddish looking crimson blood, whatever it was, but it was red. And he took many pictures, and it was a very big moon in the sky, a fully full moon.
I think it's because of wildfires. I don't think I never heard of any crimson moon this year.
Yeah, they're referring to it as a buck moon in reference to there's So that's I'm just doing a little research. So yes, it is a different kind of moon, but they're calling it a buck moon.
But the buck moon is different. It's the kind of moon that's the indigenous people's name for the moon in America.
Oh, well, that's what it's coming up as.
But if we say,
But I think you're right. It maybe could be influenced by
with the wildfires in Spain.
wildfires, yeah.
Because I didn't see anything about a blood moon. There's no eclipse. There's no eclipse.
Right.
And also, another person, I think Abdul Rahman, the one who did the lovely presentation on his lovely simulation, also took pictures of the same moon at his side. So he just sent me this, yes. So his phone isn't that good photographically, but like we actually had a very red moon in Ghana this evening. So yes.
Wow.
Yes.
And what they're saying here,
Incredible.
Yes.
as on July 30th, there is no blood moon in Ghana.
But there you see, two people have confirmed.
What has happened is, I wonder if it's the wildfires that are spreading that color.
Ooh, interesting.
Not supposed to be that color.
We've not had fires around our side. Actually, we've not really had them. It was actually very clear. It's actually been raining the whole day.
No, but are there any fires in West Africa?
I'm not sure actually. I wouldn't be sure, but from where we are, like that is we are in Kumasi right now, KNUST. There have been no fires, but I'm not sure about that. But probably there have been, and we are not aware of them. But this is what we've seen.
This is just fascinating to me because
it is.
Like, why is it so that color on a day when it's
yes. Yes, it was very, very bright and very, very red. And it was very, so you can see that in proportion to the other stuff, it's a bigger moon than we are normally used to seeing. So I was asking, is it just me or the moon is bigger? And it was actually bigger in the sky.
Well, it could be like a super moon or something, or a...
Yeah, okay, yes, it's supposed to be a super moon. But it was bigger than the other moons we've seen outside in the sky. It was bigger, much, much bigger.
Okay, it says, listen to this. Oh my God. It says that why Accra's moon looks especially red tonight. Oh, wow. This is, we're learning something together, guys. So here's this.
Yes.
I mean, first of all, when the moon is close to the horizon, its light travels so far when it's high overhead. This increases something called Rayleigh scattering, making the moon appear orange or red. 2. And haze in West Africa. It says sometimes there's dust particles that are amplifying the scattering effect, giving a red color. And then it says Accra's moon is currently a waning gibbous at 99% illumination, rising at around 7:08 p.m. and sitting low in the eastern southeast in Avenue. So a bright full moon near the horizon often appears strongly colored. So what is causing it to say? It says a combination of angle, dust, and atmosphere scattering is and this is coming from just Copilot, nothing fancy, right? And check it on a more sophisticated thing as we can get the answer, correct answer. But it says no eclipse is occurring. So let me check this same thing now on, let me check this answer on, somebody check it on a platform. I'm going to check it on Claude, right?
Let me ask you one question. Our company
Why is the...
They are in high demand during winter.
I'm just amazed.
Within a month. We do to minimize our losses. The girl replied, we should sell them at a lower price. The woman said, she's gone crazy. If we sell them at a lower price, the company will suffer.
Is the moon red in?
Yes.
Is anybody here from Nigeria?
The girl explained.
Or they have all left?
But if we don't sell them at all, they'll expire.
And one thing to also, it was actually changing colors as it was going. So it was actually very red around 7 p.m. And then it began to fade colors a bit into white as time passed. But as of 7, around 7 getting to 8, it was very red. And as time went on, the color was fading a little bit. I don't know if I can show you when we took it exactly as because we were running. Let me just take this picture. Find yes.
So where you know
The pictures first in our research lab.
where you know in Accra or Kumasi?
I'm in Kumasi. Yeah, Kumasi.
Oh, of course. Here you are.
What does your dad do?
I just amazing.
So this was around 7 p.m. Yes. It was very red, as you can see. Yeah, just, we're moving, but like it was very red by that time. Then as time passed, it slowly turned into white. So
This
even
is
the pictures
wait. This is the color it was at one point.
at 7 p.m. Yes, it was very red and very big in the sky.
I wonder if it's the sunset that's causing. This is weird. These are some lovely colors, my lord.
Yeah, very. It was very colorful. So we were talking about the wildfire. So I was also thinking about the horizon because we were taking astronomy data in our astronomy lab. We also have to like not take below.
It's gonna be pale as it climbs higher into
So
this.
I was
Right.
yeah.
It says it because it's
Yes,
low.
exactly.
Horizon moon effect. It's near the horizon, and so the physics behind a red sunset creates the same effect for the moon. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Called
So we got
Rayleigh, Rayleigh scattering.
yes.
Rayleigh scattering is what causes it to look like that.
You're too slow to stop.
Then it says aqueous coastal humidity combined with dust.
It's rained a lot today as well. It's true. The humidity, yes.
Humidity combined with dust, sea salt, aerosol, and urban particulate pollution and aqueous air quality has been in a moderate to poor range recently, amplified this reddening effect. More particles in the air near the horizon means more scattering of the shorter wavelengths, making the red tint more pronounced than it would be on a clear. It's amazing. It's totally amazing. So we can concept this horizon moon. And to say yes.
Oh, horizon moon, nice.
I'm going to use horizon moon effect. But it's called Rayleigh, Rayleigh. So we learned something tonight, guys.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much for sharing. So how do you feel seeing that moon as somebody who is into astronomy?
It was so surreal. It was such an amazing experience. I don't think I have ever, I don't think I have ever seen something this beautiful before, actually, ever, in a very long time. And it was so big in the sky and it was red, and we felt so much in awe because in the lab, we are always going into the classroom, we are in the lab, air conditioning on, and always looking into screens. But for the first time, like for in a while, we were able to actually see the practicality of what we've been doing, and everybody was in awe. I think it brought us back to our core selves, to our when we were kids. It made all of this seem so new and fresh. And yeah, it was refreshing actually. We're very happy seeing this. We were very, very happy seeing this.
So Charles, how we just think going with virtual moon? Now we've seen a red moon. Is virtual moon ready to be seen? Is virtual moon good?
Yeah, we even talk about the moon, so we are going to see something of the moon. Yeah, thank you very much, Leo.
Yeah, so should I stop sharing?
Yes, please, but send these pictures to Mo so he can put them on his platform.
All right, got it. Okay, how do I stop sharing anyway? Okay, stop sharing. Okay, yes.
All right, so let's see if we can get virtual moon to work.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes. May I ask you something? Of course, of course. Would you mind switching speeds? You mean my Windows? My Windows? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So here, as we can see, these are some videos of people they are trying and the virtual moon. So they are inside. Right now, they are on the moon. They are experiencing. You can see their reaction. They are touching something. They even they are seeing even the vehicle. The vehicle of Apple. Yeah, they see it, and you will see after that another video of another person. So let's see it. There are a lot of videos here, by the way, such as this one. He's trying the headsets, and in a few moments you will see his reaction.
C'est bon? D'accord, tu vois, c'est le ici. Tu vois? Voilà, tu
Could
vois
you
le
repeat,
papier vert.
Jessica? Virtual moon in Ghana?
Is there somebody doing it in Ghana?
In Ghana, I don't think so, but I think I will have to try to see on the website if there is a new one. But for the moment, no.
If there's somebody, let us
Yeah, I will drop the link of Virtual Moon, the website, in the comments so that people can see it. So here it was at Central University here in Tunisia. People tried it, and it was a best experience for everyone. Yeah, another one is this one. Yeah. So there are a lot of ambassadors around the world. In Africa, we have an ambassador. We have here in Tunisia, there are 3 ambassadors of Virtual Moon. And in Tanzania, uh, in Nigeria, there are 2 ambassadors. And also in Ecuador. So every ambassador has this kind of headset where people can try it for free. It's for free, by the way. And yeah, you experience everything, even the feeling of being on the touch, you see, and so on. And there is also this one.
experience anything without the headset. Do you have to have the headset?
You said,
Do we have to have the headset?
yeah, there is 2 possibilities to experience. There is a video you can see if you don't have the headset. You'll see just a video, the demo on the website, and you need to have the headset so that you can feel very well and you have the feeling of being on the boat because you see everything around you in 3D, and you can yeah,
I
it's
think,
great to have the headset.
I don't know, maybe in Jamaica it's too small for him to want to do it in Jamaica, but I think it'd be nice for the Caribbean Space Society Jamaica chapter to have one because we have 2 million people, so we have several schools we could go to and different places we could go across the whole island. We won't need more than one person in Jamaica, though.
Yeah, so if, for example, we found someone, an ambassador from Jamaica, he will have the headset. So our CEO, the founder, who is Mr. Money, will give him the headset for free, and it will be like his work to go to some people to try it. So the headset will be given to me, and for that person, the ambassador will go to some university, for example, to help people try it. And yeah, it's like uh, to make space accessible to everyone. So that's what we are doing and experience the moon. So another video is this one. There are a lot of experiences and demo. as you can see here. It was in Tunis at Central University.
When you go with one headset or you go with two headsets?
You say?
When you go out to demonstrate, like in the mall or whatever, are you going by yourself with one headset or are you going with two of you with two headsets? How do you do the experience?
For the moment, this version developed, this version is for individual experience. So for the moment, there are, I don't know if that was the question. Could you repeat, please, the question, Dr. Claire?
I'm saying when you go to the mall, I'm seeing these people. Do you have one headset or do you have two headsets? How many headsets do you have to go with?
Okay, I understand. It's just one headset. You go, you experience it. And in the future, there will be some features inside the software where people will have the capacity to go together. For example, with the family, you take your son or your, I don't know, father, mother, all of you. You go to the moon, you experience. So for the moment, it's an individual experience. So you feel yourself, and so the goal is to develop the digital twin, the entire every state of the moon will be developed inside the virtual moon, the software itself. So everything, even the state, the prints of astronauts right now, they are in virtual moon, they are in the software. You can see it, and so everything, the characters, and yeah. So that's it for the moment. But you see the entire digital twin of the term. So that's it, Doctor.
You and that baby can disappear.
All right.
He finished speaking.
So for the moment, we don't go to people directly to give a like or to make them try it. We organize some events where we invite all of people so that they can try at the event. For example, at the university, we go to a university, students can try it themselves. And also, if, for example, there is an event somewhere, an ambassador will go there and help people to try it. And as I mentioned, it's for free. You try it yourself. If, for example, you are in Tanzania, look for an ambassador and you will try it. In Nigeria and here in Tunisia, there are some people here in Tunisia, they can try it. And we hope it will be in every country. We hope to have an ambassador so that everyone can try.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask my friend who is actually in a vacation in Ghana to say a few words. Francine.
To myself, there was not a trace of
Francine.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I was trying to log on. Can't wait to give my reports from Cape Coast, Ghana.
So tell them about your experience of the moon in Ghana, your first time in Ghana.
Yes, matter of fact, I've been watching the moon. It is, for some reason, it's brighter here than I remember it being in the United States. It is this evening specifically, it was very bright and very, very deep, deep yellow. And so we are by, of course, the coast. And I was looking forward to seeing, because when you're over the water or close to the water, you can see the full moon and the limited lights from the city lights.
So how are you
Quite
in
excited.
Ghana?
How what?
How are you enjoying Ghana?
It's been a true learning experience. Everything you think you thought you knew just got even deeper. I can't wait to share that with you.
Well, on this call, we have Jemima, who is in Kumasi. We have Nana Essie. I'm not sure where she is. I know she's from Ghana, but I'm not sure if she's there or in somewhere else in the world. And we have
in UK.
Okay, she's in the UK. And then we have Abdul Mo. Mo is in Ghana.
Fabulous. We were in Kumasi. We left Kumasi this morning and journeyed to Cape Coast.
Oh.
Yes. Let me turn my camera on.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. Oh, kind of dark. Let me see if I can get. Oh, there we go. Yes, yes, yes. Fabulous.
So everybody,
There you go. Okay. Let me see if did I see you while I've been here? No.
Francis, she's a member of my team from my nonprofit here. She's a Jamaican, quote unquote, as in she's born in America of Cuban and Cuban parents. And so she's excited about being in Ghana for the first time. So I told her, you have to call in from Ghana so that you can have the experience of being. Because if she was here, she'd have had to be up with me 24 hours.
That's true.
So
yes. I remember the last time you did the 24-hour marathon during the SIDS. I kept checking in on you every couple of hours. That was a wonderful experience, though, reporting about the ocean.
that was 12 hours.
No, yeah. You sure about that?
It was 12 hours. It wasn't 24
No,
hours.
12 hours of preparation and 12 hours.
Yeah.
And I have Dr. Tate here with me. She is a colleague of yours. I'm just learning is a colleague of yours.
Oh, okay. Good to hear. So
Yes.
let's talk about Ghana. And today we're talking about International Day of Friendship, right?
Okay.
Based on what you've experienced so far, how do you feel in terms of the ability to transport? I mean, unfortunately, you went on a tour, so you didn't have a chance to meet many people from Ghana to really say experience that one-on-one relationship. Or have you, or do you do a program like that there where you go as tourists but you meet some people who are living there? How did you organize? How was the tour organized?
Well, regardless of how the tour may be organized, you know me. You know, I make my kids are like, Mama, stop talking to people. But it's been wonderful talking to people here. They've been very receptive. Um, uh, Looking at the beautiful children just smiling at you. It's just been a really great experience. Um, so it is a formal tour where we have an itinerary of the different museums and other cultural activities, especially leading up to independence. And so we have us. Well, actually, I think it's a mid-sized group, about 12 of us. You know, and mostly from the Eastern Seaboard and Eastern Seaboard of the United States, let me be clear, and Maryland area. I also traveling from North Carolina to meet them here in Ghana. Yeah. So, while of course going to the different tourist attractions, meeting the vendors, talking to them about life in Ghana, we have a wonderful, wonderful tour guide who has prepared us to intermingle with the community and understand what different things mean, uh, like handing money to people with your right hand versus your left, just different nuances that are distinct to the culture here. So, really excited about that. Real excited about that.
Well, I'm glad we're having a good time. We've been having a great time. We have been joined by two people who have been really stalwart. Dr. Josephine Claxton Richardson, she's in the UK. She's been with us for a long time. Nana Essie also with us for a long time. I think with us since we've been in Asia, right? Which is about, 8 hours ago. And we're joined now by my good friend. I want him to come on and say something because I was trying to harass him to make him get somebody from China. Ambassador Anton, how are you?
Oh,
Well, as I always say, I'm in the world.
So friends, Ambassador meet some of my team, two young members of my team, Charles Kafana from Tunis, but actually he's in Tunis, but he's from DRC, and Jemima Kwakuyu. I met her when I was in Ghana a couple of years ago, and she and I guess her mentor, and we remained friends, etc. And so we've been on this call since 2 a.m. We were not able to get a person, we were able to get a Jamaican who lives in China to represent China today. Except she wasn't literally in China. She was on holiday in Jamaica, so it was really surreal. But she came on in China time to represent China. And talked about her experience there and talked about the Chinese mooncakes and Chinese, and as an expat, most of her friends are other expats. And what to live in a country, but you don't really have friends from the country, you have other foreigners that make up your friendships. And we've been talking a lot. I'm really glad you came on because having served at the United Nations as well as bilateral, right? As well as ambassador to China, you really have a very macroscopic view of the whole international cooperation and where that's going. So we're talking about the future. We're talking about how we share the moon. And today's International Friendship Day. I thought I'd have you on because I really need someone like you to help me make the case for somebody to do Friendship Day.
Well, this is so exciting that I'm trying to contain myself. I've written a book, Why Duck? and why duck is kaya. In Chinese, kaya is roast duck. And so myself and the ambassador from Jamaica, who is Chinese origin, we took Beijing and throughout the provinces of China by storm. And this book, Kaya, Roast Duck, is about Chinese characteristics by the way they dine. So we talked about food and diplomacy. We talked about it is a very, very interesting, what I call experience, to look at people in their habitat, how they eat, their etiquette, the manner in which they move at the table. And it is so my book is out there, Why Duck? And it is doing so, pardon my excitement, ladies and gentlemen. I think, our distinguished host, Dr. Nelson, always do that to you. She entices you to be yourself. And I think my presence here today is simply because she was talking about the moon. And do you know there is mooncake in China? And we celebrated and had big festivities around Chinese New Year's and Midsummer Festival, and especially Doomsday, where we celebrate ancestral activities and looking at how the past emperors and the different dynasties were 5,000 years of Chinese history is revealed and unfolded.
Well, I have to ask you something, Ambassador, because today earlier we had a speaker on. She's left from Kenya, but Nana Essie is still on. And we were talking about Africa's need. The speaker is she's Kenyan, she studied in Cambridge, and she said she kind of found her Africanness when she went to Cambridge. And so she's gone back home with a full intention of really beginning the work of decolonization of the education system and epistemology in ways of which we language ourselves into being. And so in the word of, when you said 5,000 years of diplomacy, of Chinese culture, I started thinking about the fact that although we say that Africa is the cradle of civilization, we don't talk about African like that. We don't, it's like, I mean, it is supposed to be this big dark continent until we're discovered. And that's a problem. And so I guess my question is, as you've been meeting other ambassadors and people who have retired like yourself, is there any move afoot, or can you use this opportunity? I'm giving you more work, sir. I'm sorry. I forgive you work.
You know, again, I've always say your motivation, especially in this great future in which we are, we were brought here by our ancestors. We are in the future that they created. However, you go to Africa and you have French, you have Chinese, you have German, you have, and they are not teaching. Do you know that I am learning Igbo right now? I am learning Igbo because some of my great friends, medical practitioners, are Igbos. And I'm saying to them, what are the African languages? There are so many, but we don't hear about it. And you come and you go into the diaspora and you left the language behind. You don't, when you meet me, you don't greet me in African tongue. And these are the issues that I am engaging my colleagues with right now. Let's speak African. Let's begin to recognize that history does not stop. And we have to get into this relay of passing it on. So again, Dr. Nelson, thank you, because I am getting very excited about this gathering you have put together. And it is all about how we acknowledge that history does not stop. And what history are you making now so that when the discussion takes place in the next very near future, you would be spoken of? We don't only speak about our dead ancestors. When we speak about history, we have to make history. And so I'm writing to children. I am writing a lot to children. My children's books, Who Owns the Sky? My children's books, Get on Board, Dear Children of the World. My children's book, Why is Everybody Looking at Me? All these are books that I am engaging children in passing on cultural values so that we, in this great future, is acknowledging that we were assembled by the doings and the actions of our ancestors. So again, I let me calm myself down.
I want you to meet Charles. Do you have any questions of Ambassador? Because I can get to talk to him anytime, but I wanted some of you young people from the other side to have an opportunity to talk to one of the Caribbean ambassadors who has served in the United Nations, served as Grenadian ambassador to China, as well as served in the US, to the US. So a lot of experience in international affairs. I know you are very curious. Do you have any questions you want to ask Ambassador and anybody else on the call? I know Josephine, Dr. Josephine may have a question because she's been on a long time listening. Any questions, Ambassador?
Thank you very much. I present myself as Dr. Claire mentioned. I'm Charles Cafona. I am an industrial electronics engineer and a virtual moon ambassador and the Stardust ambassador. So we are very, very glad to have you with us. We are going to see if we have some questions. I was listening and that was great to hear, by the way.
So Charles was my moderator for 4 hours. He did the Africa leg, so he's on his way out now, and I'm gonna go. But I'm glad you came on before he left, because the idea is to begin to build new bridges, build new networks, weave new things into being. We're going to a very critical time in human history. We have perfected the art of mutually assured destruction. And so some of us have to get to the task of creating mutually assured posterity, right? So I have now created a term, ambassador. Please to start using it. Mutually assured posterity. Nobody has ever talked about what is the antidote to mutually assured destruction. So how do we build the infrastructure for mutually assured posterity? We know we have it for mutually assured destruction. We have the nuclear bombs, we have the deterrence, so that if you bomb me, I bomb you, right? You will note that earlier this year, China sent a stern warning to the US that they promised the world that they would never ever draw the first gun, and they would never ever fire the first bullet, and they would never ever fire the first bomb. But they warned the world that if America fired the first bomb, there would not be a second chance. And I listened to it, and I listened to the implacable way in which it was said, and I said, oh my God. Oh my God. When will we get past this state of being in human history? And so, as Africa being the youngest continent in the world, also the continent struggling to get out from under the colonial instruments that exist, whether it's the IMF, the World Bank, and all those other ones, we have to make sure that we're holding the hands of the young ones who have the talent, they have the passion, they have the will, but sometimes they don't have the pathway to begin to get to the levels of leadership that they need to get to. So my interest in supporting engineers and technical people like Charles and Jemima and Abdul and Alan and all the other people who have been on the call since this morning is just to give them a pathway so that they don't feel so stuck. Sometimes you're in your own country, nobody knows what you're doing, nobody's encouraging you. It can be very mentally hard. So we have a platform to do this.
You know, the exploitation is what I look at very closely. You say nobody knows what they're doing, but all the innovations are taken and sold back. Many innovations occur in the continent, not only the mines and the minerals that are extracted, the talents are pulled out, the innovations that are done, and people go unnoticed. Well, they do it in Africa, they take it and implement it and sell it back. You know, I keep talking of, I love poetry, okay? And one of the things I look at is the old poems. All the world's a stage. Right now, we are actors. Each of us are supporting actors in this world on that stage on which we are. The question is, if we are all stars, then what we get is an Academy movie. The world becomes this great, great movie. So each of us in our space must act, must be stars. We ought to be stars in our space. That's why there are so many. Have you ever looked and pay attention? 1.4 billion. Why are there so many of us? Have you ever really take focus on that and ask yourself, what is your role in this big movie? Are you playing it? You're a supporting actor. To whom? Are you the dream of whom? Are you the person that has a dream for somebody else? And how are you acknowledging? When you look at yourself, what do you see? And how are you carrying this gift that you are to each of us right now interacting? It is so powerful when you understand. So you have to recognize yourself as being a star in your role, and you have to play it well and excel. And so one of the reasons I respond to Dr. Nelson is the fact that she looks ahead. And looking ahead provides you opportunity for seeing the pitfalls that may occur. And so we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted by all that's going on. We have to be creators. We have to be innovators, and we have to know who we are. And it may be simple, this may be small talk, but the power is confidence, self-confidence, and self-knowledge, and estimating your self-worth, and knowing how you associate with the person that is with you, the value of each of us. That's the biggest issue, how we relate, how we give ourselves to each other, because we are gifts. We are gifts to each other. And how we cherish this gift is by gratitude, by appreciation. And so in gratefulness for each other, we have to relate to each other in a special way and say, listen to me. You are who you are because I am who I am. We cannot, we are indispensable and cannot forget that. So again, my voice is perhaps, I need to calm myself down and relax and listen to you. Listen to your.
Well, Ambassador, I want to introduce, I discovered that, and Charles, if you need to go, let me know. Don't feel stuck because I know it's late your time. It's 10 o'clock your time. I know you have work in the morning, so you may need to go. But I wanted to introduce, I think, then the essay is saying, I think literary works such as The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad have in the past portrayed Africa as a dark continent. However, I prefer to see Africa as the most brilliant of all the continents, a place rich in history, culture, innovation, resilience, and human potential. It is up to us to tell our own stories, educate our own people, and shape a narrative that reflects the true Africa rather than outdated stereotypes.
That's right.
I agree. The other day I was on some call, I don't know which call I was on, and somebody said something about the Black continent. So I said, excuse me, which continent is that? They never answered me. Because I decided I wasn't going to ask, pretend like I knew what they were talking about. I said, which continent is the Black continent? Rude and out of order, right? So
it is the rich continent, the rich continent. That's what we have to rename it. I mean, we
continent, the big continent.
The,
because when you look at the map that is now going around to show the true size of Africa, is also important that we internalize that. And so I wanted to also bring on, because I think they're going to be helping us look at some stars today. I think we have David Marshall, who is here from Barbados. And in this hour, he's supposed to talk about the moon over Barbados. Let me just, David Marshall, we just got pictures of a moon in Ghana, which were red and yellow. And so we thought it was a blood moon, but it's not a blood moon. It's one that is colored because of the Haley effect. You probably know about it. We never knew about it. So Jemima had took some pictures. Is she still here? Maybe if you could show your slides again, Jemima, just quickly.
Sure. Let me just open these things. All righty then.
Yes.
And then let me just show my screen.
As it was tonight earlier in Ghana. So those of us who fancy ourselves having roots in Ghana, like myself here.
Yeah.
I haven't done this, but anyway, I think I have roots in Ghana. These are pictures we're taking tonight.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Oh man. You know, this is interesting. Beautiful, beautiful. In my book for children, Who Owns the Sky, is a rendition of moons over the world.
Wow.
Is it the same moon that you see in Africa and in Jamaica? Is it the same moon that we see in America? You say, this is the moon over Africa. But how does the moon reach everywhere at the same time? Not time, but existing in time. This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful.
I love these moons. And I said to her, you took this tonight. She said, yes. I said, but why is it red? So we did some research and found there's something called a Haley effect, Hay. Thanks to mommy, you can stop sharing now. The Haley effect, Haylei.
Okay.
So we're going to share these pictures. We're going to probably have a link to a folder online on the Space Ungana website so people can get them afterwards. As a memento, we're gonna take out this Ari moon thing, this moon that's not our moon, and we're gonna put our moon in our Ari moon because we actually took a picture of the moon ourselves, so it's gonna be really our Ari moon. I'm so excited about it. So Dr. David Marshall is with the Barbados Observatory. I'm going to bring him on to talk about what's going on. So Barbados is the easternmost country in the Caribbean, coming from Africa. So the Sahara dust hits them first.
That is true. All right, good evening or good night, everyone. Yes, my name is David Marshall. I am the president of the Barbados Astronomical Society, and it is really a distinct pleasure to be part of this distinguished gathering. I joined and I realized I'm amidst of a lot of doctors. Just to say, I'm not a doctor. The Barbados Astronomical Society, we are an incorporated nonprofit organization, but it is mostly amateur astronomers. So we know our stuff, we know our astronomy, but there are no professional astronomers in our midst. And to some extent, we take some pride in that because we know.
It's a new word to use for that. It's not amateur because they're saying that people think because they're amateur, the people are not doing anything. Trying to use a new word, I think, is recreational astronomy. Or some new word, because they say amateur sometimes gives the impression that the people are not skilled.
Okay, all right. I think we
could, word amateur. So go ahead.
We could think of a better word of time. Because in some fairness, it still respected the contributions. Well, it's definitely in professional circles, let's say the ones that truly matter in the field of astronomy, the work of those of us who are not professionals are still, that work is still highly valued because we are the ones who may have more time with our equipment to truly explore the sky, to collect the data that professionals may then pour over it for further analysis. So we take some pride in that. We don't see it as, being in a lesser state, so to speak, than others who are truly enthusiastic in astronomy. So yeah, I think just to say that at the society, we do our best with the resources we have. Again, as I had the distinct fortune of meeting Dr. Nelson in person when she visited the Harry Bailey Observatory, which is actually is a one-of-a-kind observatory in the Eastern Caribbean. It was constructed in 1963. And since then, we have survived through the kind donations from the public. We have our outreach sessions, and the funds that we raise through outreach alone has kept our doors open. And I think that is an example of what truly can be achieved in any location where the interest in astronomy is there. There's a lot to share about the skies above. There's a lot of advancements in astronomy and in space exploration that the general population, we believe, is truly interested in. And that probably is true for any given country that you're in. So if you know what you have and what you can use to the best possible way, there's a lot that you can share where astronomy is concerned, and there's a lot that interest can do because you're feeding that interest all along the way. And we don't expect much in the way of donations. We just basically have a basic donation rate that we collect on Friday evenings when we have our outreach sessions, and it has been sufficient to keep us going. I said the observatory was constructed in 1963, but the society, the Barbados Astronomical Society, this year is celebrating 70 years of existence. And that's a pretty long time, right? I am keen on meeting with other those who are interested in similar efforts that our astronomical society is interested in, because we know that, at least within the Caribbean, there isn't a lot of support coming from governments for things related to space and things related to astronomy because it is seen as that is something for the bigger countries to deal with. Space exploration, yeah, that is something for the larger countries with the billions to invest to really take hold of and take the lead in. But I think it is important that for all countries, there's that understanding that space does not belong to one country or two or three, right? And the whole matter of going to the moon and exploring the moon, that should not be, it's not the responsibility of one country, and the benefits that are derived from that should not then go to a single country or a small group of countries. We all look up at the same moon. We all see it. Well, to be fair, right now it hasn't risen in Barbados as yet. But just saying, when it does, we'll be seeing the same moon. We will all be seeing the same moon, and it's seen as that treasured resource that through millennia we have all gazed upon and seen in basically the same way. The moon has had its impacts, it's taken its licks, as we say in the Caribbean, but as it's been there for billions of years. And all of humanity has gazed upon it in the same way and wondered the same things and want to be able, hopefully, at some point, to return to the moon and truly, well, there are some considerations there. We do not want to spoil what is there. We don't. At least that is my perspective and that of the fellow members in the society, Barbados Astronomical Society. We don't want that we take our troubles from Earth to the moon. We don't, right? So I think that these sorts of meetings to hear what the perspective is from those of us who are really interested in astronomy, who are not looking at the moon as being some great minefield, well, some great, what's that term? But something to be mined for resources, to leave it all scarred with the results of that.
Exactly.
I mean,
I think it's a question for you. I see a hand up.
Sure, sorry.
You have a question?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Good day, everyone. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, everywhere you are. Right? So, well, you said we should not consider you as doctor, but I'm not sure which other title to give you now. So we're gonna stick with that. It'll stick to Dr. Marshall.
David could work. It's fine.
You spoke about this society with so much passion, with so much drive, and we just want to know, where did it all begin? Where did it all begin for you personally? How why did you have this? Well, I can't say why, but how did you come about to have this passion about astronomy and everything space?
And so that takes us back 40 years, 40 years, when Halley's Comet was last visible in our sky. My dad bought for the family this little 2-inch telescope, tiny little thing, right? And through that, we had the opportunity to see that comet. And the wonder really began for me at that stage. We didn't have computers. We did not have cell phones. We did not have the internet even back then, but once you have, and you're surrounded by people and you're supported by people who are interested in seeing you progress in some form or fashion in the thing that you are interested in. With my family, mom and dad bought me astronomy magazines. That was really the extent of the knowledge there and the few books that we had. And that kept me going for a long time. Then along came the internet and access to the information was there. Granted, though, the opportunity to pursue astronomy at a professional level, it would not be fair to say that it really wasn't there, but it was a little bit out of the reach of what my family could afford. And, ultimately, when the decision came to decide what exactly are you going to pursue, the world of IT seemed to take over. So that is my current substantive role as my position, business analyst. But it's to say that the love for astronomy never faded. I was fortunate enough to join the society, well, because the rigors of work really, it did take its toll. We didn't have a lot of opportunity to be a part of the society before 2014 when I joined the Barbados Astronomical Society. And yeah, I think like 3 years after, I became vice president and now I'm president. And it's been a wonderful journey. And all along the way, you just enjoy sharing knowledge of astronomy with others. We have classes in the society where we just recently concluded. It was 3 classes spanned over 3 weeks, 2-hour sessions each week. And the sheer joy that you can get from that, seeing the interest is there, hopefully seeing those who may not have been able, well, like me, who, let's just say folks like me who have that interest now, the same level of interest in astronomy, being able to take advantage of the opportunities that are now available that weren't available for me back then. There's no greater joy than that, really and truly.
May I?
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Marshall,
Okay.
you get me very excited. Again, I'm holding in my hand this book, Who Owns the Sky?
Ah, yes.
And I'm asking children around the world, dear children of the world, when you look up, what do you see? And we got into the galaxies. That's the kind of excitement that I get when I come into this kind of events, because I don't just sit there. I do what you're doing, but I do it in my way. I'm not an astronaut. But there is something about engaging young minds about what's beyond the beyond and all that's going on with going to the moon and trying to get to Mars. And I have thought about it, and I prepared this. Who owns the sky? To entice young minds to examine what's out there and what's up there and how they can investigate and participate in knowing about the galaxies. And so I am very, very pleased to meet you and to know and to learn about your work. And that's what I'm talking about, how you are making your contribution and passing on. You are starring in your role, and that's what is critical, so that your impact entices and makes others move. Thank you very much for sharing.
It's a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Sorry, Dr. Nelson, we're not hearing you. I think you're muted.
We have been joined by our own Caribbean citizen astronaut, global steward Keisha Shahaf, who I have named the official global steward of the Moon Convergence, the first annual celebration of UN International Friendship Day, born out of the Caribbean place in the world where we understand ourselves to be the crossroads of all cultures, and therefore most suited to carry the flag of global friendship throughout the world. I think we should claim that, right? So, Ambassador, your job is to let the UN know that we are going to control International Friendship Day, because nobody's not doing anything with it anyway. We have been friends to everybody. And as certain people say, and satellites of none. And so I would just love for you all to meet. If you haven't met Keisha, she's not able to stay long because she's an early to bed kind of person. But I want you to meet her because she actually has been to space. And I know many Caribbean people have never met her. And so especially for Cheyenne, who is on in this hour, I wanted her to meet you in particular because Cheyenne wants to be an astronaut and a rocket scientist. So with that, Keisha, just say a few words about your experience in space. The fact since I know you have to go. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much again. And greetings to everyone. It's such an honor to be amongst such amazing fellow Earthlings. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's such an honor to spend this day with you, Dr. Nelson. And yes, I am from Antigua and Barbuda, and I had the honor of winning 2 tickets that took me to space. It was a fundraiser for Space for Humanity. They are doing amazing work in sending people to space from all over the world, all diversity. So it's not just for people who are in America and look a certain ways. All of us, we're all included in this. And this is an amazing time for humanity, for the shift. It was a horrible experience as we were back in the times of COVID. We didn't know what was going on. And just in all of that, I had won 2 tickets that took me and my daughter who came with me. She says, Mom, if anyone is going to space with you, it's going to be me. And at the time, she was a young student. She was 16 years old, way too young to have gone to space. She needed to be 18, but that was okay because at the time it was Virgin Galactic that took me to space, and they were not ready for us just yet. So it took 2 years of training with me and my daughter. She was 18 at the time. And it's such a coincidence because we had no idea we were making history in such a way. She became the youngest person to have gone to space by 2 weeks. And that was just thrilling. And we became first mother and daughter team to have that experience together, and first women from the Caribbean as well. At the time, I thought we were the first persons from the Caribbean, but Cuba was very quick to tell me, no, 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 we went to space before. So I could not claim first person to space, but at least I could claim first woman to have gone to space. And what was really incredible about that at the time that I went to space back in 2023, women, just under 100 women had gone to space, but I didn't realize as a Black woman at the time it was under 7 women who have gone to space who are Black. So I became number 6 and my daughter became number 7. So I thought that was incredible at the time. But I did not go to space because I was looking for any credits or to make history in such a way. I just had this dream from since I was 2 years old when my grandfather told me about the first man that went to the moon. And had I known all these years after that I would have had that opportunity because I did not have a space um, or a science background. I'm just a regular citizen of our planet. But I think it's so important for regular people like me and others to have that experience because we can bring back what is called the overview effect, where we can make a shift and we can go out there as ambassadors making a change to our planet. Because when you meet the planet face to face the way that I did, it really changes everything within you. I became a person who is so much more conscious of life, connection, love, and peace. And all of this had helped me to birth what is called the inner astronaut that is helping to bring the overview effect back here on earth. Because I said to myself, how am I going to bring this experience back to let others know how important it is for us to take care of our home? This is our only home. Earth is the most perfect place for us to live. It has amazing conditions. Everything in space is designed to probably destroy us. We can't breathe in space. We can't survive in space. We would need so much technology and so much things to come together to make that happen, right? But we have all the conditions right here on top of our planet. So I had that incredible experience, and I'm really thrilled and really happy to bring all of that back to everyone. The stardust and the magic meeting our planet, she was just beautiful, just one floating blue orb. It's nothing like what the pictures show. When you see it with your own eyes, it is pure magic. It just takes your breath away completely, completely changed me. My mind is just blown. It feels like a part of me was left in space because I cannot stop thinking about it. Like, how is all, I mean, we understand how creation happens, and there's so many different theories out there, but there's nothing beats seeing something with your own eyes because when you can experience something for yourself, that's when you actually know. You can read about it, you can see pictures, but when you see it for yourself, you realize how special we really are and how important each one of us are. We're not separated from each other. There are no borders in space, there's no separation. Why are we here on this planet creating so much havoc, making so much separation, and making it so difficult for us to just survive something that we don't even know why we're even here? How many of us have that question? Why are we here? Why do we exist? Why all of this, right? But peace is really what our aim is. It's beyond love. It's something bigger than love. So that's my experience. And I'm really happy to keep working on myself, keep working on my mindset, keep working on my habits so that I can be a better human being, not just for myself, but that I'm not making any trouble with anybody else. Because like if I can be peaceful and happy within myself, I can create peaceful and happy conditions that other people can also enjoy a life here on this planet. So nice to meet you all.
Ambassador, I was thinking, your book, how can we get the book into the spaces? Like, as a matter of fact, what you need to do is because Grenada, for example, we have Grenada here. Grenada is one of the countries that are going to be sending a girl to India to build a satellite. In August, they're in part of Mission Shaktisat that I'm an advisor to. And I've been trying unsuccessfully, I might say, to get an official space club started at Marishaw, right? So if you know anybody there at Tamsi, please, and I've been asking David Marshall as well, the community college in Barbados, because sometimes they're more hungry. If you know the right person, because we have had some amazing connections today that we can bring some things back to the region that will really be transformative. One of our new things we have available is a platform designed by, as I like to call it, my newest son from Ghana. He has designed a platform where you can see the whole galaxies and you can put in the name of the place you want to see, and then it carries you through to that planet, and then you hit it and it's all the information about that planet or that galaxy or stuff. And it's like easy to use. These are the kind of information we want to make available. Maybe to the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, because getting in the school system is very hard. So what I think we need to do as Caribbean people is identify ways in which we can organize. And I have to give a big shout out to Cheyenne Celine here on the call. Cheyenne, if you can turn on your camera, I definitely wanted you to be on. That's why I told Keisha, please come now, because I wanted you to meet Keisha Shahaf, at least know who she is because of your passion. I met Cheyenne when I was in Barbados a couple of weeks ago, and she was kind of feeling slightly sorry for herself because nobody takes her on her rocket science ambition that seriously, except for probably Mr. Marshall here, because there's no rocket science in Barbados, right? We're going to study that. And so I said, well, tell you what, why don't you start a club? My girl got the club started in less than a week. That's what I mean by leadership, passion, right? The kind of energy we want to support in this network. So I think, Ambassador, we have to find a way to get copies of these books, maybe in the libraries in the region. And what I don't know how you're gonna have, who will sponsor it, but then we can have people like Cheyenne and David read it in Barbados. We can have people like Dina Kay and Dominic when she comes on read it in Jamaica. We can have people like Keisha read it in the library in Antigua. So rather than just like hoping for it to happen, because you might have access that we don't have, think about how you can get the books into their hands, and then we can have a read together day, right? Sometime in the future, when we all say on this Saturday, we're all going to go to a library and read the same book. It creates a little bit more impact and drama. And maybe we can read in World Space Week, because World Space Week is October. So we have some time to think it through. But the next big event, quote unquote, in the space community will be World Space Week. And that's normally October 4th to the 10th. The theme for this year's World Space Week is rocketry. And I don't think we'll be doing anything with rocketry in the Caribbean because we're so far away from that. But we do want to launch maybe either a CANSAT or a satellite reading project, because of the fact we just need to get the governments moving. And the reality is that because the governments of Grenada, I think St. Lucia, Antigua, and St. Kitts have signed the Latin America Space Agency, we do have the reason to justify why this is important. So, Ambassador, just something to think about. So,
right.
I know Keisha can't go, has to stay, move. So if you have any questions, think about it while the ambassador answers.
The books are on Amazon everywhere. It's just very interesting that in Nigeria, for example, one company bought 10,000 copies. I was so thrilled to see that occurred. And UNESCO and the United Nations has given a real good remark about the book, especially the book Get on Board, Dear Children of the World, because it's talking about the SDGs. We here in this group right now speaking, we are talking about sustainability. We're talking about continuity. We're talking about history. We're talking about, but we are talking in this forum, we need intergenerational engagement, intergenerational relay, so that the wealth, when I listen to, Keisha is a name, spoke about her experience up there. Your experience up there has to be brought down here and shared beyond your family and this group. The issue is, how do we start in our space? And that's what I keep, and I'm just writing. I'm doing a lot of this. And coincidentally, South Korea has purchased the rights. The book is in 5 languages. South Korea. In Rome, MMUN, in Rome. I'm excited, but I don't do a lot of, only when I meet Dr. Nelson, I get excited like this. But believe you me, you have so much, Dr. Marshall, Keisha, all of us here who are talking, we have so much to share. And we don't share to each other. We have to pass it on in an intergenerational relay, so that the next one coming after you in your generation feels you.
How do we get the support to do that? I mean, how do we get support to get the books? I mean, books are not cheap. I mean, which company in the Caribbean would even, which company could, I mean, they might listen to you more than us, but I mean, is UNESCO willing to buy a couple of books for each?
We could make it available at cost with the editor, and I can decide how we can make the book available at cost, so that there wouldn't be, the reason for, cost shouldn't be the humbug, But it's something to be thought of, because again, when I was approached by Nigeria, I was very pleased, and we made it possible. We got that load of 10,000. And so again, it's on you get a book is at Walmart, it's at Target, it's everywhere I go now. See, so it is something for us here to decide on how we share our talents and our knowledge and the light that we give out. Each of us in this forum here has something to distribute, to give to those around us.
Yep.
And that's why I'm here, is to really support this kind of initiative, passing it on.
Yeah, we really have to think through that, because I think the Caribbean Space Society, we don't have any corporate sponsors in the region. I'm not sure who would be a corporate sponsor. Maybe the phone company, I mean, a Digicel or a Flow, because I mean, they're the ones that are using satellites the most, I would presume.
Yeah, outside of this forum, it's something to be considered. I would look into it, not on this forum now, but I would look into it and communicate with you as to some suggested ways we can get this in children's hands. And that's what when I hear the 2 speakers, Marshall and Keisha, those are volumes of information that people need to sit down and hear and get them excited. I'm finished.
Well, Shane, you have any questions? Dr. Jaja, you have any questions?
No questions. Just ready to do my do.
Shane, you have any comments or questions?
How long will it take to reach? Around 30 minutes. depending on traffic.
Well, I do in terms of the sponsoring. I was thinking about since you needed sponsor and you would try and have it geared towards more things that will be happening in the Caribbean, like tourism and the blue economy in some way to get those satellites, as you mentioned in the Seed Summit. Thanks, I really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So if I'm pretty sure Barbados has quite a bit of environmental activists that I know of that usually go about getting sponsors, so you could also reach out to them.
That needed purifying, sorted in silver vessels. Infections that killed every.
Those are very good suggestions, and it should be taken into consideration outside of this forum. I don't think we can, we don't have the time to use it in this forum, but it is very good to share it. And I take note, and I will try my best to continue to circulate this. You gave me a new momentum, Marshall, with your, you are an astronomer, you are, and somebody has gone to space. If you see in the book, inside the book, it was all about space. Look, this is so interesting, and I'm very pleased.
I didn't even read that book.
Huh?
I didn't even know you had written that book. I did not know when I called you had written that book.
No, I didn't. I don't do this. I don't promote these books like that. I put it in. You go to Amazon, you go to Costco, you go to Walmart, you go to anywhere you go, you could find. But again, that's what I do. I'm talking to children now. Talking to children. Get on board, dear children of the world. And we did something exactly like this. The Secretary General convened a convention in 2030. And it brought all the children of 2015 right into 2030 for a convention at their age, at their stage, at their position. Could you imagine that we had this jet which went around the world and bring the children together for a convention? And we talked about how the world would be when the SDGs are successful. And lo and behold, when we left the convention there in 2030 to come back to town, COVID was raging and everybody was dying. And it was such a, the UN gave me a beautiful write-up, and I was excited that it did that. But it is about reaching children on time. It is about sharing on time. And you know, children contribute at early, they're not just prodigies. They make contributions if we pay attention to what they're doing and recognize that they're filling the space that they're brought into. And so that's how I look at it as a teacher, as an educator. I focus a lot on how, you know, I publish on logical thinking, you know, language and logical thinking in the pre-operational stage of development. How do you as a parent recognize, and how do you as a person recognize your logical thinking and language development? We have it all in us. We just have to get conscious of what is in us.
We talked about that earlier today because we're talking about AI and the implications for education and the ability to think. And so I'm going to come back to Keisha. I know she has to go and just answer the question about the AI piece, because do you think we could have an AI, like if we had an AI version of our AI/VR XR tool that could simulate space flight, do you think we'd have the same impact? Or just from your intuition?
Maybe that's why Adegoke hasn't rejected him completely.
I've just submitted to CARICOM headquarters this proposal. I don't know if anyone could read it.
We're seeing it, yeah.
And it is Technology Experience and Innovation Center creation, and one for the Eastern Caribbean, one for CARICOM. And they have responded. So I am waiting on that. But this issue of AI is, you know, people talking about data centers, but we need to have AI centers in our region. Remember, we spoke about a ground station to sort of go into what's going on in space, the satellites and the data. The data is power. Data is all that's happening now. Data is AI, and we don't have it. They just take it from us. Just as how they take our brains and they extract our gold, and they do the same thing with our data and come back and use it on us. So we have to get ready. And so a data center, the issue of even our monies have to be, we have to pass it through this, the feds have to give us our money, correspondent banking privileges, else we don't have anything. So again, this is really interesting. Thank you, Dr. Nelson.
Yeah, I agree with that too, but we have to also remember that AI is a tool, and if we don't get too drawn into it and lose our ability to function as a human, we can easily become replaced by AI. So we have to be very careful with that and remember that it's a tool, but not everybody is going to have the opportunity to go to space. So we can use that as a tool for the simulation and to just give that feeling, because a part of the training that we had before going to space, we had a simulator that was like an AI. I mean, you could see the space, you're in this ship and you're traveling out, and the feeling you get from that lift and all of that, you really feel it, and you can pilot it and do all of these things with it, and you're safe. You're not going to have the effects of real life, really. But in the mind, I don't think that in the mind you can really separate like that if you believe that this is what's happening. So I think once we can stick with it as a tool, as what it's created to be, and not go over too much with that, I think it can be a really great tool that we can send people to space in that way, to have that kind of effect. Because when it comes to the overview effect, it's just really a cognitive shift. So doing that for the first time and being like, whoa, with that, I think that's quite remarkable. I've also had the experience to meet astronauts who have been to space several times. And I do notice really a difference in the way that they are in their mind and all of that, and pulling away kind of from other people, because it's quite an isolated experience, especially when you cannot really share it with another person that would have that type of understanding, who've been in that experience with you. So having the AI tool to be used in that way as well, you can kind of get rid of that separation in that way, because we don't want more separation amongst us as mankind. We have way too much of that, right? So if we can be more inclusive and more together and united, I feel that is a great moving forward, a direction forward. So we just have to be mindful and balanced in everything that we're bringing into our existence, into our here and now. And if we can keep that mindset, I think it will be okay. Yeah. Yeah.
To the hour, we have finished our first hour of our 4-hour marathon to the Caribbean. I have been on for 16 hours. And this is the second hour of my last 8 hours. So I wanted to thank those of you who have been on for a long time. Special shout out to Dr. Josephine Claxton Richards for being on from the UK for such a long time. I really appreciate your company and chiming in every now and then. Special shout also to Nana Esse, also from the UK, for being on from, I think she's on from about maybe, I don't know, noon today or 10 o'clock this morning, for hanging in there and chipping in and out and really adding some really good commentary on some of the speakers that we've had. All right, guys, any comments or questions for our citizen astronaut Keisha Shahab before she runs off, Ambassador? Before you all go, and then we go into our next session.
Question for
You have a question?
Keisha, yes, please. Have you documented your experience and put it in record, your thoughts having had the occasion to fly above us?
That's an excellent question, Ambassador. And yes, I have documented it completely in my journal as everything has been occurring in real time. I have documented because, we can't really depend on the memory sometimes. So I have taken exact notes as everything has occurred. And most of what I've documented is also in the museum, in the Antigua Museum. But I'm also working on putting together my own memoir, just recording that completely. Who else to write your history but yourself, right? So I'm hoping to have that ready, that I can actually have it published very soon. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
DDK?
Yes, I just want to say that, as she brought up the point of using AI as a simulation because a lot of persons won't, get that opportunity to go, right? And I believe it's an amazing idea, especially with Abdul's software, right? I think it's an app that it's like we can do so much with AI now, and it's all about drawing the line where, as you have brought up the point of students still using their brains, right? Because sometimes AI is an amazing tool. And of course, in everything we have good and bad, right? And as this generation, I believe that they won't be using their brains to the full capacity since now they have AI to just answer every question they want to answer, right? And so I believe we have to also draw the line where our children is concerned. And um I was so intrigued by Miss Shahab because she said that from 2 years old, she has this, she was intrigued about space and all that. And I'm like, what was I doing when I was 2 years old? Right? And that's why it is so important for our parents, right? Because I'm sure that they realized that from she was 2 and they nurtured it. And that is how she has been able to have this big accomplishment right now. Of course, maybe later down in life, even if they didn't nurture it, she would have still found this passion. But just to hear her say from 2 years old, how amazing is that? And that's why we have to really pay attention to our generation. Right? It is amazing. And when she said 2 years old, I'm like, is it that she remember at 2 years old this is her passion, or she was reminded by her parents? Right? Because I'm like, do I remember anything from 2 years old? But it is so amazing. It is so amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. When I was very young, from 2 years, even before that, one of the practices that I did, which as I got into my 30s, I can say I haven't practiced it like that. But one of the things I did, like at the end of the day, I would always go over my day, like recall it as much as possible and mark and store things according to maybe where I was living or maybe the year or something like this. So my memory was really, really on point up until maybe like age 30, and then I kind of stopped with that practice. But I feel like I tapped into something important back then, which I probably should have continued even beyond my 30s. Just practice going over, like recording exactly, like throughout your day. And that really helps you with your memory. But my grandfather was a scholar, and my grandfather saw my interests. So it's important to pay attention to your children to see where their interest is going. And instead of trying to make your kids become like you notice what their interests are and you help them in that direction. And if it changes later on, that's okay, because having multiple interests is all right, because I have multiple interests. That was not my only interest. And I've done most of the things that I said I wanted to do, not even realizing that I had done it. But it's because I worked on myself, mindset shifting, because I have a lot of fears or had a lot of fears, but I had to step into my fears because if I did not learn how to reframe things and face my fears just little bits and little bits at a time, I would not have ended up going to space. I would have missed that dream completely. I would have said, no way. And it's a very small amount of people, from what I'm understanding, would actually acquire their dreams because of fear holding them back. So, what does it say about fear? Fear is our greatest enemy. If we can tackle fear, then we can conquer. That mindset is what has helped me and keep me using that even today moving forward. Because it doesn't mean that the triumph stopped just because I went to space, because the greatest triumph came forward towards me in my face after going to space. Because sometimes when you face something really big, something amazing, something even bigger is coming your way as a challenge that you have to get through. And that's what I learned from that.
As I hear you thinking about fear, I'm here thinking about, I'm afraid of lizards. I know it sounds very trifling. I'm saying, what would I want to accomplish such that I would, for example, pick up a lizard in my hand to get that thing?
That is something for you to think about and work on.
Only Dr. Nelson would figure this out.
Not doing that.
Now, if I give you a grant of $1 million,
that's punishment.
And they say, if all you have to do is pick up this lizard and you get $1 million for your nonprofit. Oh my God.
You know what? If you can have compassion for that lizard, if somehow you can develop compassion for that lizard, then maybe you'll pick it up. Think about the lizard as a baby having his mother, his little lizard mother, his lizard father, and they're taking care of this lizard. You know, like you got to think of it in a compassionate way. That's what
No. So, Dr. Nelson, all you have to do is close your eyes. Just close your eyes. You'll be fine. You don't have to know what you're holding in your hand. Just pick it up.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Listen to me. Tamara, I'd like to say a few words before Ambassador has to go. Grenada is in the house. Grenada has a girl that was going to be going to, I'm not sure if she's on the call, going to India. So if you can, if you're around, yes, if your camera can turn it on.
Yes, absolutely. So I have been looking on, I've been listening, and I am so amazed. And immediately I put into our group chat for the girls of Mission Shaktistat who are not going to be going to India, but have been part of the program. And I said, hey, the first woman who has gone to space from the Caribbean is speaking. And I've just been so inspired. And it was mentioned also that Grenada is part of the Caribbean society there, and I went to do some research, and actually tomorrow, God's will, I am taking the opportunity to meet our Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, because I work in disaster management. We have a staff, and he is the Minister for Disaster Management. There is this in celebration of August 1st, there is a meetup, and I'm going to make it my mission to go to him, to speak to him about Mission Shaktistat, the upcoming trip to India personally, and just to reiterate that there is progress that is being made and that we are part of it. And I know that he has a great interest in it. So I just want to say how thankful and how amazed I am. My head is swelling, my heart is full, and I'm so thankful that you've spoken about conquering your fears. You spoke about writing your memoir, and immediately it came back to a dream I had while I was teaching English in China during COVID-19, which is a story for itself, of where I had my desire to write. And I've kept it back for a while. And I literally am writing down because the name of it came into my mind. And I just want to give the applause and the commendations to all of you who are on the panel now. as you're giving your experiences to Dr. Claire Nelson, who has set up for all of these hours because she's had this dream of getting the world together on International Moon Day. And, you know, sometimes we wait for years gone by to name buildings and so about the great people among us. But right now, I like to applaud all of you for the strides that you're making in your field and to say that, hey, we are listening, we are here, persons are being inspired by what you're saying and what you're doing, and do keep up the great work. So it's truly been a pleasure. I'm listening.
When you speak to the Prime Minister, remind him that I sent him a proposal.
I shall.
And that remind him that I asked him to appoint somebody for this space club, and all no.
I'm taking on that mission. That mission is mine.
Last year, I got to, when was I in Grenada? Last year? Yes, last year, May.
Yes.
And it's from the year before that I've had the first meeting. They said to him, we want to do the futures work. We want to do the satellite work. Please let Tay Marischal be a space for innovation and get these young people thinking. So let him know that I didn't wait on them, that you found at least 2 girls, and how many girls you got to do the coding online. So all of what I was talking about could have been multiplied if you only made an effort to assign somebody who has the passion to drive change. The person who has the title in the job is not necessarily the person who should be assigned to do groundbreaking activities.
Yes.
And we have got to get it straight in the Caribbean, right?
Yes,
David Marshall does his day job and he goes up there and he tinkers around in his observatory and had a good time. In, oh my God, I wish Jamaica had something like this.
In due time, in due time.
We don't, right?
Will happen.
So it takes time, you know, it requires effort. And I really feel like if we put our heads together and we stick together as a Caribbean Space Society and do what we can, and we start harassing the phone companies and the spectrum authorities that have some extra cash sometimes, we can do small projects together, right?
Yes, indeed.
And so I know, for example, the Jamaica Spectrum Authority, she was very instrumental in getting funding to NCU in Jamaica to get them a piece of equipment. And I think they now have a satellite ground station because of, I reached out to her and said, listen, they're doing the work. Could you get it for them? It wasn't expensive, but she was so happy to do it because it's a satellite ground station. It's something that they can, so we're not going to ask them for something that go like, what's that to do with my business? But it's something that's relevant. Thanks, Keisha. Thank you for coming. Yeah, thanks for coming. And thank you for being our spokesperson or ambassador for the Caribbean Space Society. We appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Nice to meet you. Have a good night and see you soon. May the force
Can
be.
can I get a question in before you leave?
Sure. Sure.
Okay. I'm Herb Nelson. I'm 24 years retired military. And every day we're hearing about the Star Wars system that will defend the United States. And we hear about the Iron Dome and other systems in Israel that we've seen fail altogether. Is there any thought in the minority, Region 6, AU, or the Caribbean, or even Latin America, towards having a system that will ensure none of the nuclear, biological, or chemical munitions fired at the United States mistakenly lands on a Caribbean island? We're seeing the threats multiply. And this would mean you would need a space-based system to ensure that this possibility happens. You've got many accomplished Black and other minority scientists, engineers, and technologists who are making major contributions in the defense field. A few of them I can call April Erickson, Wanda Austin, Mae Jemison, Victor Glover, Cheyenne Proctor, Ayana Howard, Mark Dean, Lonnie Johnson, Gladys West, and Charles Bode. Is there any thought given to having a Caribbean forum where space-based systems, and we have a lot of brilliant minds in the Caribbean, a lot of patents out there at the U.S. Patent Office that are Caribbean people generated. What is there to protect us, especially having a madman in the East and another madman in the West, who are probably getting closer to doomsday today? What is there to protect us if that goes down?
Nothing.
You know, who's thinking about that kind of defense? Space.
That's a very good question. And I think that's a question that we all should be really paying attention to. It's not a question that I can answer, but I think it's a question that we all need to put some thought into that. And if I was to answer that off the bat, I can't really see the way forward through that. But we have to move forward as humanitarians. How can we protect ourselves, but not just ourselves, but how can we protect ourselves from ourselves as well? Because I also believe that each one of us have the ability to come together and heal or to destroy, because fear is our greatest enemy. And if we're falling into fear, whatever you're afraid of, you destroy, right? So even as we are thinking of protecting ourselves, even through that protection, we can also become destructive. So what can we do as a human to protect us from ourselves, I think, is the greatest question as well. And I am just a person, but from being in space and seeing and experiencing that greatness of peace, love, and connection, I know that that is something that is possible. Even for that moment that I was there and I experienced it, how can we all experience it together? And this is why I believe that when we can heal ourselves, we can heal the world. We can come together in that way. But fear has brought us and taught us that we have to protect ourselves right here because of the defenses of unhealed persons who are creating war, creating destruction, creating separation. How can we come back together and bring ourselves back as that one universe, that one whole, that we don't have to be afraid of ourselves? So these are the discussions I believe that we need to have. And I'm doing the best that I can. This is why I have the inner astronaut, bringing that direction of bringing the overview effect within ourselves, because space is outside, but we also have space within us that we need to work on to create that healing, to create that peace, to create that love, to bring back that unity, because we're all one. We separate too much, either through religion, through race, through countries, imagined borders, and all of that. These are all illusions that we make real. But how can we heal all of that so we don't have to be living like this anymore? I don't know if it's possible, probably not in my lifetime, but
I'm laughing because
yeah.
also some of my younger Dr. Nelson, what can we do? I said, well, I'm going to give it a college try. I think launching Moon Convergence is the beginning of my college try to raise a battalion of peacemakers. Because nobody wants to see nuclear weapons on the moon. Nobody. Because we know full well that that will be the writing on the wall to the accomplishment of the prophecies of the revelations. And so we have to be intentional about recognizing our role. And so for me, the deterrence is not to be by creating another weapon. The deterrence is to create a force field of enough people in the world that make it impossible for the warmongers to do that level of destruction by building nuclear things on the moon. Mr. Musk has talked about building and using nuclear energy to terraform Mars. Who gives him permission to do that? Mars has a right to exist in and of itself. If God had wanted us to be on Mars, we'd have been on Mars. And let's say that they're Martians. Who tell them that there are no Martians on Mars somewhere in some deep inner part of the planet that look like, I don't know, something, but they could be very well be sentient. We don't know enough to know that. And so I think that I have thought, during COVID, I thought about this a lot in terms of why is it that we are where we are as people of African descent? And what is it that we're going to bring that's different? Because are we going to just go ahead and join the bandwagon, have nuclear weapons too? And it came to me very clearly, Africa should not ever invest in nuclear weapons, never. Africans need to focus on the spiritual capital and spiritual intelligence that would make us so powerful that that's a deterrent. Because when you have fully realized your spiritual intelligence, you have a way of knowing things before they're known to other people. Your way of being in two places at one time. And those things are considered demonic by the Christian church and was often shut down. But we have to return to source, return to the power of spiritual intelligence, and focus on healing the wounds of the 500-year war of the African slave trade, which have caused us to turn inwards on ourselves and to deny our brotherhood and our sisterhood, and to continue to have stupid tribal wars which no longer serve. Because if they had foresight at the time when they were selling us into slavery, they wouldn't be where they are today. Now, the people who formed the Africa 2063 movement recognized their error, and somebody said, you know what? Let's make a diaspora a 6th constituency. And in the 90s and early 2000s, lots of visits were paid from the AU to Barbados to talk about how is this thing going to work. And it's beginning to show up in the behavior and the patterning that Prime Minister Motley is doing in executing things. Canada's opened an embassy in Jamaica. We have visa-free travel from Caribbean countries to Kenya and Ghana. All of us who carry Caribbean passports can go to Kenya and Ghana without having a visa. So I think it's up to us to recognize that if we want to play small, then we worry about trying to build a weapon. Now, that's not to say we should not do what I think is important. We, and I say that, I don't mean we in the Caribbean. I say we, as Africans, ought to, number one, ensure somebody's investing in a good search engine. Somebody's investing in a good cybersecurity company. Somebody's investing in a good AI company. Somebody's invested in rocket launching capability. Somebody's invested in satellite capability. Because the truth is, if you have those things and you have mastered the art of coding, you can take down any weapon there is in the world. You really can. You don't need to have another bomb. So I think we ought to focus on soft diplomacy, extending the hands of friendship, teaching other people in the world what we have in droves. I mean, it took me a long time to decide on using Iron Moon as a global brand as opposed to a Caribbean brand. And I said, no, why should we play small? We, from the people of the Caribbean and Jamaica, have given the world a music that's gone global, a religion that's gone global, so much so that when I first saw a white Rastafarian, I did some head flicks like this. These guys are coming to Jamaica, to the Mecca, because they believe so much in what Rastafari has taught them. White Rastafarians from Europe, Japanese Rastafarians. So there's something in our experience as Caribbean people. We who have been forged out of the amalgamation of so many cultures. Most of us in the Caribbean have Carib blood, white blood, Indian blood, black blood, Japanese blood, Chinese blood. We carry every blood in our bodies. So our phenotype might be African, because that's the most powerful one. But think about it. How many of us are truly purely African? Not many. And that in and of itself is an asset. So when we speak to the world about friendship and tolerance and mutual respect, we speak from a place of utter confidence that we have something to offer. And if anything the Caribbean should be offering is a peace center. Why is it we're not saying, come to the salubrious island of whatever, Grenada, Carriacou, you fly into in a helicopter and you will have a most secret place to have a peace treaty meeting. We need to have a peace center. We have said we're a zone of peace, but we're never ever executed a physical emblem of that. And with all this happening now, with bombs flying overhead in the Caribbean, warships are going, maybe it will take a Barbados Prime Minister to say, you know what, we should have a physical peace center. But some Prime Minister in the Caribbean needs to establish a physical peace center, take one of the older hotels, refurbish it, and turn it into a peace center, a peace study center, attach it to some universities, and get people from all over the world to study peacemaking. Because we're spending so much on bullets and ballistic missiles. If we're to spend 1% of a budget on studying peacemaking, why don't we offer that to the world? Ambassador, you're shaking your head. I'm very serious.
Claire, what you gotta think about, and I didn't mention this any at all. It's not so much the weapons, it's the countermeasures to prevent those weapons from going off or from falling into the Caribbean. And I'm talking about like laser systems. Can we get our...
I'm saying, Herb, we are not going to focus on war making or war prevention or even worrying about the consequences. We're going to focus on building the antidote to war making.
Never released dangerous equipment. He approved it.
No, it has failed so far.
No, well, we've never tried it. We've never tried it.
From the gate.
We have never set out to say the Caribbean as one of the most touristic. Okay, other people do tourism. France does tourism. Africa does tourism. Philippines does tourism. Indonesia does tourism. But no other part of the world has the cross, in this last 500-year history anyway, has the crossroads culture and the people that exhibit a crossroads culture the way that we have. We're a true melting pot of cultures, right? And when we go and we bring our carnivals all over the world, you see that melting pot in our music and our style and our food. And we've never said, what is it that we can offer the Caribbean, the world, from music and dance, that's fine. But in terms of the construction of the future we want, the flourishing future of humanity, I think we ought to be offering the world a peace, a global peace center where we're offering them. How many places in the world have Indian, Hindu, Muslim, Caribbean sit down side by side, living side by side, and they're not warring every day? And it's only when the politicians stir up problems do they have any problems. So we as people of the Caribbean have to, first of all, get the politicians to stop playing with their heads, first of all, and stop stirring up problem between Muslim and Hindu and Black and everybody else. Because we've lived side by side for years. Yes, there's always been tension and bias and animosity, but by and large, not to the extent that we kill each other. So my point is, we have something going for us that needs to be studied and celebrated and packaged and says, we have something to offer.
Would be right for you.
Now, that would be a bold move because there's no way we're going to have enough billions of dollars to spend on any ballistic anything when we can't even feed ourselves. What are we talking about here?
Every single day.
And when we do that, we can now say to countries that are building these weapons, by the way, as you build your weapons and create wars, we have filed some treaty that says, if because of your weapon this happened to us, you guys are going to owe us something.
We have nearly $39 trillion in national.
We're not even doing that. Some kind of covenant that says, if the war between so and so happens and missiles are sent from Russia to America or China to America, America to whoever, and we get hit, here's what we're going to charge. What's the damage? Are we doing that? As opposed to us spending the money to build something. No. We need to have our law school students study those things and put those things on the table.
Daniel, you're beginning to worry me.
Doc, for many years now, Costa Rica has the World University for Peace. Currently, a group from China is going through the Caribbean, promoting the World University for Peace and Development and inviting Caribbean countries to be founding members.
Thank you, sir.
Now, the concept of zone of peace that you mentioned also provides for our university to establish a department or whatever you may call it, but focus on peace building. And then we can engage in a global process. You're correct. We are about development, but peace is not an area that a student can go in and become a peacemaker, who can graduate as one who is a missionary for peace, so to speak. So, yes, the topic is very relevant, but then economics and how does one survive just promoting peace? They may be looked at as a priests, some kind of missionary. So I think it is important that the focus is on how we get a regional, a CARICOM department or a university initiative that focus on peace building as a continued. I mean, you have to have students can go in and come out of the university with credentials as peace builders, peacemakers. We don't have that. I don't think that any one country can start an initiative like a girls' club or a boys' club. Yes, you can talk about peace there, but you need to have a very, very well-established, infrastructure for this to take place.
So, Madam Master, this World University of Peace, where will it be headquartered?
Well, there is an old World University for Peace in Costa Rica that has been there.
Okay.
This is a life-changing offer. But the decision is entirely.
The next new one you're talking about, where would that one?
That of course it's in China.
No, what do they need to do it in the Caribbean?
Well, they are inviting countries to participate, so they would send representatives. So, in other words, faculty for peace would be going to this institution to help build global peace, and various countries would be considered founding members of that university. So the physical location would be virtual and in person, but the headquarters, as currently being promoted, is in China.
Well, it should be promoted to be in Caribbean.
Well, there it is. So the University of the West Indies can now seize this opportunity to see how they can make it a hub for this peace building globally.
Exactly. Because we think about it, right? Our whole region was born out of conflict in the 15th and 16th and 17th centuries. The wars of Europe were played out on our shores.
No problem, sir.
And then we became independent. And now we've been keeping it going as best as we can, focusing on development and strengthening our own way and creating our own civilization, if you will, in the world. I think, yes, we can say the challenge. Yes, we will join, but the headquarters needs to be in the Caribbean.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Brooks Group.
In the Caribbean is a good concept, but you have to talk about, I use the word infrastructure, but you have to talk about capacity. Now, the Caribbean is not one space, and so we have our individual countries. And remember, the virus of, I always say the virus of everybody, you cannot have every country doing what the other wants to do because they have sovereignty. Sovereignty is something that has kept us from unity. And so when we are thinking about how we can, give in to a project or a process, it means we have to give up some of our sovereignty. And that has been the problem even now, to get unity, to get a unified region. That's something we have to think about. So it's not a small undertaking. We must have a unified consensus. We have the Caribbean has treaty arrangements, treaty obligations, and even that does not stop them from going independent or sovereign movements. So sovereignty is a virus that affects the process of unified, approach in the region.
But turn it down right here, I can't hear. It's disturbing. Sovereignty in the face of sovereignty in the face of what you call it now. You can be sovereign and stupid, you know what I mean? Stupid sovereignty. Like you can be sovereign by yourself with a shoes with no soul, right?
You would remember that the federation broke up because of sovereignty, and it is now together, but it is shaking because of sovereignty. And so if sovereignty is so precious and it cannot unite us, we have to examine how we unite. But again, a university or a zone of peace should have an institution that promotes peace.
That is the challenge I think you're going to face. I don't know how we're going to get there, but I mean, again, we're talking about friendship in the day of friendship. Even in Caribbean, I think we have lost some of our mutual, what do you call it? I think when the people started having their own colleges, we lost some of the regional thinking that came out of being a University of the West Indies.
Their own faculties, yeah. When the individual campuses had started setting up, we had the Faculty of Law in Barbados, and then you end up have Faculty of Law in Mona, and then also at St. Augustine. Yeah, the whole matter of traveling between the territories to pursue your degree, and then the sort of melting pot that you then had with different nationalities in different countries, that's dissipated a bit, and it's unfortunate.
So we can have the Department of Peace in CARICOM headquarters as a start, because if that's the original hub head, we can have a peace department there. Is there one in CARICOM?
No.
Okay, colleagues, I will have to sign off now. I'm actually still in my office at work, and I need to get up before I get locked in by security. But the idea is that when I get home, I did promise some views of the moon. And once the weather is good, I will set up my telescope at home, and the next time that I join, I'll be joining with the ability to share those views that I promised.
Because I'll be here by my lonesome till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, it will be as late as that, but just saying. All right, folks. I will see you all in a little while. No, maybe 45 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall.
No problem. See you then.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
He immediately realizes they're thieves and that their intention
All right.
is but not good. Without wasting a second, he charges straight toward them and scares them so bad.
Okay. Where is Jamaica? Dana, where is Dominique? Where is Trinidad? Donna? Tomorrow, please hunt them down for me, please.
Yes, I will do so.
When Bella calls him over so she can get him ready, he doesn't respond at all. Instead, he quickly and nimbly rushes back toward the house. Both of them are left surprised.
So tomorrow, is it true that you're going to be an astronaut?
Me?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
No, Tamara is a volunteer management expert, not in space technology, but I do work in disaster management. And, a lot of the infrastructure, the monitoring system is in space. So that's how my interest is speaking. But now that my eyes are open, as we say in Grenada, now that my eye teeth open, I like to think that I'm young enough to still pursue and to pursue this avenue. I'm definitely open for it. For sure.
Never too late.
Never too late.
Never
Never
too
too
late.
late. And this is why us gathering and exploring these topics and conversation is so important, because there are a lot of persons that don't know about all these opportunity regarding space and astronomy and everything. And this gathering, this is friendship, right? Sometimes, of course, Dr. Nelson bring it up earlier that friendship is sometimes we believe that a friend has to think how we think, and all that. And it's not the case, right? As she said, sometimes we need that friend. A friend is that person that corrects you. A friend is that person that just helps you through that when you're down. And sometimes we have to accept that everyone will not be there for the entirety of our lives. They're just there for a season.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you said that, because one of the things that I found, and the student delegate for Grenada, Elia Young, is here, and we did a media tour yesterday, and the way person's eyes open, and in Grenada, when we're exclaiming, there's something we say like eh. So particularly I called one of the anchors for one of our TV stations, and I said, well, they already know me in Girl Guides. So I told them what we were doing, and I said it's the first all girls mission, lunar satellite mission going to India, and the first thing he said was and they were turning everything upside down to accommodate us, to get us into the studio to have a conversation. And we went to one of the radio stations as well, and it was an older gentleman. And through our conversation, we were basically informing him that space technology and it is about the moon. All of those facets is more than just for astronauts. It has direct impact on our lives. Whether it is the climate change and disaster risk reduction. And then I mentioned as well that now with SpaceX, Elon Musk has a lot of autonomy, and that is something that we need to be monitoring, because who says that it's supposed to be who has money or who has that technology now that should have that level of autonomy to be in space and to dictate what happens and our access to it. And you could see the wheels start turning. And that is exactly the kind of conversations we need to be having with the public, to let persons know this is not just an isolated field, or this really, as you say, bright person who is into STEM, that has dreams of being an astronaut, that should be interested in what is happening, but it has implications for every single one of us. So now I'm even more excited to be part of this and to have this conversation, so that people know that, hey, I can use my voice. I should be interested in this, and it's just not for a selected few, but everybody should be having those thoughts and thinking about, hey, do we want space colonization? Do we want to be colonized from space? Do we want to be colonized again? And of course, no, we don't. So having those conversations, I've discovered. So I'm so excited to do the rest of the media tours and so on, to really get persons thinking about this. Absolutely.
Yes. So you see, Dr. Nelson, we are revealing the multidimensional nature of this space matter. And that is where, who owns the sky and what comes from the sky. There is more than just flying in the sky and stars in the sky. I'm so pleased to hear you, Tamara, and I'm very pleased that you are so involved, and I like the enthusiasm. And Miss Young, is she also a student or participant? Can we hear from you too?
Yes, she is. So Dr. Nelson can bring her on and she can give her experience. She's a natural science student, and she's a young leader, which is the oldest arm of Girl Guides we have at the T.A. Marisha Community College. And she has been on this journey with us. And she will be going to India. We bought our tickets. We bought it on credit, but we have faith that we're going to get that money.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I need to buy a ticket this weekend too.
Absolutely, because really and truly as well, the flights are disappearing, so we have to jump on them as is.
I really must settle down and put my
do it.
Yeah.
Yes. So we could allow Elia can give her experience.
Yes.
Talking about, you ask her the question.
Let's hear it from your perspective, Ms. Young.
Good evening. Thank you. And I'm proud to represent Grenada in the Wave 5 of the IRIE Moon Convergence. Tonight we recognize that no matter where we are in the world, we all look and share at one moon. So I do find this very special. Before you ask me, I don't know the correct way to address you. I see HE, and I believe that's Your Excellency, Mr. Antoine. Am I correct?
Yeah, it stands for Excellency. He's
yes, that's quite all right. Go right ahead.
Yes. When I joined, you spoke about us viewing ourselves as stars in our space, and we have to recognize ourselves being stars in our role. And how I view you mentioning role, I thought of it as our life, as well as the star of our movie, our life. So we have to be creators, we have to be innovators. And I found that very interesting. And I do agree with you. We were placed on this earth not to be like everybody else, but to shine like a star. So yeah, you can continue.
No. It is so, I don't know how to call it. Dr. Nelson caused these things by bringing this intergenerational mix of people with diversity in thoughts and ideas. And it's so coincidental that I spend my time now and I'm writing about who owns the sky. I'm writing, let's all be ambassadors for a better world. I'm writing about get on board, dear children of the world. Let's go to the future to see how it is back out there. We are in a future. And who created this future? Your mother and your father put you in this situation you're in. And you have done things that are putting those coming after you in the situation that they're going to be in. The question is, how would you like them to talk about you and what you do? So, you're going to India for the first group going to India in a space-related activity. That's going to be first. That's history. Did you know that you're making history? So the question is, what impact are you having by what you do on those who come after you and are with you? And so I keep saying about all the world's a stage and we are actors in this big movie, and you are supporting actors. We are the cast in a major movie and we have to play our role. So we become the best supporting actors that are together here. And who are we supporting? We are supporting what we are calling the generation. So then in this movie generation, we are stars. And I think we could put Dr. Nelson as the chief star, what you call the leading woman in this movie. So I'm
Indeed.
excited.
Indeed. And I'm sure Miss Young has the mentality of being a star, of course, and last year she has achieved this, right? And we know we have to have the mentality to be the best at everything that we do, the best in our field. And that's how we're
That's
going to
it.
be leaders. That's how our generation after us is going to say, I am proud that my great grandmother, whoever, they should be proud to say they are related to you, right? And so we have to
Yes.
make a mark. We have to make a mark because looking on now, when you look at your parents, and so of course, if they have made mistake, that's done and gone already, right? And everything, and that's why Miss Keisha Shahaf, that's what she's doing is so important because she's helping people through trauma and all of that. And when we work through our trauma, we are able to lead the next generation in the right direction, right? And I believe space is something that we can get the little kids in, right? As His Excellency have written the book, it's very important to get them sensitized to this, right? And put them in this area, put them in this field of space, astronomy, and all of that. And if they grow up to not like it, that's fine. They have the knowledge that cannot be taken from them, right? And they can use that knowledge in different fields, in different aspects of their life, right? So this is very important.
I'm seeing
Dr. Nelson.
here joined us. I just want to make people know this is not a lecture, it's a conversation. I see Magella Mark, I see Teresa Brown Paris has joined us. Cindy Coon is going to be leading us a little bit later. Cindy is one of my partners that we've done work internationally online and all over the place. A group of women who future. Brad Downer from Guyana is here. So if you have any questions for our young scholars, Elia Young and Cheyenne Celine. Cheyenne is president of the first Caribbean Space Explorers Club, which is a high school club, space club in Barbados. So I have to give her a shout out for forming the club and getting started doing stuff. She's going to be doing. Cheyenne, tell us about the International Moon Day event that you are planning.
Oh, that would have to be with the Astronomical Society, which was Mr. David Marshall, but they're planning to do something along those lines, and it's still in the works.
Okay, got you. All right. So they've started the training for coding, and some of the people we're talking with today have some ideas for working with high schoolers. So, we really are glad you exist, so we cannot. Because one thing when people say, I'd love to work. We talked to a woman in Australia this morning that looks to partner with schools. And so we're saying, okay, who do we? I say, okay, we have a school in the Caribbean, we have one in Ghana, we can probably work with. So we're going to be following up today's calls to see people who had potential things we could work on. So if we were to have a meeting next year and we came back together, at least one or two concrete things that have come out of this 24-hour sojourn.
And all the young men in the village in love with her, but her heart ended up choosing the son of a humble farmer.
I think I need to find. Did let me see if Mo had put the link to his platform in the chat. So virtual moon is in the chat. You probably wouldn't see it, but I'm not seeing his platform in the chat. Let me see if he sent. I would love to show you guys the platform allows you. So this is virtual space. One of our earlier speakers, they're looking for ambassadors in Caribbean. Right, turn it down, please. Turn it down, please. They're looking for ambassadors. This platform. They want ambassadors in every country. Let me see if I can get you to a share screen so you can see it.
Really? I'll take it.
This. All right. Where is it? Virtual moon. Where is it? Okay, let me look for it again.
Good afternoon. May I help you?
So virtual moon is a platform that allows you to imagine yourself on the moon.
May I ask you a small favor?
Sure. Okay, here it is. All right.
Would you mind waiting just 2 minutes?
So they're looking for ambassadors who will basically become, spread the word, spread access. It's a free program. What they want to do is encourage people to understand the moon. And so if, for example, it's something that any of you want to take up, I'm happy to have a conversation with the founder. So, right, please turn that thing down. I can't hear. Yeah. So, the link is in the chat. You can visit the site if you'd like, but this allows you to see what it is that they do. They have a portal to the moon, and the demos are here. You can look at the different places on the moon. There's a VR set you put on, and you visit these different sites on the moon. And their goal is to map the entire moon, not just the side we see, but also the other side. And they are looking for ambassadors who can volunteer to spread the word in countries around the world. So that's, we basically have an agreement to help support that process. So if you're interested, please let us know that you want to start going out to schools and talking to people about this. All right? Okay. I see here, I'm looking for the other link which allows you to see the canvas. Okay, it's not here. Okay, it's not here. I'm going to have to see if I can find it and share it with you. But it's another canvas that we have that allows us to, this is also for free. This is built by a gentleman in Ghana. It's a platform that is called Cosmic Canvas. And when you go into the platform, you can type in the element you want to see. You want to see Jupiter, you want to see Saturn, you want to see whatever. It takes you through the galaxy to that planet, and you have a quiz about the planet. You can find facts about the planet. And this was built by a young man in Ghana who has a company, a software company. So very exciting, and we're going to be trying to mentor him to grow his company. So I'm excited about that. We have been joined by another Mission Shakti Sat leader, Donna Schoon Moses. Donna, if you could turn on your camera, please, and talk about what's happening in Trinidad. Donna?
Yeah, she had mentioned that she was wrapping up something, so she may not be able to be. Yes.
So just that you know, there are about 5 countries, I think. There's Guyana, Trinidad, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts, and the Bahamas.
Yes.
So 6 countries.
I think Haiti as well.
Haiti is 7 countries.
Yes.
So 7 Caribbean countries had girls that actually finished the program. The young lady who is joining us, she is from Trinidad. I think she's one of those who will be going. So when she comes on, I'll have her say a few words. We do want the ladies. Caitlin, if you could turn on your camera, please. Caitlin Sahatu, you could turn on your camera, please. And let me introduce you as the delegate from Trinidad and Tobago for Shakti Sat.
Okay, no problem. Just give me 1 minute.
So, if you don't mind, Dr. Nelson, as Caitlin prepares to be on, one of the objectives we have as well is to have all of our Caribbean student ambassadors be part of this sisterhood, because they've had the same experiences, similar experiences. They've had to do over 500 lessons for Mission Shakti Stats as part of the curriculum. Since 2024, they've been at it. And now to have that shared experience of going to India together, to bond, to work on the payloads together, to travel together, I think it's really going to be one of the ways that the Caribbean is seeing its succession planning. Because one of the most important things for us to do is not only to have this dream, and now as of this year, I'm now a second generation. So now it has just suddenly come into my consciousness more the importance of having a generation behind us who are passionate about these real life issues, and to be able to find each other and to hold on to each other. Because we know within the Caribbean, we cannot do this alone, especially as it's new charters that we're chartering now. And it's this is a whole new world. We're really gonna need each other. So one of the things that I'm most excited about is having these Caribbean sisters who would be able to know each other, share those experiences. They can even talk about their school life and how they got into this mission and into STEM, and to really have these lifelong, long-lasting relationships. So for me, I'm so excited for them to meet. They've had a few virtual meetings already, but I'm so excited for them to meet in person and to really bond, and for us to form this Caribbean society. So I'm really excited about that.
You know what my question is when we return and we want to try and do things together, how are we going to manage? I mean, I know we're going to maybe have to do a lot of things online, but there's something where I really would like to have us come together, even just once every 2 years or something. Some kind of CANSAT competition or CANSAT conference, or maybe we can dovetail with the Caribbean science people.
Yes, I think
and do it as a side event, because they already have the support of the government of Barbados. Now that Cheyenne has the chapter, yes. I think I'll be able to get support for them. So what we need to do is really make sure that the girls who are not going to India have something to do. Have you thought about that yet? What can we get them to do? The girls that did not get selected, but that at least did most of the coursework, what can we have them start to do in the fall?
I think it's going to start with the watch party we have as it's going to be launched. I think that is going to really generate conversation and so. And how I'm also thinking about having a pen pal system, so that those across the Caribbean who has done the program would be paired with another one, and they could form that kind of connection there. And then we're going to continue brainstorming to see how we can get them together. I think after we've landed in India and we've made this mark, the publicity is really going to be on us. I really believe that funding is going to come through, as well as persons who have the knowledge how to organize these and how to have us have some tangible products. I think once that happens, it's going to become clearer as we go forward exactly how we're going to involve the other girls who have been part of this program from the beginning.
Well, I was thinking for International Youth Day, right? since that's coming up on August 12th, we should at least try to do something with the girls who are not going.
Yeah.
And one of the things I thought about doing is a quick, maybe 2 to 3 hour mini design hackathon of some kind that would have them do an experiment, design experiment about what kind of satellite could they design based on some of the problems that they're seeing in their home country.
That's
Like,
good.
so go through what would the payload look like? Now, that'd be useful to actually what we're trying to do. Because when I was in Barbados, how I met Shane was I was in a conference and I presented a vision of the Caribbean astrospace nexus for ocean observatory systems and of ocean awareness canoe. And that is a proposal for the government to support a consortium of technical institutions in the Caribbean. Hence why I'm trying to get TMR Shaw. But like UTech in Jamaica, CMU, UTT, some college in Barbados, some college in Grenada, some college in St. Lucia, to be funded to build CubeSats.
Yes.
The CubeSats will be designed together. So they're going through the process together. They're building together. And what they're going to be doing is basically, and Bahamas as well, and Belize, what they're going to be doing is launching a constellation of satellites, which will give us more data. So let's say a couple of satellites are tuned towards the history of surface temperature of the ocean. Some might be tuned towards looking at the weather data. Some might be tuned to look at the ocean data for in terms of finding fish spawning. Some might be tuned to look at issues of like illegal fishing in our waters. So basically you have the satellites with different payloads that are designed.
Sargassum seaweed as well.
Exactly. So that is part of the surface temperature issue, right? It looks at reefs and seaweed and those things. And so I already pitched it and Dr. Ward basically endorsed it and agreed to be on the advisory board. We also have Dr. John Paul, can't remember his last name, but anyway, he's a Jamaican. He's famous in space in America. He's an engineer. He already had said, yes, you'd be a technical advisor. I just spoke to Teresa Turner-Jones, who is the former IDB rep, about serving as a business development advisor. She said yes. So we're really trying to get those people who understand the need to be ahead of the curve. So I just need 3 universities, just 3 colleges to say yes, they want to go and we'll start. I'm not going to wait to get all 7 because our people already.
Yes,
the rest will come on when they see it's moving ahead. And so I'm talking to the Bahamas now to see if they would consider doing it and also seeing if I was hoping to find a Barbadian university when I was there, not the UA, a Barbadian university or college, because it's different because UAs kind of have a different, it's like a regional institution. So things have to go up to the regional campus and I really don't want UA to hold everything and then it's going to get in this old fashioned way of doing things and I'm going to be stuck. So I rather work with the technical institutions that have the skill to do wiring and soldering and building and, because they know how to actually build things. Because it's not so much an intellectual exercise. We're not asking them to invent anything. The stuff already has been invented. We ask them to build a counter protocols that will be designed in part with support from Japan and the guys in Africa who are doing something similar. And so that is what we talked about. And Shane came up to me and she said, I am interested in rocketry and I want to do rockets. And so I have a friend that does a rocketry club in Minneapolis. And I'm hoping to, after this madness is over, probably to see what I can do with rocketry. But I wonder that the Caribbean is not going to take on the rocketry too much because it's not something that is immediately necessary for them. So that will probably be more like a personal project, but that the club should focus on satellites because that's what's going to get the interest of the Caribbean governments.
Yeah.
So I would like to have us do a CANSAT project. A CANSAT project would cost each club around maybe $500 US dollars to do, to buy the equipment and a high altitude balloon. But were we to start something like this next year where we do a CANSAT project and maybe a tiny ground station, which would be at $150. We basically have a prototype of what we're asking the governments to build.
Ah.
And so the idea is not to wait. If I have to wait on the governments to do it, it's going to problem.
It's gonna happen. Sure.
I have to figure out how to find the funding to say, listen, I'm going to have 6 clubs do this, right?
Yes.
And I have 6 clubs do this in the Caribbean, and I say, okay, Trinidad is going to have its high altitude thing. Look at CANSAT do this thing. They get the kit, and they can program it themselves. They don't know how to do programming anyway, right? They program it themselves to look at whatever it is you want them to look at. We're basically modeling what is possible. Okay, so it won't be a constellation because it won't be like going around in high altitude.
Yes.
We'll just go up and then come back down. But at least we'll have data from 6 satellites, 6 CANSATs at the same time. That would be phenomenal.
Yes.
As opposed to doing a competition, we're doing a competition.
Competition. I like that.
Right.
Like that. Awesome. And I know Dr. Nelson, Caitlin cannot stay very long, but her ambassador says that she has poetry that she would like.
Oh wow. Yes. Please unmute Caitlin and read your poem. First introduce yourself so everybody knows who you are, and then read your poem.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin Satu, and I am the student delegate for Trinidad and Tobago in Mission Shakti Sat. And I have a short poem. It's called A Sky Full of Stories. So, every night you rise so high, a silver light across the sky. You never ask to steal a show, yet everywhere your soft beams glow. Some nights you're full, so bright and round, and other nights you're barely found. Though your shape may seem to change, your quiet beauty stays the same. You guide the tides upon the sea and spark a sense of mystery. You've watched the world for countless years, its happiest moments and darkest tears. People dream of reaching you to learn what's old and something new. You remind us all to look above with hearts of hope, curiosity, and love. So when I see you shining bright, I'll pause to admire your gentle light, because no matter where I roam, the moon will always feel like home.
Yay!
Wow!
Shane, please turn on your camera so we can take a nice photo shot. Shane, let's take a shot. Somebody take a screenshot, please, of all of us here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Will do. Okay. Hold on, guys.
Ambassador, look in the camera. Right.
Wait. There you go. I have to do it again. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Magella Mark, you're in Grenada. How are things in Carriacou?
It's all right. I got in about 2 days ago. And now I'm kind of just taking a moment to relax and get adjusted before I start my work.
So Magella Mark has moved to Carriacou to do a project which is to refurbish, revitalize the Carriacou Museum.
Yes, I am the new executive director and curator of the Carriacou Museum. I am taking on the task of rebuilding the museum after Hurricane Beryl. And yeah, I'm taking it all in stride. I spent 2 days kind of at the Jerk Center, kind of as my public office, as the community take a chance to ask me 101 questions and get to know who I am. And yeah, I'm literally walking back to my hotel as we speak. That's why I don't have my camera on. But yeah, I'm looking forward to showcasing what a Caribbean museum can look like, using not only technology but sustainability and collectivism in a way that probably has not really been done in the Caribbean before. So wish me luck, because I have a lot of eyes on me on this new approach of handling a small Caribbean museum. And yeah, I'm pretty confident that I could execute my vision at its completion, and really kind of take on what a creative economy can look like on an island. As crazy as it sounds, I know Dr. Nelson and I have spoke about Karaku specifically for years, and to then to go from talking about Karaku as this place that has the potential of showcasing the future of Caribbean existence to now being the one running this museum is very surreal. But here we are. Here we are. If you would have told me this last year that I will be packing up my Brooklyn apartment and moving to an island of 8,000 people, I would have been like, that's a stretch. But here I am, literally in the middle of the road, talking to you all as I become a kayak, a full-time kayak. So yeah, again, Dr. Nelson, we have a lot of work to do, huh?
Yes, you do. I'm here to help you. One of the challenges will be change management. Change management requires that you have the patience to recognize that you're probably light years ahead of most people. And although people want help, they don't like change. They want
Very
you to
true.
build back the museum. They don't want you to build forward the museum. They want you to build back the museum. They just want a nice building that has the things that were in it before, right?
Very true.
And so you're gonna have to spend more time with the small group participatory dialogues, the circle, the community circles, where we can actually test out our theory of change that says, if we want democracy to really function in the Caribbean, we've got to start small. Start with communities, start with asking people the vision of the future as they see it. And as you hear them speaking, you introduce to them the things that they don't know that they don't know. Because problem is that they don't know that they don't know. They think they know. And they do know what they know very well. What they need is somebody who is able to tell them what they don't know and what they don't know that they don't know. And then have them put us in the pot and stir it up and come up with something more feasible to create the flourishing future they want to create for themselves.
Yeah.
And so that has to be really, it's not something you do after the fact. You have to ensure that when you're speaking to them now in the design process, you're really dropping the seeds of your design of what you want to accomplish into the design that you want them to think is their design.
I know it's very much community focused. I literally spent tonight kind of walking around to see or to kind of feel the energy of community. Noticed that there is a lot of activity around the museum, but I think we need to make the museum kind of a beacon for the community so they feel like it's a part of their everyday life. I think it takes time where I know institution seems very untouchable and intangible. So I think it's trying to change that and having to create permission for not only the community to feel ownership of the museum, but also let the tourists fully aware that the museum is made up of the stories of that community. And doing it in a way that kind of is timeless. 100 years from now, it has to still feel timeless. And that's everything from how we are collecting the information, the archives, the artifacts, to how we are presenting it, how we're teaching it. It takes a lot of forecasting and predictions because we went from cassette tapes to, you know, from record players to cassette tapes to CDs, to MP3 fairly fast. And people are not really thinking, okay, what's going to happen next? How are we going to store our stories? How are we going to tell our stories? Because we don't know what devices are going to exist in the future. We don't know what storage devices are going to exist in the future. So it's trying to kind of predict exactly how we're going to preserve our history, but also how we're going to tell it. I guess I could announce it here. I'm all right, thank you. Yes, thank you. Sorry, people. Um, I guess I could. Sorry, I'm on a call. Sorry so much. Sorry, there's people in the community, but I know one thing we're announcing is that we're trying to focus the Karaku Museum in a sense of bringing the world or trying to bring Karaku to the world versus bringing the world to Karaku. Not everyone's going to visit this island. Typically, the tourism here is a lot lower compared to the mainland in Grenada. So we're really taking the approach of how do we take different components of different websites that is not typically seen for a museum and making it possible where we're bringing it as kind of accessible and reachable to the masses. So that's going to entail everything from how we do e-commerce to how we do interactive timelines to how do we interact with the diaspora, etc. I know you're falling asleep there.
No, I'm passing. If you don't mind, you're gonna make me. This is like the second time that I've shed some tears already for the night.
Oh,
so I'm so happy to hear that. So we definitely need to be in contact because, of course, I'm from Grenada and because I work in disaster management and we just had Hurricane.
Oh, yes.
So I have some connections. And my
I will
first
send you an
degree,
email.
the minor of my first degree was history. So you're saying all of that, and you're tinkling all of my bells. You know.
I
So
will
I'm
give
so
you
happy that
information.
Yes.
So the question is, if we think about the ocean and the fact that Grenada has a triple or quadruple island state.
Yeah.
Are the fisher folk using the moon to travel at night on the water? Do they go fishing on moonlight nights or they don't because the fish are not out? Do you know?
I don't. Well, I'm sitting here right now and I don't see anybody fishing.
Okay.
So I'm assuming. Oh, I should have asked the two cars with a group of men just passed by. I should have asked them. If the next one passed by, I'll ask them. But
I'm just curious because
yeah,
that's
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think that's a very interesting question. I think that there's a lot of traditions here in Karaku where that I wouldn't be surprised if that was something practiced here. I wouldn't be surprised. I will ask and I will let you know. I'll WhatsApp you and let you know what that if that's even a thing here, but I wouldn't be surprised. I know that I see right now at the seas, I see lights. So I know there's boats out there, but I just don't know if those boats are actually fishing or if those just sailboats.
Got you. Got you. Well, one of the other things to think about when you're doing your participatory design work is to think through what is the carrying capacity of the island that they want to get to, because in other words, if you get too many tourists, you will spoil the island, right?
Yes.
So you really have to have a conversation with them that says
it's a balance.
Right. What is it you really want? So you can design the price points to only basically attract the people you want to attract, number one. And you can also design certain things like passes. Another thing, because there are people in Europe now who are very angry about the tourists that come to Europe. So there's up in arms. So we
That's
don't want
interesting.
to overrun with tourists that you can't even have a good time, and then the price goes up and you get priced out of living in your own island.
I'm thinking of tourism very differently here. Because I know I've actually had a meeting about that. Whereas I think one way that this could actually work here in Karaku is if it's more of a kind of a volunteer service type of tourism. So it's less of people kind of coming here to drink in lime and to relax on the beach, and more of they're actually doing things.
when she has almost
Right.
If it is, yeah. So it's more of like, okay, maybe we have space for people to rebuild a building that's historical, or if it is
Education.
yeah, like very much more educational. They're here for the cultural events. They're here for maybe like a archaeology kind of experience. If they're here for diving specifically, because I'm just saying that because I'm in front of the diving building, where they really do a quite, I mean, there's going to be new owners in September, so I'll talk with the new owners, exactly what they plan on doing for the future of Karaku. I think tourism here, it can't be just these massive resorts. I think that's dead. Having these massive resorts are kind of have no interest with the younger generations at all. They have no desire to just do those all-inclusive, eat as much as you want, kind of sit around on the beach. They want to be able to explore the land. They want to be able to learn about the world. They don't want to just sit at a sandals resort. So I think we have to look at tourism very differently than it has been in the past. And that includes building institutions. So not just like entities like a museum, but also creating space for art residencies and fellowships, because people will pay money to be able to come into a space to learn a skill. So that's something that we are in talks with, of how do we create opportunities for like tourists who wants to learn how to boat make, because that boat making here in Karaku is a big thing, or you know, some other traditional like drumming or other intangible heritage kind of entities that we really need to go ahead and preserve. So I mean, I am looking at tourism. I'm talking to different people about it. And my approach to specifically the creative economy and the overall art scene and creative scene here in Karaku is going to be very different than what you would typically see in the Caribbean, simply because I really think that we have to think in the future. And the future is not just entertainment. I think it's service.
Excellent. Good point. Good point. Good point. I really am excited and congratulations on making the bold move. I just said we talk about
Thank
these
you.
things, but you actually did the deed. So I'm proud of you.
Yeah, actually pulled it off. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's funny. We'll talk later, but yeah, it's interesting how we got here.
It did, it did. You know, guys, it's really exciting to see what's happening now. I want to talk about something that's coming up soon. I think she may have left, unfortunately, but no, she hasn't left. So, Emancipation Day is day after tomorrow. We have Teresa Brown Paris is on. I'm not sure she wants to talk about her program that she's doing. And I bring it up because I was thinking about the moon in Jamaica and this idea of the, well, not Jamaica, the Caribbean islands, and what might have been happening on an Emancipation Day. When there was no light, you know, the former slaves were sitting around contemplating what freedom meant, around a fire, dancing, drumming, eating jerk chicken and roast breadfruit, roast yam, roast pork, right? So if Teresa Brown Paris is on and wants to talk about her event, our Emancipation Day event, that would be fantastic. So, yeah. So, yes, the Emancipation Day is August 1st, and it was reinstituted in the Caribbean as a day, I think, in maybe 2001 or 1999, somewhere like that, after it had been stopped. And there has been a lot of interest in trying to get the celebration to be very spiritual. You know, we want the celebration to not just be another day for partying. We want the celebration to be a day for contemplation, for conversation, for reasoning, for thinking about What else do we have to be emancipated from in order to reach, quote unquote, the promised land? So yeah. Any thoughts on that? Yes, Dina K.
We definitely need to be emancipated from fear, right? That fear and that setback. Because yes, because a lot of times we look at things and when we think about we have this big dream, right? We already talk ourselves out of it because oh it's too big and whatever. And no, and that's why it's so important for us to surround ourselves with people like this that who's on this platform, right? Who has done great things to let us know that hey, it is possible and to talk us out of that, right? Because we a lot of times we surround ourselves with people who are just like us, who have not done enough as us either. So they can't really encourage us to take that big step and take that big leap. They're morely questioning every step that we want to take and every big dream that we have because they don't believe that it is possible. And we cannot have people like that around us. So yeah, we definitely need to be emancipated from fear and bad company.
Well, when we think about it from that perspective, we have half an hour to go for this our third hour. And I'm counting down, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm counting down the hours until 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. In the world, it is now midday in Australia. So I'm going to call Australia and ask them to come back on to tell us how she feels since she was on this morning. So guys, we started this morning 2 o'clock. It was 6 p.m. in New Zealand, Australia. It being 8 o'clock here now, 8:27 means it's about 8:27. It's probably about midday in Australia. So they've actually gone to bed and woke back up to come and catch us. And I find that so funny. So funny.
What is the only muscle in your body?
Anybody has anything to say? Add some new ideas?
Proverbs.
Yes, I do. For sure. And I think what we need to be emancipated from is the idea that we know all that we need to know and being comfortable with the way that we live and the way that we think. You know, one of the most famous, redemption song, Emancipate Yourselves from Mental Slavery. And many decades later, I think we're still dealing with this. And even when we look at actions such as littering, we look at actions that seem small but has quite an impact, especially when it comes to blockage of drains. And now we are in the rainy season, and getting persons to remove themselves from their habits is so difficult. I think it's a human condition that we do certain things a certain way, and sometimes maybe as Caribbean persons, because we're a little bit obstinate, that we don't want persons to tell us what to do and when to do it, etc. But there are a lot of little habits that we over the years we may have accumulated, or it can be within our families. There are certain barriers or certain ways of thinking, whether it comes to the poverty mindset and not knowing how to save, all of these things. I think we really need a revolution on understanding as human beings that we have patterns, we have habits that we've accumulated that may not be healthy, and we need to find ways of building new patterns. So for me, my dream is that we would have this revolution of emancipated thinking where we know we don't know everything. We know that we are not perfect, but there are things that we can do to develop ourselves, to get outside of this secular thinking. Even with one of the ways that this has really come home to me is how easy it is to form addictions. A lot of the times now with technology, with our phones, with doom scrolling, etc., we form these habits, and before you know it, every 2 seconds you're picking up your phone, or every 2 seconds you're doing something that is not very productive. And it's there is a systematic way that we have to first realize, hey, I'm doing this habit, I'm doing this thing that I need to get out of before we can move forward. So my dream is for us to have this self-awareness as a people, that there are more things that we can do, that there are ways we can be better. There are some things we succeed in, and that's great, but there's another echelon that exists that we can aspire towards. So for me, that is my dream for Emancipation Day, for us to realize that.
I think Ambassador wants to say a few words. Right.
Dr. Nelson,
right.
I'm going to leave in a little while, but when my dear colleague just spoke, I think it points to something. And I mentioned when we began, why are there so many of us and not just us? It is because each of us must and will be different. The question is mentoring, show me. It is always more powerful to say, watch me, and model what you mean. Be who you would like others to be instead of wanting them to be a certain way, because the way they are causes us to look at ourselves. A person's disposition is what attracts or repels. And that is something so important in my experience. Now that I am older, it is so important to not be distracted by how another person is. Look at her, look at how she be. Why don't she be? Watch me, watch me. Are we models to be emulated? Are we examples of how conduct should be, so that we see no other? When we look into the mirror, what do we see? We see our faces. Do we see our hearts? Do we see our thoughts? Do we see our feelings? We don't see those things. So what is critical is realizing who we are, so that when we see somebody, they were meant to be the way they are. If they're not the way they are, they're not who they are. It is difficult because we're distracted. So, but we have to try not to be distracted and keep focused on being that star, and let that light which we are shine. So the darkness that may be observed by us in another's path can be brightened by our light. Be ourselves. Don't worry about Bonja, look at her. Bonja, look, we have this attitude of seeing people. They're seeing us too. Everyone look, they look at us. Why is she playing? It is very, very important that if we become self-governed and not focus on how the other person is and how they dress and how they talk, and how we perfect our sphere. That aura that we have, each of us have an aura, and we bump into each other. That invisible space that we occupy create that sense of, oh, is she behaving like that? But she's saying the same thing about you. So harmony is a very critical issue. And so if we cannot allow ourselves to see how the other person behaving, but I wonder if it's how I am behaving that make her behave that way.
Accountability.
Self-accountability. This is so critical. Please, again, I learned this. You see, I am over there now because history don't stop. Because intergenerational learning, it is very, very important that self be the issue, and then you would get harmony, because each of us has a purpose, a function, a space that we occupy. Like the trees in the forest, you don't hear them quarreling, and a seed drop and it just grow up. So again, Dr. Nelson, thank you. And this is a wonderful occasion. I am so pleased to be in the presence of all these enlightened people, and learning never stops. The more you live, the more you learn. And so I thank you, Dr. Nelson. I always say that to you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, Ambassador, for coming.
Thanks everybody for being there.
Thanks for telling us about your book. I didn't know about it. Thanks, Caitlin Zaho, too. We may have to bring a couple of your books to India to give away as gifts.
It is in India. I have my good partners there. When I went to Mumbai and Pune, and it's all over. Believe you me, God is there. So when you go to Mumbai and Pune and all the different places in India, you would feel that you're back in Ford in Grenada, because you're going to see your people just like we have the Grenadian villages in Monlang and in Telescope. You're seeing us, you're seeing our brothers and sisters. So good night all, and thank you very much for allowing me to be in your presence. Thank you.
We have, thanks, Ambassador. We have our lady from Australia, Diana Hippolyte, is back on just to say a few words. I think she's at work. She's just dropping in to say hi. Hi, Diana, how are you? You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Am I muted? You're muted. We can't hear you. So Diana was kind enough to join us to sit with me for the first 4 hours in the oceanic thing from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And we had a really great conversation with some of the people there who live in Australia from different countries and New Zealand. Yeah. And so she's just passing through to say hi. Thank you so much, Diana. When you leave work, come in again. Okay, bye-bye. All right. So we've been joined by Steve Higgins, just came in. Steve Higgins is, Steve Higgins, turn on your camera, Steve. Hi, Dana.
Hi guys, I'm sorry I couldn't find the unmute button for so long. I'm calling it from my iPhone, so it's a bit clumsy. I'm so excited to see the marathon going. I can't stay very long, but do enjoy. And I will pop in once this meeting is over. I'm in another Zoom meeting. So
Yeah. I just want to see your Caribbean flags. We don't have a St. Lucia flag, but we have the Grenada flag, and we have the Trinidad flag just left. So yeah, and now we're gonna go to Jamaica and have some Jamaican stuff happening here. But just wanted to say hi. All the way from Australia, guys. This is so much fun. I think next year we're gonna have to get all the Caribbean expats around the world to kind of sign up. Hi, Steve Higgins, how are you? Unmute, please.
Unmute. I'm wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Claire. How are you? And good evening, good morning, good night to everyone all over the world.
Good evening, good night. I saw you have the tape to play. You ready to play it?
I sent it to you.
DK, you have the tape? I wanted to play it.
Which tape is that?
I sent you the video of him singing.
Okay. Yes, hold on.
Okay, Okay, we're gonna share screens. You can get it up so we can share screen. And while we wait on that to come up, Teresa Brown Paris, are you here? You want to talk about Emancipation Day? Teresa Brown Paris, are you back? Okay. Teresa Brown Paris. All right. So, Steve, while we wait on the film and Teresa, tell us a little more about your relationship to the moon.
Well, I'm a romantic, so.
Mr.
But
Romantic. Romantic.
I said romantic, said a fantastic.
Romantic. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I'm from Morant Bay, and Morant Bay never had many street lights all the time. Where I grew up on License Road, and so when we had a full moon, man, it was good. We lived an outdoor life. It's not like where I am now in Florida. Everything is mostly indoors.
Yeah.
And so I was able to appreciate the song that I hope that you'll get to play, Banyan Tree, and that song, by the way, is about the moonshine under the banyan tree. So the banyan tree is one of the largest trees in Jamaica with a ginormous spread. And so it provided a lot of shade in the day when the sun burn you. And of course it produced, remember Shaka, which became a musical instrument.
That's what banyan trees?
Yes. Well, the poinciana grow the shaka. Sorry, the poinciana grow the shaka. Ah, there it is.
Don't forget to share the Don't forget to share
That's
the
the video. She's coming with the video now. That's the beginning of the video.
Make sure the sound is up.
So that's the moonshine. This was recorded 2 days ago. Huh?
Back out and then make sure you put share sound before you play.
Right. This was recorded 2 nights ago when we had full moon. Well, we still have the full moon now.
Yeah.
And my next door neighbor joined me, Nancy.
I was wondering who you get to keep up the madness video.
It was midnight. Claire, it was midnight. And I called her and she said, "You maddy? Why you so mad?" I said, "No, man, I have to do it for Dr. Nelson." And she came out and said, "Put on a white top and jeans or come dance with me."
I am laughing because I'm saying, good
Come
friend
here.
and money. This is friendship indeed. You are my friend. You're my friend, so you do it because I asked you to do it. And he's your friend because you come out at midnight. She don't know who Dr. Nelson is.
Exactly.
You can make it at the night, come on the night, you can see it's late night because of where the moon is.
Midnight. And we are the only non-Caucasians on our avenue. And the music was loud. So, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Okay. Play the music with that DJ. Run the train.
Yeah, man, run it.
Moonshine tonight, come back with us and sing. Moonshine tonight, come back with us and sing. Me there rock so, you there rock so, and a banyan tree. Me there rock so, you there rock so, and a banyan tree. Ladies make curtsy, gentlemen make bow. Ladies make curtsy, gentlemen make bow. Me there rock so, you there rock so, and a banyan tree. Me there rock so, you there rock so, and a banyan tree. La 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 la. Then we join hands.
good.
This
That
is
is
off the chain.
that
You
is
like that?
No, sir, this is off the chain.
So
that was
So
beautiful.
you was out in the people them neighborhood in midnight on the people them street.
yes.
No, sir.
So just to tell everybody, because I realized I did not introduce myself. I'm Steve Higgins. I sang with Olive Lewin's Jamaican folk singers for about 23 years, and we toured the world singing authentic Jamaican folk songs. And I promised her that wherever I go in the world, I will continue to spread our authentic Jamaican folk music. And I also do workshops on Jamaican folk music. Quick note, that when the slaves came over from Africa, they never had any encyclopedias or cell phones or anything like that. All they had was what was in their heads. So every aspect of life, and this is not only about Jamaica, it's about every Caribbean country, every black person really. And so all our songs covered every aspect of life. Our songs, our dances, our spiritual practices, everything. And so that's part of what I do when I go all over the world. Anybody who is there in Germany, I'm coming back in the fall. I'm going to be in Aalen. I'm going to be in Frankfurt and a few other places. Log on to stevehigginsproductions.com and you'll see more of it, and you can send me an email or whatever. But I have a whole lot of Jamaican folk songs already recorded, and so yes, I have recorded material, so my albums are available. But this one, Claire, this one, if you remember the second verse, ladies make curtsy, gentlemen make bow. Ladies make curtsy, gentlemen make bow. That's a part of our British heritage with a 3/4 waltz time. And then it goes back to the mentor rhythm. La la la, la la la, la 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 la. So that's part of what I do when I do the workshops. But Claire is gonna hook me up with you guys, so don't worry. But you'll have to tell her that you want me to come.
No, I can't believe what I'm trying to get over is that you were out in the middle of the street at midnight. I said, this is a lovely thing. But midnight for the people in the neighborhood?
Yes, yes. And the music was loud, you know. The music was loud. So
No, sir. Thank you
and
so much for making an effort to do it. It's really
no
in my
man.
heart.
My pleasure, my absolute pleasure.
That was great. Hi, Dr.
Yeah.
Nelson.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, is you talking?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you turning on your camera?
Oh yes. Oh, let me find it now. Oh my goodness.
So
I
Teresa
pulled over. I pulled over.
Teresa is doing special Emancipation Day event.
Oh, when?
Up in Philadelphia. Where are you? In Philadelphia?
Oh, wait. Don't go. Where is the guy that was just singing just now? Tell him don't go anywhere yet.
No, he's not going anywhere. He's here.
Okay.
I'm bringing you on so you can talk to him. There he is.
Okay, awesome. So, hi everyone. My name is Teresa Brown Paris. I am the founder and executive director of One Caribbean Chamber here in Pennsylvania, the USA. So each year, I've been hosting the Caribbean Emancipation Day celebration service for the past 10 years. This is our 10th year. So it's in Pennsylvania, and it's an in-person event, which is usually streamed live on the first Sunday in August. So, but this year, for the first time, we're having a midnight vigil. So I see my friend here is up at midnight, so he can join us tomorrow night at midnight as we welcome Emancipation Day, which is going to be August 1st. So we're having a service at we gather at 11:50. The service starts at midnight, and then we're going to have a moment of silence for the Philadelphia riot that happened in 1842 in Philadelphia, where immigrants were trying to celebrate the eighth annual Emancipation Day celebration in Philadelphia, and they were attacked by a white mob. So we're going to, recognize that with a moment of silence. But I would like to invite all of you to join us tomorrow evening online. You can join from the comfort of your home. I put the link in the chat so you guys can register for the Zoom link to join us at midnight tomorrow. Now,
So when is the church service?
The church service is on Sunday afternoon at 5 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Teresa?
Yes, dear.
Ooh, I like that. Next year,
Uh-huh.
please invite me over to sing for your church service. I really like what you did, what you're doing. And there are, I don't know if anybody knows this or everybody knows this, but there are songs, Jamaican, authentic Jamaican songs, centered around emancipation.
Really? Where are you right
Like
now?
which one, sir?
I'm in Florida.
Like
Oh,
which
you're in
one?
Florida. Okay.
I'm in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Listen, Teresa, take my my website is stevehigginsproductions.com.
Mm-hmm.
And this, could somebody put it in the chat, please? I don't know how to do that. I'm very backward. I'm from the bush. I'm from country. Eh. But it's Steve Higgins Productions. Write down my number 954.
Wait. No, this is being streamed live.
Is that right?
Okay.
It's all right.
I'm public.
Promotion. Yeah, right.
It's in the
No,
chat.
I'm serious.
Productions.com is in there.
Yeah.
Chat.
And my number is 954
Uh-huh.
670 3499. Send me a text on that, please. 954 670 3499.
Okay, I will.
So an emancipation song, for instance, Teresa, is it's to the Brookings rhythm. So it goes Jubilee, Jubilee. This is the year of Jubilee. August morning, come again. August morning, come again. August morning, come again. This is the year of Jubilee. Queen Victoria, Kiwi free. Queen Victoria, and it goes on and on and on.
I love that.
And it's Brookings, and it has a particular dance to it, right? And there are other songs that talked about the war, like War down at Monkland, War down at Morant Bay, War down at Chiggafoot, the Queen Never Know. So these are historical songs that I'm trying to get out there, and they're all on my albums.
If they were going. The only war I know War, oh, Guinea War. That's not one.
That's another one. Yeah. Waro, Guinea, Waro. And that's a Kumina song.
Okay.
Right? Guinea man na come, me say Guinea man na come, oh. And I wonder where them gone, Guinea Waro. Right? So there are different songs. Thanks for raising that one, Claire.
That's awesome. I love those.
Yeah.
But
Let me just share a quick clip of my dejection and sorrow. Show. Hold on. Let me just come. I no longer doubted my fate and quite overpowered. Come on to my show a little bit. Let me share a little bit of this thing with you. So I wrote this show, Job's Tale, when the Jamaican government first reinstated Job's Tale. Those white men with horrible looks, red faces and long hair. They told me I was not, and one of the crew bought me a small portion of spirituous liquor. But being afraid of him, I would not take it out of his hand. Soon after this, the blacks who brought me on board went off and left me, abandoned to my despair. I saw myself deprived of all chances returning to my native country. And I even wished for my former slavery in preference to my present situation, which was filled with horrors of every kind.
Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water.
God's gonna trouble the water. Those men are dressed in
So I did that back in the year that the Jamaican governments and all the Caribbean governments reinstated Emancipation Day. I was very emotional, overcome what it meant. And I locked up for about a week with history books all around me, And I literally cut and paste first-person testimony from ex-slaves, ex-ship captain, ex-businessman, ex-plantation owner, ex-overseer, and I created a montage of voices. So the piece is called Job's Tale, Voices of Our Ancestors, written by history, retold by Claire Nelson, because it's really not my words. These were verbatim from the books written by former slaves or former ship owners, or from a diary of a slave owner or an overseer. And I just pieced them together in a way it tells a story of slavery and emancipation. And I added some pieces which include a roll call of some of the people that were executed, roasted alive, hung, drawn, and quartered for the rebellions from Mexico down to Barbados. And even in Antigua, there was a slave rebellion at some point. Barbados had a slave rebellion. Most people don't know that. There was a slave rebellion by a gentleman named Buster and one called Tony. And when they were caught, they were roasted alive and their tongues cut off. And so when you think about that situation, you think about the breaking of a spirit. Now, remember, Barbados is a very flat island, so there's no way for them to run and hide. You know, like Jamaica, where you had mountains and things you could run and hide. And this is why you had rebellions in places like St. Vincent. You could rebel because, you know, it's hard to get up in those mountains. But when your island is flat, it's not very, very far you can go. And so Antigua and Barbados had some of the most brutal suppressions because they had to make sure there was no chance of there ever being a second attempt. And now Antigua became sort of a breeding ground for slaves and breaking ground for them to go there from Barbados, Antigua, and on to South Carolina and those places up into the US, the Carolinas. And so our history in the American slave trade is also there, which most people don't want to pay attention to because it's not like it was every day, but it certainly was a relationship. And so this is why for Caribbean immigrants, I always say celebrate both Juneteenth and Emancipation Day. I don't think it's one or the other because we live here now. And so Juneteenth is meaningful and we should give it the full respect due, which means no shopping, no sales, no partying. That's how I see it in a way, right? Same thing for the Caribbean. No sales, no partying. Emancipation Day is not supposed to be a big fete. I take umbrage to people trying to turn it into a fete because people died for us to be free. And again, it's up to us, we the people, to hold our politicians who want to turn everything into a money-making opportunity for tourism. To say, there's something which must be sacred. There's some things which must be sacred. And Emancipation Day is one of them. And so it's very important that if we can sign on, if we can post something in your LinkedIn page or Facebook page to say, hey, today is a solemn day for those of us who are Caribbean heritage in our history. This day stands for something. It stands for a day when so many thousand people who were enslaved were freed by the British Crown and then went on to survive another kind of, I wouldn't call it Jim Crow, but the same kind of laws where they would tax the mule carts more than they tax the horse carts. They made it impossible for people to make a good living. Certainly in Jamaica anyway. So when you see this culture of trying to beat the system, it comes from having to beat the system to survive. The system was not set up for us to succeed, for Blacks to succeed in Jamaica. The police were not set up for us to have justice. The police were set up to control and protect the plantations owners' property. And so all of that is what you're seeing play out in Jamaica's current level of violence. And so I think when we look at things and we look at the question of reparations, for example, you might wonder, what does this have to do with the moon and friendship? I thought about some slave on the night of a moon trying to make sure they're not seen, or some slave trying to meet his girlfriend in the other plantation by the light of the moon. The moon, definitely for us in the Caribbean, we don't talk about those things, and so we don't have enough stories about the moon because of the dangers we faced at night as well. And so I think it's time for us to continue the process of emancipation. You know, that song, as you said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. We have work to do. We have work to do tomorrow. We have work to do. So thank you, Teresa, for doing it, doing the church service and doing the vigil. Please unmute.
Would you be able to join us, Dr. Nelson?
Where?
On the vigil.
Probably.
Okay. I have a job for you.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the church service.
No, I wasn't thinking that, but for the job, I have a job for you tomorrow night then.
Okay, alrighty. I wrote when I was in Ghana last year, I wrote a prayer for all Africans. And I wrote it for the World Conference on Racism. And I read it at the Slave Cafe in Elmina when I was in Ghana in 2024. I got very emotional, but I had to hold myself, you know. I didn't start weeping uncontrollably. But I really felt emotional when I was reading that poem for our ancestors in the castle in Elmina in Cape Coast, Ghana.
Yeah.
Yep. So where are we in our program? We're on the 9 o'clock hour. I should give myself a round of applause or blow my didgeridoo. I am terrible at it. Awful, awful, awful. But it's a work in progress. So we're
Yes.
at the 9 o'clock
Before,
hour.
yeah, we remember we want to take a screenshot of this group.
Wait, now
So if
Brittany
Shine,
Harvey should be on, and Brittany's supposed to be doing some poetry. Is Brittany on? Yes. So Brittany's going to be doing some poetry. I'm going to put her on spotlight.
okay. So after which we'll do the screenshot.
Steve, you could turn on your camera. Cheyenne, Teresa, turn on your camera. Steve, turn on your camera. Cheyenne, turn on your cameras. We can get a screenshot, please. All right.
He smiles. Thanks.
So Brittany Harvey is doing a live poetry something. And she will be sharing from the poetry thing. Brittany, I'm not sure if you're hearing me, but you need to unmute so we can hear the DJ. If it's time. Oh, there you are. So say something, Brittany. Say something.
Was pressed to the dogs used when it bed one really was the move. I'm up for both beside it's a silver and paper money. Police are lock up and for that. Okay.
Wait, the sound gone. The sound is gone. Wait, the sound was gone.
It's gone?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna move it closer to you because they said they can't hear it.
Yes.
They said they can't hear it.
Tell me use the got a type C, right?
Yeah. Do you want me to put the mic on you?
So this is another act of faith here. We say good friend better than pocket money. But
Hello.
pocket tonight. Hi.
Let me know if you can hear it now, mommy.
Yeah, we're hearing you. When you're in the mic, we hear you. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yes. We're not hearing the music. But we're not hearing the music when you're not at the mic.
No problem. Looking for trouble. Some shekels the eye shades. Just a burn up the last breaks. Shall rock this day.
Oh my God.
Hello, hello. It's your boy Frankie Beats. What's cracking? What's good? Right now we at the full moon Irie party. Everything about to get Irie for true, for true. So I'm gonna kick some vibes, some reggae, but keep it strictly reggae from the past, present, and today. So let's get to it.
Can you hear us now?
I hear you talking, but not the music.
Okay, give us a moment. Sorry, we had it all set up. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
In the meantime, guys, this is our view of the moon. Let me show you guys.
So show us the picture of the moon. Are you seeing the moon? So Brittany's having a party for Iron Moon conversion.
Yes.
Only people in Florida can do this madness, okay? It's something in the Florida water, right, Steve?
Can you guys see it?
No, we're hearing you, but we're not hearing the music.
Oh, you can't really see it.
No.
It's too small.
It's too far, yes.
Okay, we're getting the music back plugged in. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
Ready.
Okay, guys, like I said before, this is in collaboration with the Caribbean Space Association. They're a group of ladies hosted by Dr. Claire Nelson, and they are on a mission to build a rocket ship in India in a couple of months. These ladies study all things space related, so all things the moon, all things the stars, all things extraterrestrial beings, all of that stuff, all good stuff. Okay, and they educate us as well too. So make sure you check them out, the Caribbean Space Association, and I'll also get you guys information to send you the information about tonight. Okay. We're going to start our moon paintings so that we can also show them what we're working on.
I'm not hearing the music. I'm seeing them dancing, so I know this music playing. No, this is phenomenal. I know sometimes you come up with these ideas, you really wonder yourself. People outdo themselves.
They say the sun and a plane for all.
It's a Bob Marley song.
Thank you, honey.
These roads of flames are catching on fire.
We're having a difficult time following you guys. So tell me, where are you?
Baby, tell me, I'm gone. Been feeling for your love so long. We can praise God in the moonlight. Baby, you with me, but I'm too right. And I'll be gone too. And I'm hoping that you sing so worrying tonight. I've been hoping that you know that these roads of flames are catching a fire.
Because Brittany have it in South Florida, and Brittany wanted to do some poetry and music.
I've been on my own, but we ain't never left alone. And if I'm telling you the feeling is wrong, relax a little, feel this won't take too long. And when you're feeling alone, you can call my phone. Is there a better to go? Teach them something before they lose the song. Oh, freedom is the law. Oh, no, no, no. Coming in from the cloud. Tell them not to sell it, it's worth more than gold.
Uh-oh, something fell over. Something fell over. Guys are having a hard time with the technical difficulties. Tell us where we are. Okay, so David, we got disconnected from the people in Florida. David Marshall has rejoined us. It is now, let me tell her, no, we can't hear.
Well, we were hearing the music, but
we see you're having a good time. No, I am just so tickled. I'm just grinning from ear to ear because what it shows me is that this idea of what we're doing is a really good thing. It's a good idea to come together to contemplate what it means to be a spacefaring civilization. And it's a good idea for us to do it as Caribbean centric in the sense that by choosing the word Irie as opposed to just choosing, you know, full moon convergence. And I could have said buck moon even because it's a buck moon. So the moon community would call it a buck moon. But I thought, I don't know if we want to make it ours. What's a buck moon? It has no meaning for us. Now, mind you, we've never used the word Irie moon before, but I bet you from now we can start using the word Irie moon. When we see a moon that is full and has that pinkish color, we can call it an Irie moon, right? So we can now begin to name the moons. You were hearing music from on your end, Elia? I was hearing this big
They are right here, sir. All right, so I found out just now how gravity really works because the phone just dropped like 4 times. Gravity is very strong when the moon's out. They taught me that in high school. Yo, y'all gotta understand, gravity is serious. The moon is closer, so the phone just kept dropping. Over and over, that gravity, man. That moon is serious.
Right. So where are you guys really, physically? Hello? I wasn't if they're in Miami or...
Is there a better way to go?
Miami Beach.
Something before they lose the song. Freedom is the law. Oh, no, no, no. Coming in from the cloud. Tell them not to sell it, it's worth more than gold. And emptiness will catch them in the end. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They'll try to manipulate you through your pockets. Oh, they go with the optimism. Trying to control me, so you take on down. Don't play that game, so we're going. Give God the thanks and praises. It's God and praises. It's blessing things and praises. Give God thanks and praises. It's blessings and praises. Give God the thanks, the thanks, the thanks, the thanks, the thanks, the thanks, 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 thanks. Give God the thanks.
Are you hearing the music? Oh, maybe it's just me then.
Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of earth. Don't iron shut. I'm just saying down out of earth. I'm gonna be down.
All right, so we are rocking right now. We're rocking. We're rocking. We're rocking with the moon. We're rocking with the stars. We're rocking with the beach and with the people in them. So here we are. Here we are. Brought to you by Bob Muse and the Caribbean Space Association.
No, Caribbean Space Society.
Yeah.
No, Lord have mercy.
Get the devil out of earth. I'm gonna send him to outer space. Fine.
Caribbean Space Society.
Gonna send him to outer space. Find another race. Oh no.
Can run and can't stand up to judge your son. Him have to live ya with him guns. Him have to leave earth with him bombs.
Gonna put down an iron shirt and chase Satan out of earth.
I'm gonna put on my iron shirt and chase the devil out of earth.
I think on me, baby.
All right, I'm trying to get her to know that we can't hardly hear her. And I want her to talk about what she's doing actually.
Yes.
Brittany, I want you to just talk into the phone and tell us what you're doing so we know what you're doing because we can't really hear very well. But tell me what you're doing so we can understand what you're doing. Just a few words, yes.
I'm talking now.
Can
you
hear me? Yes, so tell us where you are, who's it, and what's the plan?
At Hollywood Beach, viewing the full moon right now. What we did earlier was a full moon meditation. I guess you guys weren't able to hear that part, but we did a full moon meditation with sound bowls. And right now, I'm gonna walk around and show you guys what we're doing. We're doing moon paintings now. So now they're viewing the full moon and they're painting it. When we first saw it, when it was lower, it was so red. It was.
Oh my God! You have pictures of it?
Show you guys, but it looks so small on the camera.
I don't know why it looks so tiny, but it looks huge in person. So I'm going to go around and actually show you guys. We actually have somebody starting on their painting now.
Yeah, please do that. Yes, thank you. We'd appreciate that.
We have to fix that thing, the music though.
I got it.
Yeah. Because this is the quality is not coming up good on it. Okay. So wait, can you turn? You know how to turn? You know how to turn this thing around?
Huh?
You know how to turn this thing around? How
So
you
I
turn it?
want to let you know, hi, Mr. DJ. I want to let you know that when we were on with Ghana
I'm about to stop the
earlier,
video for just one
Oh
second.
wait, no, we're not
are
gonna
you
stop
hearing
it. We're
me?
not. You can't
Are you
hear?
hearing
I
me?
can't hear.
Oh, great.
No, are you hearing me?
Okay.
I'm saying when we were on with Ghana earlier.
So we did the.
There we go. There we go. Got reggae.
And this is the moon over here.
Okay, got you.
And we
Right.
have the full moon painting going on here.
Oh, nice.
Looks so impressive. I'm trying you're right. Trying to make it handsome. She's trying to do it like how the moon looks from our view. So this is the moon from our view here.
Yes.
I was trying to show you guys earlier because the moon was lower and it looked way darker. It looked now it's kind of like orange, but before it was like it was red. So after they're done doing the paintings, then we're going to go by the water and we're gonna take a picture.
Yes. Yes.
But we're trying to fix the music now, and we have somebody out here doing dancing. Let me show you.
Oh wow. This is a serious fact. So Brittany, you have to put it into the internet. Oh my gosh.
Of course. To the reggae. Yes.
No, this is so much
Try to
fun.
plug it back in and fix it if you can.
No, this is really a lot of fun. I can't believe this.
I can't hear her at all.
This
But she's saying talk to them. If the music is not working.
Yeah, the music is not working, but we get it. Brittany, this is really fantastic what you're doing. I hope you have lots of pictures. Brittany, I hope you have lots of pictures. Is she hearing me? Because this has to be captured for posterity, right? This is amazing. Totally amazing.
Check.
Are you hearing me?
Okay, on the feed.
Are you guys hearing me?
Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me okay, guys?
Yeah, we are hearing you now, but not the
Let me
music.
hear you. Can you hear me nice?
We're hearing you.
All right, lovely.
No revelation do you see? Someone will say, how beautiful me. How it means yeah.
I don't know why the sound quality is so bad in terms of the music.
In life, your complexion and the same
Brittany? I'm gonna enter that. It's really not good. We're gonna move on.
I think she's trying to show us the moon.
Yes, just talk to us because the sound is not working. And we're gonna have to take some another call, so we can't really see. But what I want you to do is take a lot of pictures and videos because I want it to be uploaded to the International Moon Day site as an event that you did in Florida, okay? So that's very important. No. It's really very bad. So we see the painting. We see you, we see what's going on. And we have another thing starting at 9:30, a moon viewing with a telescope. So what I want to do is, now we'll be here until 2 o'clock. So I'll call you back when we're done with that, okay? I'll call you back. Okay, thank you. Yeah. This is awesome. Oh my God, it is so exciting to see what people are getting up to in the name of promoting Moon convergence. David Marshall, you're back. Are you by your telescope?
Yes, I am. Hearing me well?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Well, okay, so I am outside and I am streaming the view from the telescope. So I'm not going to be able to turn on the camera at the same time. That's the one thing.
Okay,
right?
but here's the problem. I
Oh,
can't spotlight you if your camera is not on. So at least turn it on so I can at least spotlight you.
oh, okay.
Because
Well,
I won't be able to see. We won't be able to see
okay.
the
All right.
thing
So
you're
what?
showing us without the spotlight.
Sure. I will try. I hope you see something of me because again, I'm outside and outside. Okay, wait a minute. That's interesting.
We're not seeing the video at all.
Okay, what's that? Yeah, I got you covered.
All right.
If this can just switch.
Okay. All right.
You're
It's good
seeing
enough.
something?
I seen you vaguely. That's okay. So now
Okay,
you
right.
can show the moon. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So what I'm going to do then, I'm going to share screen clear.
So guys, we're getting a real treat tonight. Oh my.
Yes.
Is this a
So
live
this
moon feed? Is this
it's a
live?
live moon feed. If you look
Oh
carefully, you'll see some
my.
clouds passing by as well. So it's not perfectly clear here. We do have some high clouds and some occasional passing low-level clouds. So if the view gets blocked for a bit, it won't be for very long. It's just a passing cloud. So yes. So this is the moon, and well, we know that the moon that we're seeing here is basically the same moon that we would have just seen from Miami Beach. But here in Barbados, this is much higher above the horizon, yeah? Because you would have seen a shot from them where the moon was basically still very close to the horizon. You had this path of light leading out to the moon. But right now it's, what, 30 degrees or thereabouts above the horizon? And what we know a lot, well, we do know a lot about the moon. It is our closest neighbor to Earth. Right now, as of this very minute, it's around 392,000 kilometers away. But that distance varies because it is in an elliptical orbit around Earth. So sometimes a little closer, sometimes a little further away. And on average, it's around 384,000 kilometers away. So it's a little further away than average. Yet we can still see a whole lot of detail. We often highlight it at the observatory as being one of the easiest targets for persons to observe and one of the easy stepping stones into astronomy because you can see it with the naked eye. You can see it in greater detail with just an average pair of binoculars, and then you can see a whole lot more detail with a telescope. And those opportunities for viewing, even with the naked eye, you can see basically the same markings that I'm showing you here now. But of course, with binoculars and telescopes, is that much more enhanced. You can see that, you have dark areas and lighter areas, and then some much lighter areas on the moon. So those larger dark areas, those are old, long solidified plains of lava. Same lava we have here on Earth. The moon was basically full of it when well, not long after it had formed. Yeah. And what had happened during that period, not long after it had formed, it would have suffered some very intense impacts from relatively large asteroids. And if you can think of the moon during that period of time as being mostly molten on the interior, but with a relatively thin, still relatively solid crust, when those asteroids struck the moon, they basically punched through the crust into the lava, well, into the interior where the lava was. That lava welled up onto the surface and solidified. So you can see that by and large, those areas are going to be circular because those are essentially craters that have been filled with lava.
Okay.
Thankfully, most of the larger asteroids larger asteroids that would have been crossing Earth and the moon's orbit those by and large are no longer in the solar system. They would have basically already collided with smaller bodies, larger bodies, and we don't necessarily suffer the same level of threat from those asteroids as we did in the past. But the moon serves as that record of how intense, well, I say for sure in the case of the moon, how much it suffered from impacts from larger asteroids. Here on Earth, because we have air and water, elements that would erode those craters over time, we do not see them as noticeably as we did in the past. There are some still on Earth that if you look very carefully, you might be able to find, right? But they're nowhere near as prominent as they are on the moon. No weathering happens on the moon, so you can look back at the moon as that record dating back to close to 4 billion years of what the, let's say, the region around Earth would have been like. Because what struck the moon likely struck Earth, well, let's say asteroids struck the moon with the same frequency as likely struck the Earth at the same period of time. You with me?
Yes.
So, yeah, so that is why, from a scientific point of view, the moon is so very interesting, so very fascinating. And I think that's the reason we have to get scientists there first before, well, other things start to happen to the moon due to human presence. I'll try to keep it as general as that. We do need to try to preserve what we have there in the moon because, lo and behold, I think within our own lifetimes, we can expect that different sort of interests will set foot and we'll no longer have that pristine sister body to Earth, not in the same pristine state as we can enjoy it now. A lot of science to be determined from it, and even from the potential for just visiting as a tourist. I mean, there's still, even as a body of interest in the solar system, it's the closest to Earth. So if you have, I said, businesses with the same level of capital that are just interested in perhaps sending the equivalent of a tourist vessel, but those who are interested in going into space, interested in taking the trip around the moon just to enjoy the moon, up close views of the moon as it is right now, there's still a lot of potential to satisfy the capitalist need and desire for money without destroying the moon as it is, right? So those are possibilities. I simply admire the moon just for its sheer beauty. There's something to be said about being able to see another celestial body up close and to see the sort of detail that we can see and appreciate that this is a body that is almost as old as Earth. And it really is that picture back into the history of the solar system, potentially the history of Earth as well, depending on what we will find coming out of further, more detailed analysis of the surface of the moon. And yeah, that is where my love for dear old comes from. Does anyone have any questions, any thoughts, any reflections?
Well, it's just nice to know that I'm looking at something that's in real time.
Yeah.
And it kind of looks exactly like it looks in the pictures.
Yeah, yes. That's what I'm saying. Even with a small telescope, literally, this view that you're getting is from, it's not even a full-fledged telescope. It's from a camera lens, a sporting lens. So for those of you who are familiar with photography, this is taken with a 600 millimeter lens. Sort of lens that you would see the guys who take photos of football and stuff. So it's not a full-fledged telescope, but again, you can get some amazing views just with average hardware for viewing astronomical objects. Plus, this is not even, okay, let me see if I can do this. I can zoom in a bit. This wasn't at 100% view. This is closer to 100% here.
So
now,
next question.
Sure.
So let's say we were mining the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Would we be able to see the machinery?
So along with those efforts are expected to be set up moon bases. So even though you may not see the individual excavator, it is highly likely that we will potentially see the moon base around the mining operation. Yeah. The resolution here is not quite, again, this is a smaller setup, right? So it may not quite pick up that detail, but yeah, the scope, the 16-inch scope that you would have seen at the Arabella Observatory, absolutely. Absolutely. But then also the other factors for something that's, let's say a moon base that's relatively small, you may still have it being constructed out of reflective material, which would then increase the possibility of us seeing it because it would be reflecting a whole lot more light. Sorry, that's a cloud that's passing. You have to just let it do its thing. So yeah, there is that possibility. And again, ultimately, the view that we will have of the moon will, it's highly likely that once those activities start on the moon, it will change. It will change. We will see human presence there. Yeah. Right. Other thing can point out, you would see that not all craters look the same or have the same apparent brightness. The bright spots, those are all craters. And those are all relatively recently created craters. The interior of, or let's say just below the topmost surface level of the moon, of course, would have the most pristine material, not exposed to solar radiation. Sunlight over the course of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years would have caused a darkening of the surface material of the moon. That is why when impacts happen now, it will expose that lighter material from underneath, and therefore those craters that result do have that brighter appearance. You know? The brightest feature on the moon is this crater here, Aristarchus. Easily visible. In fact, with keen eyesight, you can see it when the moon is in waning crescent phase. It does stand out quite prominently against the rest of the moon's surface. Right now, if you try to spot it on the full moon, it's going to be very difficult because the glare of the moon is going to drown it out. But yes, waning crescent phase, a good opportunity to see it. This, and this is the crater Copernicus, crater Tycho, which is renowned for its ray system. So this, again, is a relatively recent impact on the moon. But the debris from that impact spread across vast regions of the moon. And it is probably, in fact, no, well, I can say with relative confidence, it is probably the biggest impact crater, biggest, most well-defined impact crater that is visible on this side of the moon. The far side of the moon, of course, we can't see from Earth, but there are some pretty large craters on that side as well, right? I see a question, hands raised. Ilya?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this reminds me of the saying that our scars are what makes us beautiful, because we look at the moon and we see the sparkles and the different shapes and colors. Yet the reason why the moon looks like that in the first place is because of the amount of impact it took. So yeah, that
Very
just
true.
came to my mind.
Yep. Very, very true. Yeah. And to think that come next week, the moon will suffer a different type of impact, not from a naturally occurring celestial object, but from the expended rocket booster from a Falcon 9 rocket that was used to send a couple of space probes really to the moon. That rocket booster, it didn't have any fuel left to be sent to a part of space beyond the gravitational influence of the moon and Earth. So unfortunately, it ended up being locked in a decaying orbit around the moon. So with every pass around the moon, it just got closer and closer. And now it is predicted to impact on the moon's surface on August 5th at around 2:35 a.m. So it will probably be the first official piece of space junk deposited on the moon. We have the like the landing portion of the Apollo missions, those the Eagle lander and well the corresponding landers to the other missions, they would have left their part, so to speak, on the moon, but you understood the purpose. But next week you're gonna have the first purposeless piece of human debris being deposited on the moon as a result of, well, I guess, poor planning. I don't know how you want to put it, but it is unfortunate, I think. Suspect this might be a trend going forward.
Okay, I have a question. Nothing to do with any of that.
Sure.
I can neither see the man in the moon or the rabbit in the moon.
You can't see them? Or say you can see them?
I cannot see them.
Cannot? What? Okay, so there are different ways that you can look at the moon and see, well, let's say what appears to be a face looking back at you. So with the naked eye, imagine what you would normally see with the naked eye, so it won't be as defined as this. In fact, I can simulate it a bit. Let me see if I can do this. I'll raise the exposure because the view of the moon normally is something much brighter, so to speak, much less contrast, something like this. So this could be one eye. This could be another eye over here. So this eye is squinting. So you got these lines coming back from the side of the eye of, no, that's what the cloud is. We're going to let the cloud go by. Get back. Okay, and we're back. So you got two eyes, and then there's a bit of a nose here, and then the mouth here. That is what you can see with the naked eye. If you get a chance to look at the moon later on tonight, try to picture that. One eye here. This is another eye here. This eye here is squinting, got lines there, a nose somewhere there, and a mouth happening down there. That said, with closer up views, you can see that this is like an inverted rabbit head. This is the rabbit ears. This is the body here. So the rabbit is actually upside down here. Yes, at least that is my view of the face of the moon and rabbit on the moon. And that is because, you can look at irregular shapes, cloud patterns, star patterns, also a very good example. And your mind can make out those patterns, and it might be a different pattern to what someone else sees. And they will see, therefore, a different object altogether to what someone else sees. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Yeah? I see Leah is trying her best to make it out. That's okay. That's okay.
The only thing I can tell you, I remember seeing it with my own two eyes, is the rings of Saturn.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Because I was at a telescope, but I couldn't believe I actually could make it out. And that was like a wonderful feeling.
Yeah. And Saturn, yeah, I would say after the moon, that first view of Saturn always gets the most oohs and ahs of someone looking through a telescope at a celestial object. Always those two. The kids will look at the moon for hours, but then for Saturn, okay, because you can never see Saturn with the same level of detail, but you get the ooh, you get the ah. They may step away from the eyepiece for a bit and then come back for a second and a third and a fourth look, because that is the first time that they're seeing a planet in a way that is A, depicted most of the time in magazines and on the internet and what have you. And B, when you see it, it has a three-dimensional view because you have the globe of the planet surrounded by the rings. And it's not the same as when you're looking at Jupiter or the other planets that just look like flat illuminated discs. So it very often captures their attention in there. It sparks that wonder about exactly what they're seeing. And a lot of the kids these days, they know the planets. So the question would always be, so is that Saturn? Invariably, yes. And they just, and it's, like I said earlier, it is often, and then for me, it's like it's greatest joy to see that spark in their eyes, that sense of wonder. And then they could go on to talk a bit about what they know about the planets. And you can see the interest is genuinely there, and you just need to harness that interest and hopefully guide them towards true careers in astronomy or space sciences in general. Because as like I said earlier, growing up, I did not have that type of opportunity. I wish I did. So we just have to do what we can for this younger generation coming along now to seize these opportunities that are available to them. Just gonna tweak the exposure back to what that before. She's just up there because it does show off the fact that you got craters, yes, but then the crater tells a little bit more about what happened. So you got the crater ring, and then you have the trails of debris that still remains spewed across the face of the moon as those rays that appear to be emanating from the actual crater itself. Okay, so we get maybe another 10 seconds of cloud cover before we get our view back. So can anyone tell me what phase the moon is in right now? I know we know this. We do know this.
Is it a full moon, new moon?
Okay, so yeah, take it to the full moon. What you can all okay,
Either
well,
full
get cloud.
moon or waning gibbous.
There you go. Well, yes, waning gibbous is actually the more correct response because over here you're starting to see with a full moon, you don't get you're starting to see the terminator, that boundary between the lit side of the moon and the shadow side is starting to creep in here. So full moon was officially yesterday morning at 10:34 a.m. So it's been more than 24 hours, and that's more than enough time now for the Terminator to start creeping in. And then, well, we're essentially in waning gibbous phase. And it's
Okay.
really amazing how
Nice.
quickly how quickly this will change, by midnight. You would see the Terminator would have started to impinge more on this is Mare Crisium here. So like this edge of Mare Crisium would then be lost to shadow. And yes, it's that progression, even though the moon is orbiting at a standard rate, and essentially the Terminator, it is essentially starting to cross the moon at a standard rate. It's just that the perspective that we get of that boundary moving across the moon, it accelerates during the course of the days. So whereas full moon may appear to last for like a day and a half, the gibbous phase then lasts for, well, it's not, let's say a shorter period of time than you would expect, because in 2/2s it would be last quarter. And very quickly after that, it will be waning crescent. And well, waning crescent starts to, progression there starts to slow down a bit. And then we get new moon. And it's all these things again, just by basic observation of the moon, just looking at the moon with your own eyes and noting what you see, you can pick up these changes. I said for astronomy, the moon is probably the best stepping stone to learning what a celestial body is, how the gravitational field of Earth keeps the moon in orbit. So those sort of concepts are easy to understand just by observing the moon. And the history of the solar system in terms of the presence of larger bodies that would have collided with the moon and created those craters, etc., all can be told just by looking at the moon.
His uncle, Sri Peshwar, used to quote this often. And he goes something like this, I'll paraphrase. There's so much comes to mind looking out over this sea of shining faces. Because he said this, he said, if you take a piece of coal, a black piece of coal, and you wash it in water, no matter how long you wash it, it's still going to be that dark piece of coal.
Let's again. It's actually oh, so we try to get back to 100%. So we can. Oh, this is not. This, okay, yeah. So I can pan this way. Just to highlight one little detail. So on the moon, there is actually a crater named after a Barbadian. Miss or Dr.
Really?
H.M. Graves, yes. Graves crater is named after him. Is this crater right here? This little one right there at the tip of the cursor. Dr. Graves was well, she was born in Barbados, went to school at Lodge School here in Barbados, went overseas on a scholarship to Britain, pursued studies in mathematics, physics, and astronomy. Went on to become a member of the the Royal Astronomical Society, which is very official, and then ultimately became its president. And he conducted significant work in astronomy in his time. And in his honor, Graves crater was named after him. So, yes, we have a bit of a legacy. Well, big boots to fill in terms of astronomy in Barbados because, even though that fact is not widely known in the general Barbadian public, those who know and those who know appreciate the fact that astronomy has been with us for a very long time. Before Barbados was independent, we had persons here who loved the sciences, loved astronomy, loved to explore the universe. So they did it from here using the equipment of the time. Maybe not the biggest or best telescopes, but the love for sky, love for celestial objects, the love for the science of astronomy. It goes pretty far back in Barbados. So that's why in the Barbados Astronomical Society, we know that we do not have all of the resources that larger astronomical societies maybe are very lucky to be exposed to and have at their disposal. But we do try to do the best that we can with what we have. And we do good work. We do. And we are keen on partnering with other societies in the region. Is significant, valuable work that could be done just by harnessing the fact that your observations from your location is different to our location here in Barbados. Whether it be seeing conditions, whether it be the fact that the geometric distance allows you to do observations that can precisely determine the distance of objects in the night sky using parallax, for example. That sort of work, that sort of investigation, absolutely we're keen on partnering with others to do. And of course, sharing the general knowledge of astronomy, always. That is at the forefront of our efforts. I see a question. How does water show up on the moon or frozen areas? Okay, so there's no liquid water on the moon, but deep within craters in the polar regions, the north, particularly though the south polar region of the moon, there is frozen water, ice, as we, well, yeah, frozen water present as ice locked within the regolith. So the material on the moon's surface is referred to as regolith. So you can think of it as basically ice mixed in with dusty material. So the question of how does it, well, it's present in that state. Lunar orbit, there's been quite a few lunar orbiters that have been orbiting the moon for the primary purpose initially was just to map the surface of the moon. But then probes that were sent with the intention of detecting elements present on the moon, water included, were also sent. And they readily revealed the fact that, yes, within those deep craters, where sunlight does not, sun doesn't ever reach the basin or bottom of those craters. So, water believed to have come either from impacts from asteroids or more likely fragments of comets, which are primarily icy bodies. Water molecules from Earth as well. Understand that Earth's atmosphere, even though, how should I put it? Even though the breathable part of Earth's atmosphere is relatively thin, and it's very close to the surface of Earth, Earth's atmosphere at its furthest extent goes very far, and Earth's atmosphere is constantly releasing atoms of hydrogen, atoms of oxygen, nitrogen, etc. They can make their way, once they're released, once they're free of Earth's atmosphere, relatively free of Earth's gravitational influence, they are free then to drift off into space, potentially eventually being picked up by the moon. Well, there are images of the moon that will reveal the surface elements present on the moon itself, and many elements that are present on the surface of the moon exist as oxides. Oxides of elements that are familiar to us. There is some iron oxides, there's titanium oxide, and those oxides were generated from oxygen molecules or oxygen ions from Earth primarily that interacted with the surface elements there and caused that oxidation to occur. Of course, we're speaking about processes that would have happened over the course of billions of years. So it's not to say that you're getting this huge deluge of water molecules from Earth or oxygen atoms or nitrogen atoms from Earth. That's not the case. But it's just to say that over the course of a very long time, those molecules would have been able to be transferred from Earth onto the surface of the moon and also been deposited from impacts, asteroids, meteoroids, comets. Yes. So I hope that answers the question, Herbert Nelson. If not, you can let me know if you need a follow-up response. Great, cool, cool. So like I was saying, whereas the north polar region of the moon, I mean, there are craters there. So right up here, this is the north polar region of the moon. There are some craters, but nothing quite prominent. But the view down south is different for sure. Down here, you're seeing much more prominent craters. And understand that when we look at craters on the moon, the vast majority are bigger than many of the islands in the Caribbean. This one here, Tycho, which has that long ray system. Let me just zoom back out so you can see all of it. It's all the way. Right. So this is trails of debris that would have been ejected from the impact site, can be traced across largest portions of the moon. But this crater is nearly twice the size of Barbados for sure. Right? So they're not small by any measure. And that's why we have to appreciate, because again, this while recent in astronomical terms, is still maybe just thousands of years old. It still has the lighter appearance of a fresh crater. but it's still indicative of the fact that even though many of the larger bodies are no longer present in the solar system to pose a threat for collision with Earth, smaller bodies do exist. Smaller bodies, smaller asteroids, smaller meteoroids occasionally cross Earth's path, Earth's orbit around the sun. Some of them can get close enough to be truly seen as potentially hazardous. So that's where the term potentially hazardous asteroids comes from. And that is the main reason why there are dedicated efforts to try to track, well, detect, discover, track asteroids in the vicinity of Earth. It does not take much to create, well, let's just understand that what would have caused it's like say a 60-kilometer diameter crater on the moon was not a 60-kilometer diameter asteroid. Something the size that's probably maybe 500 meters in diameter, probably traveling at the velocity that asteroids and bodies within the solar system travel at, have so much kinetic energy that on impact, the result would be easily in excess of the largest nuclear weapons we've ever detonated here on Earth. So it does not take a whole lot. It really doesn't. Some of you may be familiar with the Tunguska event over Russia and the Chelyabinsk event that happened to us in 2013 and thereabouts. So in both cases, you had an asteroid. Well, for sure, the Chelyabinsk event we have a greater fix on because fragments from the asteroid were recovered. The asteroid was no more than 20 meters in diameter, and it did not strike Earth's surface. And it basically disintegrated the sky over the city of Chelyabinsk, Russia. And the shock waves from that 20-meter asteroid when it broke apart created havoc on the city below. And you can picture this. You might be standing outside and you see this big bright flash and a long streak of light going across the sky. It's just the asteroid breaking up as a meteor, streak of light. And the debris trail hung in the air for minutes after, many minutes after it was there. So you're standing around looking up at this thing. If you go to a window, you're just looking out through the window, looking at that debris trail and not realizing that there were shock waves from that disintegration coming towards you. The vast majority of the 1,500 people in Chelyabinsk got some pretty bad injuries just from shattered glass as a result of those shock waves shattering windows that people were standing at. Some people suffered temporary deafness when, of course, we're talking about sonic event, essentially. But then also some people suffered temporary blindness because they were looking, some were fortunate or unfortunate, if you want to look at it, depending on how you look at that, you have witnessed the meteor burning up and saw it with their naked eyes, but the brightness was so intense that they temporarily lost vision. Others suffered ultraviolet burns, skin burns, from the amount of radiation that was released from that asteroid disintegrating. And again, that was just a 20-meter asteroid that did not hit Earth's surface. So the threat is still there. People ask why we spend so much money in exploring space, discovering these things, tracking these asteroids, but the reality is that it still poses a hazard. And we should try our best to prepare populations that might be affected by similar events if we can. If we can predict where they're going to affect us, then yeah, we definitely want to make sure to alert cities, populations in general, that might be affected by asteroid influence. Okay, so if there's an impact of an explosion of 5 pounds of TNT, what is the impact on the moon? Earth, 5 pounds of TNT blast, open air. Yep, tens of this. Okay, just reading your post in the chat, Herbert. So create small crater. Right. Not fit Earth's orbit, not fit. Right. Yeah. So which is true? That's 5 pounds of TNT. Sure. Yep. Which is minuscule compared to the amount of energy that's released by an asteroid burning up in the atmosphere. It really is crazy. Okay. Any other thoughts, questions, reflections on the moon? So going to
It's really interesting how we're able to just view the moon in real time and we are seeing the clouds passing and all of that. It's amazing. It's amazing. And the knowledge that you have about the moon, and so of course we know that it's because of years of study and paying attention to the moon and studying it, of course. So we are very appreciative of your knowledge and your expertise. Oh my, because when you say it's a winning, give us, well, at the end of the day, I don't study how, the moon phase is that much to know that this is it and that is what. So, yes, we appreciate you, Dr. Marshall.
Well, like I said, not a doctor, but I know a thing or two. I just know a thing or two. Um, but yes, I guess just the love of the night sky. Um, it's been with me for a while, and I've spent many nights just looking up. But well, of course, also reading to understand what it is seeing. When I first started on this journey, said there was no internet. It was there was nothing other than books and magazines, and that was sufficient. So for the younger
Right.
generation coming along now, you have exposure to much more information. Granted, you do have a bit more of a challenge dealing with misinformation. Admittedly, you did not have anything like that. I did not have to face that. You had books from publishers who, and you did the notion of a reputable publisher on the subject when it came to sciences back then. If it was a book on science, it was valid. So it was almost as if no one was going to take the effort to publish a book on science unless they were speaking truths. But we know that things are different now. But all the same, you have more access to information. And it's essential really to make maximum use of it. There's so much to learn. And even last night, while wrapping up a class on astronomy, I tried to make the point that there are aspects of understanding the universe that go way beyond astronomy. The whole matter of cosmology, the origins of the universe, whether the Big Bang is valid or not, how the universe will end. Those are much grander questions, which we as human beings can spend lifetimes debating. But there's still so much more to be learned just from the basic observation, the basic things around us.
Indeed.
And yeah, and that goes, I can speak about space sciences, but even right here on Earth, looking at Earth as a planet, fully understanding what Earth is, it being our home and all the life on it. I think there's still so much to learn right here at home that it's,
Yes, there's always more to learn. And what I want to ask you, what is the qualifications, maybe, right, and the procedure to become a part of your society, the Barbados? Okay.
but there are no qualifications. We take on members so long as in fact, let me be fair. Your only qualification is a curiosity in
Mm,
astronomy. That's it. That's it. Right?
right. Right. Any
Yes.
age limit?
Up. I would have to say honestly no, because again, feels like a month ago we had this little one. He could not have been more than 6 years old, and he was spewing astronomy knowledge as if it like English. In other words, you spoke about matters related to astronomy,
Right.
like he was born speaking it, but a clear case of a little one that was well exposed to the information. What we try to do in cases like that, though, they have a lot of the theoretical knowledge, but now astronomy speaks to also being able to do your own observations to truly validate what you may have read somewhere or may have seen somewhere in a video, right? So yeah, all ages, and so long as that curiosity is there,
So
yes.
how do we get to sign up? I want you to put your information in the chat so that if anyone is interested, they'll be able to sign up and be a part of the society.
Okay, all right. So let me get a link, and yes, we'll go from there.
What
Not
is
the
the stuff in
problem.
the chat here about? Explosion of 5 pounds on TNT. What is it making the moon on Earth? If there's an explosion, Herb is gone?
Okay. Let me see if we scroll down here, but it's there.
Herb is gone.
Okay.
No, I'm here. What's up?
What was your thing about explosion?
In other words, when you're doing mining
Yeah.
or when you're looking for something like he mentioned, the frozen water in the crevices and stuff,
Yeah.
you use a small amount of explosives. So I was trying to figure out what would be the reaction, atmospheric reaction to that little bit of explosive on the moon. We know if it's
What did it say here?
huh?
The correct answer?
The first part that he answered, this small portion, I should have given an example, but I didn't give it in that fashion. So if he wanted to comment on that, that would be good. Mining and stuff like that, how far would the dust travel on the surface of the moon?
Ah, okay. All right. So,
Good question,
that
because there's no thing there.
What are you saying, Claire?
A good question, because there is no gravity. Gravity is less than thing there.
right. So the gravity is 1/6 that of Earth. So essentially, well, there are two things to consider. The material on the surface of the moon, it is over time, what should I say? It is like debris, most of it is debris that has been deposited there as a result of asteroid impacts. So a lot of material of different sizes, different size particles. Some very, very, very fine particles, but then also some much bigger chunks of rocky material. So if you were to consider material that is similar to marl that we should be familiar, construction material, those sorts of particles definitely you can take the distance they would travel with a 5 pound 5 pounds of TNT. You detonate that on the moon, the particles there, those chunks of rock, will travel 6 times further than they would travel here on Earth because you're working with 1/6 the gravity. But then there is much finer particles, by and large, much, much finer particles on the surface of the moon than we find on the surface of Earth. So those finer particles with 5 pounds of TNT could be launched to a velocity that would escape Earth, the moon's gravity. Right? Because explosive first working against much finer particles and under 1/6 Earth's gravity. Yeah, those particles could be accelerated to a velocity that would escape the moon's gravity. So
would it be like a bullet?
Faster than a bullet. Faster than a bullet. Because also there's no air
So you could
resistance,
get
right?
hurt then, right?
Well, okay. Yes, but I have to believe that after spending millions of dollars to send equipment there to mine, hopefully they consider these matters as well in terms of safety to those who would be involved, unless
Sure.
they would be all robots doing the work because we are talking about an age where that level of automation already exists, right? So these are things to consider, yes, but I'm just hoping that it doesn't happen. Honestly, I would love to be able to visit the moon, maybe as one of those space tourists to see it before all of that drama comes about. Um, I could, it's kind of depressing to think of it as being an eventuality, but more and more likely it will be.
Well, I don't understand because if you're gonna use, they must be using some other equipment because mining the moon with that kind of blast and that kind of a dust spread, where's the dust gonna go? It's gonna be like cloud in the moon.
Right. Okay. Well, again, we can't really speak to mining methods.
Impact. When that impact, let's say if the clouds are now, let's say you create some dust plumes, right? Because there's no gravity, they don't settle down very quickly. So we'll have a big dust cloud around the moon.
Right. Again, we can't really speak to the methods that they will be using. We can't because I'm sure somewhere some brilliant mind within one of those companies is trying to work with other entities other entities that have that sort of technical understanding and scientific understanding of what the requirements would be to carry out mining operations on the moon. I'm relatively certain those sorts of discussions are happening. So it is still very much a work in progress. That's what I'm getting at. And still at a stage where those things probably are being ironed out to a degree to make it all workable. That said, it'll be the first company that does it would be the first company that does it and probably will and can only treat it as experimental exercise at the outset. They're going to have to figure out a whole lot of things about just being there on the surface of the moon to start with. They will have to.
I'm going to show the article, which makes me very nervous.
That was mentioning.
I'm looking for an article I saw recently that makes me very nervous.
Oh, nervous. Okay.
Let me look for it while you talk.
Okay, sure. So yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like those of us who would have tracked the evolution of SpaceX. You don't know that they started off just with the intention of launching rockets and trying to create reusable rockets. But in very short order, we saw them develop the capability to not only make the rockets reusable, but land themselves on the launch very close to the launch pad that launched the rocket in the first place. And also we've lived to see much larger rockets. So the Starship rocket now is that much bigger, much more massive than the Falcon 9 rockets that they started with. And we've seen them develop technology that allows those much larger rockets to be caught basically mid-flight. Well, let me say to return into the launch pad, but then caught still in mid-air. So the technology is coming along at a pretty rapid rate, Work is happening behind the scenes, and all we're seeing is the part where they're testing all of the work that has been done. So I am absolutely certain that behind the scenes work is happening, and when we're aware of it, general public is at that point where it's going to be tested. So it's just a reality now.
Yeah, look in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, it's too long. Okay. Let me find the version. There is going to be a crash of a SpaceX rocket onto the moon soon.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Yeah, the rocket booster. Yeah, on August 5th at 2:35 a.m. our time, well, at least in Barbados time, and I guess that would be 1:35 a.m.
People are excited about it. I don't get it.
Boy. Okay, well, I'll try to wear both hats. Because the one side of things is saying that on scientific point of view, okay, we know it's going to happen. As depressing as it is for piece of space junk to land on the moon, it is an opportunity now to answer the sort of question that we just heard asked. What sort of debris would be kicked up from the surface of the moon based on that kind of impact? Because the mass of the rocket booster, we know how heavy it is now that it is empty of fuel. We know the velocity it's traveling at. It is an opportunity from the scientific perspective to see how much material is ejected from the surface of the moon and to what height it reaches as a result of that impact. On the flip side, it is a piece of space junk that is going to pollute the moon.
It's going to create a new crater on the moon. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah,
I'm not
well,
pleased about that.
oh, sorry, you're. Sorry, say that last part again. Broke up there a bit on my end.
I'm just saying it's going to create a new crater on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a crater around 30 meters height, they anticipate. I don't think we're going to be able to see that new crater directly from Earth, though, because at 30 meters, that is a little too small for Earth-based telescopes, even the largest ones, especially since it is on the side. The impact is going to happen right along the edge of the moon. So we're going to get a very flat view of whatever crater is going to be created. So, but on the flip side, again, that's why it's very likely that if there is a plume of material ejected away from the surface, we'll be able to see it because the impact is going to happen right along the edge.
I find it very careless.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's certain because I don't think there's been an official statement by SpaceX on the whole thing. At least I have not seen one. So it's perhaps a little bit of indifference there as well. It's like, okay, it's gonna land there, so what? True, it's not gonna affect any people there, but it's still junk. Your junk. SpaceX is junk that is landing on the moon. They could do better. They need to do better. Others seeing that no other companies thinking of sending, because it was again part of a mission to launch a probe to the moon. Other private companies that are interested in doing the same may see the moon as the place to deposit the expended rocket bodies, because in the absence, there are no legal ramifications for doing it. There are no penalties. There's no law governing how how the surface of the moon should be kept. So it is for the time being, yeah, it's basically at the mercy of the discretion of those private companies who are now, yeah, well, yeah, they're just exploiting the opportunities that it all provides. Yeah. So, I don't know. Interesting times ahead, for sure. For sure, for sure. Shannon, thanks for sharing the link. I was typing and I stopped there because I actually wanted to share the link to the membership page, but you can navigate from hbo.bb/hbo to get to the membership page where you can sign up for membership of the society. Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, it's really other. So it is what it is. August 5th, we'll see what exactly happens. Of course, from what I've read, it is more likely that we might not see anything, but because it's the first time we're observing this sort of impact, it is necessary to observe it because we do not know for sure what is going to happen, and the science that can be gleaned from it might still be useful. So it is what it is.
So are you planning on watching it?
I do plan to, because the region, the Caribbean region, a bit of South America, it's like the eastern part of South America, the Eastern Caribbean, the eastern seaboard of the United States. Those locations are ideally situated to see anything if anything would happen. So it's basically a responsibility now for those astronomers in those regions to try to observe and report what they see. So yeah, you have to do the necessary and
But
fulfill
do
some
you have
expectations there.
a network of you that can stay in touch?
Yeah. So me personally, yeah. Well, the society, yes, in general, but me personally, I also have some other colleagues in, well, it's actually that's more the eastern seaboard of the United States, where we'll do some observing. The timing is a little awkward at best. At 2:30, 4 a.m. in the morning, it is. I expect there may be maybe one or two other members in my society who might be interested in staying up at that time for something that is more than likely not going to be visible. Just explain the full context there. But, you know, as scientists, we should observe, and that's what I intend to do. Oh, Shan, thanks again. Right, so that's the link there. You can see Shan posted the membership link to the society. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, David.
It's been a pleasure. Really has been. So I will hang around for a little while longer. It's just saying that still work tomorrow, but this has been fun. I caught the tail end of the artistic renditions. It was some artwork and some music from Miami Beach, and that was really interesting. How the influence of the moon, the artistic way in which that influence
Yeah,
on them
somebody's
was
paying. I think they're still out there because their camera's still open.
okay. They still have the ball. Good. Yes.
Now let me see because I can't see who is on because okay, let me see. So Cindy's on. Cindy's gonna be on next. Cindy's on at 9 o'clock her time. Yasmin, you want to go now?
All right. So I will stop my share. So this is
Yasmin, you want to
Aspen.
go now? Okay, yes, because Cindy's on at 9 o'clock. So we have half an hour on this side of the town.
I had taken a step away from the presentation, so I will just pass and listen and go on maybe next.
Well, we finished with Mr. David. So are you want to go now?
No, I'm not ready. Someone else could go.
We don't have anybody else between now and 10. And then at 11, it's going to be Cindy's going to take over and she has her stuff planned. So
you're not sure if you have anyone until 11?
We have somebody at 11.
Yeah, but that's 30 minutes. I won't be speaking for 30 minutes.
So you are the only person we have two people for 11 o'clock already because they're on another side of the country.
Oh, I mean, I can say a little bit about my program.
Yeah, please feel free. Don't stand on any ceremony.
All right, okay. Hang on 1 second. Let me see if I could get some light.
Yeah.
See if you could see me a little better.
What's happening? Look at the people in Florida still partying.
Oh, all right. I don't have.
Anita is here, so you can wait until you just go ahead. Wait until she's done, because you have some more time.
All right. Okay.
She just came on. Nita just came on. Nita
All right.
at the spotlight. So tell us what's happening, Nita.
Great evening. I've been watching along in the sidelines, everything. This feels so Irie. The music, we got the music, they're partying. I was jamming earlier. I just wanted to share with everyone that we've been working behind the scenes to make sure that our girls can be represented in India during Mission Shakti Sat. I'm representing for the wonderful country of Haiti. I'm not, I'm usually I would put up the Haitian flag, but you know. So we've been working behind the scenes to get the website up and running, and it is officially live. And I wanted to share it with all of you so that way we can kick off our official fundraising campaign so that we can lean into the diaspora community in order to raise these funds to get our girls over to India. I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see what we've been working on so far. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay, so we know that space is a complex topic, and it's often, sometimes people might not find it to be fun. So we decided that we wanted to take a different approach, and we are launching the official campaign, which we call the Cosmic Carnival, which is representing our Caribbean countries that are participating in the mission, as well as participating in the Caribbean Space Society at large. So what that means is we are finally claiming our space when it comes to the global space economy. We know everyone's trying to get into what they call the space wars, and everyone wants representation. And I've heard throughout the webinar today that yes, we absolutely need to claim our stake when it comes to the Caribbean nations and the overall agenda for how the Caribbean wants to participate in how we approach space, and not just that, but the education and the upskilling around it. So through this campaign, our goal is to raise monies for all the candidates. So this website is serving as twofold. The first part is allowing for every nation to be represented, allowing for people in the diaspora to rally behind the cadets that are represented in their country. And it's going to be a nice little healthy competition that allows everyone to see how we're moving across the leaderboard. So as people start to donate, you'll be able to see these move. Right now it's in alphabetical order. And here you'll get to know the cadets. There's a dedicated delegation page that explains what the mission is about, who the delegates are, who the ambassadors are. And then it gives you an understanding of like where the money's going in order to get our girls over. So they have to pay for visas, they have to pay for not for lodging that's being provided by Mission Saktisat, but they do have to pay for their plane tickets, and they are right now around this time it's rather expensive. They will be traveling between the 23rd and the 31st, and we will be having quite a few events leading up to the actual mission itself. One thing that tends to be a little confusing, people think that the girls are going to the moon. The girls are not going to the moon. What they're actually doing is they participated in a space camp. And part of the space camp was to, build up quantum literacy and to treat, for them, they did like a CANSAT training. And there's some helpful indicators that we put on the site that explains what a CANSAT is, what a clean room is, as well as a payload, and so that they can get a better understanding of the overall mission and what part the girls are playing and what exactly they learned. So Mission Shakti Sat is actually launching into space to the moon in the month of October, and the girls are going there in the month of August to do the assembly. The assembly itself is of a portion of the CubeSat. So during space camp, they learned how to put this together in what is considered like a simulated environment. And when they go to India, they're going to put the real thing together, and that's what's going to be launched off into the moon. Here we have the ambassadors broken out by country. And it's been like a year-long program, so the girls have been juggling this as well as their studies. And these are the ambassadors that have been helping them along the way. And these are the advisors, Dr. Nelson, of course, for the overall mission itself. And then you get to see some visuals across what each cadet is doing and all the ambassadors are doing across the different countries. Here we have our events for everything that's coming up. And each of these things on the site will take you to like the different parts of the website. So you'll be able to get a better understanding of the Caribbean Space Society at large. You'll be able to see the delegation. The delegation has, a short memo on each of the girls and their contribution, the ambassadors, and you'll be able to back up your mass camp, what we're calling a mass cosmos, and you'll be able to see the news of what's happening in the everything that has to do with aerospace and space technology across each of the Caribbean nations. So this allows for the education to happen, so everyone has a better understanding of like where each Caribbean nation is overall when it comes to the space race. And this will act as like our, all everything moving forward. So it doesn't just, live and die with the actual fundraising. You'll be able to keep up with information and news across all of the entities and the amazing people that we've met tonight. And you'll be able to follow along if there are any other events that you want to follow along with. We do have a mini TV, so this is going to be a double post, so you'll be able to see live anything that we are launching with, anything that we have live that's running, broadcasting. And then the donate page is where you'll be able to go and participate and donate. And if you want, you'll be able to leave something on the wall. And the wall, for marketing purposes, we'll call on the wall the yard. The yard is where everybody gets to give their shout outs, support the girls, root them on, and you'll be able to see everything that we've been doing across all the different camps. So this is our official fundraising site. The details, I'll put it in the chat, and we're going to be sharing this along. And the goal of this is to get everyone excited about space, and we wanted to take a different angle and add a little entertainment element to it, so that everyone can kind of like shout out their country and rep where they come from and root for the girls along the way. So we will be sending this out to all media outlets in the Caribbean diaspora, stateside, and all throughout the world. We will be sending this out and sharing this out to influencers, celebrities, DJs. I see Brittany has a head start with our jam session here. So the goal is so that we want to make sure that the girls feel supported and that everyone is rooting them on. Are there any questions in the chat? And we have tons of promo for the girls because I know some of the girls are in the chat. Aaliyah, we have promo, like individual promo shots for the girls that's going to get sent out as well. So all the media outlets can shout you ladies out because you ladies are the stars of the show.
So for the advisors that we haven't been able to catch up, should we put their picture there?
Yes, the advisors also have individual promo, and they have a dedicated space where they can go and grab all of their marketing material.
But I haven't seen either one of them asked to perform, and I haven't seen her at all in any of the things.
Which one?
Dominica.
Dominica, I believe they said they would not be able to participate for India. So I did include them for the larger mission.
Gotcha.
She said that she had to get back to their ministry. She had to get back to us in terms of people at the ministry who would be responsible for answering whether or not they can participate at CSS in general. So I've only included the girls that we have confirmations for on the left.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. in the future state, there will be, and this is for like the hackathon. So when we do the Friendship Day, if there is a country that wants to participate for that, we'll be able to like engage in conversation and have like a dedicated page for these countries as well as any other countries in the Caribbean that want to raise their hand and participate in the initiatives that we have that go outside of the actual mission itself. Okay.
Yeah. So only Bahamas is missing then.
Bahamas, we're still waiting for the marketing material for the girl. The girl has been selected. But the ambassador has taken ill. She's traveling and she's in the UK right now. So as soon as she's like released from the hospital, she'll be able to send us that information.
Anybody have any questions? Opinions, concerns, comments?
I was just, I don't know anything about her organization. I didn't know if she could say a little bit about her organization.
Oh, Caribbean Space Society?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Caribbean Space Society was birthed out of the Institute of Caribbean Studies. Dr. Nelson has been doing a lot of work across the last 30 plus years across a multitude of organizations, whether working with the SDGs and working with quite a few alphabet organizations, the UN. And from there, we've always been trying to like foster future thinking and what a future society would look like. The sister company to that is the Futures Forum. That is the official organization that oversees, which is more of like an educational think tank and a research foundation that looks for better ways to further society. So one of those things would essentially be aerospace, space technology, quantum, AI, data, cyberspace, essentially building out like this digital army, so to speak, of how do we foster education and participation, not just in the youth, not just with women, but with young boys and as well as adults. So instead of seeing like AI as this thing that's a threat, this is the opportunity, and it's organizations like this that allow for, through programming, through galas, through benefits, through conferences, that allows for this thinking to happen through these connections that we have with these webinars that we put together. So like this live stream is a perfect example of allowing people to come to the table and raise their hands and talk about the work that they've been doing across these different industries, these different verticals, and how exactly we can kind of fuse and marry all these things together and push for hackathons, push for summits that allows for the conversations to happen and the things that come after. So it's taking all the things that we talk about in theory and actually putting that work forth and allowing for people to come together and say, hey, here's what I've been working on. So we've had like quite a few people on during the live stream in the last 24 hours who've been building amazing things all across the world. And it expands beyond the Caribbean and allows for, people in the diaspora who live in the States or who live in Europe and the UK and even in Asia to be able to come together and find each other in conjunction to the relationships that we have with, the motherland in Africa. So there are quite a few organizations that the Futures Forum and ICS has brought together, and the goal is to use this mission and to use the work we're doing here as a catalyst to like really foster the conversation and push the envelope and really get us into those rooms to discuss how do we see a future society when it comes to people of Caribbean and African descent. So I hope that explains what CSS does. Our goal is to make sure that we empower the youth and we prepare them and we normalize being able to go back home so that we can go to university back home and be at the forefront of, anything that's aerospace related, space tech related, AI, quantum. We want to be able to normalize people feeling comfortable to go back home and to do their studies home instead of having to go abroad. That would be the goal, and that's part of the reason why we're raising the funds, not just for this isolated event, but to make sure that we can foster programs that teach and further STEM education all across the board. There's like so many bright minds that we have, and everyone's like taking the initiative to build things. We want to make sure that they have the capital and the support and the resources to further their studies and to further the research that they're doing.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
In camps before eventually immigrating to the United States. When Nia King
Any other questions?
She moved to the U.S. In 2017, she began studying at Minneapolis Community College. Interest in modeling sparked after participating in a local fashion show. Becoming a model, her deeply black skin sometimes attracts racist comments.
Does anyone hear like a video playing in the background? Hear an audio?
Just in the world. She makes her entry in
I'm not sure where the audio is coming from.
Does anyone hear it?
in the city of
I do hear it. Not sure who exactly it's coming from.
Skin fight. Age 27, she has been nicknamed.
Okay, it stopped.
It's gone.
Stop playing.
Did you want to go up, Yasmin?
Sure, I'll just speak briefly. Start my video and so you can see me. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Greetings from Maryland and by extension from Kingston, Jamaica, which is my place of birth. I'm very happy to be here with you tonight on this very special occasion at the invitation of Dr. Nelson, who is a longtime friend and a past high school and university, I guess, partner. We attended the same high school and for a short time the same university in the name of University of the West Indies. So I'm very pleased to be here, and Dr. Nelson was kind enough to invite me to just say a very few words about the organization that I represent. I am the founder and the president of the Every Girl Can Learning Institute. We are a nonprofit organization focused on empowering middle school girls, and this would be age 10 to 14 years, to dream big, think of big possibilities, to soar and to shine, and to see themselves as being able to do anything that they set their minds to and are prepared to work hard for, and that with encouragement, elevation, upliftment, inspiration, and exposure, that they can achieve this, because that's our motto with those 4 E's and the I. We believe that they can achieve this. And so we do this through programs that we offer both virtually and in person, focused on STEM, I guess, / STEAM, leadership, and life skills. And we've been doing this since we started at a very small scale in a more private kind of setting through my private consulting firm in 2008. And then we pivoted in 2015 and we became a nonprofit organization. We're very pleased to have Dr. Nelson on the board, and I can personally testify that it was through many conversations with her talking about what this organization could become that, you know, it took shape. I remember her saying this will have a life of its own. And so we've grown to be involved in many, many areas in the public arena, offering basically free and low-cost programs to girls to inspire them to know that they can become engineers, they can become scientists, mathematicians, physicians, teachers, educators, and the like. And we've been able to do this by bringing to them in a very personal way top women in those fields, of whom Dr. Nelson certainly has been one, and many others in the fields of science, technology, to show them ways in which through hard work, of course, and having the opportunity to be involved firsthand with creating and innovating and research and discovery and conversation and dialogue, that they can do many things. And we have been blessed to be able to expose the girls to many, many things through field trips and even our virtual programs, through competitions, through dialogue. We've had top scientists in the world, engineers and the like. So this is very much in keeping with our focus on teaching girls that they can soar to the sky. When I see the moon, I see the sky, we think of the stars, and we empower them, to soar to the highest heights. And we bring to them the highest quality of programs through top professionals and experts and leaders in these various fields. So we're excited about the opportunity. This year we hope to be going to the Air and Space Museum. They're celebrating their 50th anniversary, and we want them to be part of this Soar High program that they are doing. So we are open to joining in, or perhaps now maybe coming up with a new initiative to inspire girls to do something more specifically with respect to innovation and research, design, creativity around the idea of the moon. This is certainly very exciting and very inspiring, and I commend Dr. Nelson and all the team members and everyone else who has been participating in programs to make this a reality. The Caribbean is no small place for talent and ingenuity and creativity, and we belong in the conversation, and our girls do as well. And I'm certainly going to bring it back to our board when we meet in September about this opportunity, and for us to find some way that we can be more directly and more specifically involved. But this is exciting, and I look forward to all the new things that will be coming about. And Ms. Saint-Hilaire, thank you for sharing, and I hope your girls will make it successfully to India. And I look forward to visiting the various digital channels to keep up with their progress and offering any support that we can. So again, we are the Every Girl Can Learning Institute, and we're inspiring girls to soar to the moon. So thank you so very much for the opportunity to share with you. Our website is everygirlcanlearn.org, and we are on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn as well. So you can very much see a lot of what we do there, because we're very well documented. I was going to try to share with you the screen, but someone else is sharing, so and maybe I don't have the right
You
protocol
can,
to share. But
yeah,
I was
you
gonna.
can absolutely share.
It said that someone else is sharing, so I'm not sure if it's going to work. I didn't actually fully prepare. This is our logo right here. I don't know if you can see it. This summer we went through our virtual summer camp, and I was just going to show you a few pictures from camp.
Can
The
you check
highlight
to
of
see if you can share now? I just enabled
you
sharing.
did? All right.
Oh,
I'm not sure if it'll come up or not. If not, okay. Or can you see anything? That's our logo. And this summer we went to we had a virtual summer camp this year, hybrid, 4 days virtual, and on one day we visited the National Cryptologic Museum in Fort Meade, where the girls learned about America's role in discovering ciphers and its whole heritage in that whole space. And they saw a lot of not cute, but interesting artifacts related to the whole cryptologic history of the United States. And they saw some what didn't seem to me to be so old cell phones, and they really just balked at them and wondered what those things were because they looked so ancient to them, and many other things, artifacts for breaking codes and so forth. But and then we returned to have the rest of the day to spend at the church where I worship, and we had STEM toys and games and just a fun time. So I just wanted to give you a little feel for our population, as I said, 10 to 14 years. Sometimes the girls who age out of our programs because they've entered high school want to come back, and we gladly welcome 9th and 10th graders as well to come in as assistants, as aides, or just join us on field trips and assist with chaperoning, help with our social media and so forth. So that's a synopsis of who we are and what we do, and I look forward to engaging with the rest of you and anyone who is interested in wanting to bring a program like this or borrow any elements of our program to your community, your organization. I would be very, very happy to share. We're a nonprofit, and I would make this available generously at no cost. And we have a lot of content. If you just want a webinar that you can share with your girls, recorded programs, we have a lot to share because it's been 18 years since we've been doing our annual conference where we've had speakers like Dr. Nelson and, as I said, many others in various fields, STEM and others. We have a lot of recorded material. So very happy to share. Our website again is everygirlcanlearn.org. So thank you very much. I'll take any questions. I'm sorry I don't have much more to share. I thought I could have put something together, but thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this tonight.
Thank you. This looks amazing. I'm going to share the link in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
And to confirm, I noticed that you're based in Maryland, correct? In the DMV area?
Yes, that's sort of home for me, but we do programs anywhere, Maryland, DC, Virginia, and of course, when we're virtual, we bring in girls from as far as Nigeria or Canada and Jamaica, Ghana. We have extended our program to Ghana. One of our affiliates did develop a training program and took the program to Ghana, and we've been able to establish an Every Girl Can Ghana for some time.
Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Prayer and meditation go hand in hand. This is prayer a low priority.
Okay, Dr. Nelson, who do we have up next?
Me?
Who do we have up next?
Up next, it's 2 minutes. I need to do a drum roll, and Cindy was here. Let me see. Yeah, she's still here.
Cindy's here.
Cindy Cohen is here, so she's up next. I think she has her time all blocked out and stuff. So Cindy Cohen is here. Let me see if I can find my drum. I don't have my drum, so.
So I need to stop sharing, right? To allow someone else to share. Let me do a stop share then. Right. Okay, there. Oh, is that a drum?
It's a didgeridoo.
Oh, is it didgeridoo?
Sure. I have a long one, but that's worse. I can't do that one at all.
Oh my gosh.
I bought it with intent to practice.
Oh, it makes such a lovely sound though. I
But
just
I don't know how to do it properly. I'm still
I adore that instrument. There you go. There you go.
I think it's the right side. Okay, there it is.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Yasmin.
Hello, everybody. Who said hello?
Right.
Oh, hi, Dwight. How are you?
Good.
Good night.
All right. So Cindy Coon is up next, and I see she is unmuted. So now we can find her. I don't know why I am having issues with this thing. Let me do a different view. View gallery. Cindy. Cindy Cohen. Cindy.
Hello, hello.
Oh, there you are. All right. Hi, Cindy. How are you doing? It's been ages.
I know.
Yeah. What's going on?
I mean, just so many things. It's just, lots of life changes, lots of big things. You find me at a good moon time.
You're still in New Mexico, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Fabulous. Well, friends, this is Cindy Cohen, a friend of mine. We do a lot of futures thinking to work together since maybe around COVID time too. I don't remember.
No, earlier. Nope. All the way back to 2015.
Oh, wait a minute. That was when I started my first telling of my own story.
Yes.
Yeah, Cindy was the one that hooked when I pitched my story about going to her festival. She said, I don't know about that. Then she came and said, oh yeah, okay, we'll take it. So then I wrote my story and I got this call from her. Well, we decided we want to test you as a hologram. Anyway, so I had to go to the studio in DC and be videotaped in this black box. And so when I went out to Arizona State University, it was the Emerge Festival of the Future, and the topic was sports in the year 2040.
Yep.
When I go out to this festival and I walk into the thing, there is a life-size hologram of me performing. And I couldn't take a picture of it because it was light. So you really couldn't shoot yourself beside it.
Wow.
And all I could say was, I am a hologram, the first Jamaican hologram.
That must have been exciting. Wow.
It was very exciting this month. It was a hologram. It really was. So this is the lady who has helped me to indulge my future's theatrical side. And when I do stuff with her, many times I get to do experimental stuff, which I like. So I don't know what she has planned. I never asked her. I'm just gonna say whatever. I know that we always come up with something. So I look forward to seeing how you have interpreted the Ari Moon convergence. People ask, first of all, a lot of people don't know the word Ari. It's new to them. So I have had to explain a reason why I chose Ari is because number one, I thought long and hard about using, maybe a Sanskrit word or something. And I thought, no, I'm going to use a Jamaican word because I want to center it in a non-spacefaring country. And I thought, Ari really captures the vibe I'm going for, something not stuffy, not overly pretentious in terms of it has to be so sacred that you can't laugh. I want it to be fun, but at the same time, that we want to have this idea of a conscious group, a group that is conscious about the reality of being in harmony with nature. And so Irie comes from a Rastafarian philosophy that everything is Irie, everything is in harmony. And so rather than use buck moon or strawberry moon or whatever, I said, I'm going to put something new into the lexicon, Irie moon. And let me tell you, shocking thing had happened. It turned out that the moon in Accra was a yellow-red color early in the evening. And the young lady who is out in Miami also said when they started their performance, the moon was orange-red color. So I'm like, oh my God, this is so copacetic, right? So I'm very excited to see that the universe coincided with me. And I can pretend like it was a plan. But it was not a plan. It was not planned. So, UN International Friendship Day, I'm really excited about the day because when I checked the website, I couldn't find any history of any major events. So I thought this might become something real in the future. if we just find the right group to get it started, and let me see where we go from here. I mean, Earth Day started with a few people, so Ari Moon could start with a few people, and in 5 years, by 2030, be something quite different. And so, but at least keeping this goal of bringing together a community of people interested in ensuring that regular people have an opportunity to talk about how they would like to see our expansion into becoming a spacefaring civilization. And secondly, how do we maintain the kind of friendship necessary for the construction of peace? So we're getting very contentious. Everybody's crapping everybody right now. We want to find that core of us who really believe that it's possible to hold the space and make peace. So with that, the floor is yours.
Beautiful. Thank you, my lovely friend Claire, for inviting me. The minute you sent me a note, I of course said yes immediately, because not only because it was you, but also the moon and all of the connectivity I have with the moon and space around my creativity. So I come tonight around this, I love it, inaugural Ari Moon convergence. I'll be using it as well, with a ritual for a creative futures. So I am Cindy Kuhn. I'm an applied futurist, an artist, a nature lover, and I am coming tonight from the mountains, the high desert mountains of northern New Mexico. And that puts me at about 8,000 feet above sea level tonight. So I am really close and connected to this moon. And Claire, I will send you a picture after this that I took of the moon tonight, which is a gorgeous color, just like you said. So I do think you called it up and created it. So during this global moonrise convergence, with people gathering from all different countries and cultures and language, landscapes, time zones, coming together, learning together, sharing, what I wanted to offer tonight was a pause, a moon pause together, where we can breathe together, have a meditation together, and I'm going to do a creative activity. So before I begin, and I'll say it a few more times, we're going to do the meditation before we start doing the creative activity. But if you want to grab a paper, notebook, some kind of writing material, writing utensil, a pen, a marker, it doesn't matter. Just something so you can put a mark on a page. So we're going to do that in a bit. This space tonight, it is my hope that it becomes a space of release. Something all of us have experienced is the carrying of things we do not need to hold. This big, bold, full moon asks us to shed. We're going to begin again tomorrow. So tonight is really about release, letting go of things that no longer serve us, and letting us notice what begins to emerge. Tonight, I'd love to ask each of you if you're willing to imagine a future where we can each create in a way that is meaningful to us through small actions that just begin moving each of us toward a more desirable future for all. And you will hear me say that, for all. many times, because the future is not created by a few, it's designed by all of us. And so part of this energy that I want to bring tonight is all of us designing, co-creating our desired future together. So during this process, I'm going to ask you to breathe with me. And I'm going to ask you to come into this space with the moon as our light and our reason for gathering. And if we hold that and we carry that, that'll build upon what we're going to create together through this creative opportunity. So when we talk about futures, we're never trying to guess or predict what might happen. That's not what it's like. We're instead trying to give ourselves permission to visit through our mind's eye possible and potential futures that we would like to see for all. So I'm going to ask you tonight, as we move slowly into a gaze towards the future, to really embrace, what are you experiencing? What are you feeling? What's coming to mind as you walk this journey? My practice is called threat casting and future casting. And what we do in those spaces is we build a future of a specific person in a place experiencing an event. And we do that so we can be human-centric. Everything I do in my practice and everything I'm going to walk you through tonight is about you, placing you, the human, at the center of this experience. You don't need to worry about anyone else's experience, what right answers are. This is you centered under this big, bold moon tonight. So rather than imagining any sort of abstract future or systems or things that aren't aligned with you, imagine yourself, your real life self, experiencing daily life in the future. So now, I would like to ask each of you to please leave the year 2026. I am going to slowly carry you with me 10 years into the future. Take a deep breath with me. Release. And just let your mind's eye settle on July 30, 2036, 10 years. Let that roll over you. We will imagine again being beneath the same moon on this night, July 30, 2036, 10 years from now. We will be together again. But tonight, you're already there. You are going to go, you are going to see, you are going to experience. So I would like to ask you a question to ponder. What had to begin in 2026 for the future you are imagining to become possible? That's our key thought tonight. What began in 10 years ago in 2026 that made this future now in 2036 possible? You don't need to invent a complete world. Simply pause Notice. Are there words appearing for you? Feelings, colors, shapes, objects, relationships, key places? Hold on to those fragments. And now, for you to have time to stay in this future of 2036, I'm going to walk you through a meditation. And I'd like to ask each of you to stay in this future state. You're invited to place your feet on the floor, rest your hands comfortably. Settle into any position that your body tells you is the most comfortable. You can close your eyes or choose a singular spot to focus your gaze on. Notice the support beneath you. And with that, I'd love to ask you to take a deep breath with me. And exhale. Take another slow inhale. Exhale. Allow your breath to move in and out without forcing it. Just notice it and notice yourself supported by your breath, that gentle movement in your chest. Notice any sounds around you. Some may sound close, some may be far away. Let the sounds wash over you, reminding you of this living world you're a part of. Meditation is never to create silence like a monk on the mound. It is for you to reflect upon your lived experience. So now I'd like you to imagine yourself standing at a horizon. Your horizon can be anywhere. An ocean, a city, a mountain, a desert, near a river, a balcony, looking out a window. This place exists in your imagination for you. Look out at that horizon and take a deep breath. Notice the temperature of the air. It is night. You can see the moon. Notice what you see. Is the moon reflecting? It's rising. So many people across so many places experiencing the same moon together. This one moon, it doesn't make us all identical. It reminds us that difference and connection exist at the same time. As the moon rises, continue to look at it. Notice its shadowed places. Notice its illuminated places. Let the shadowed edge hold something. That something is what you're ready to release. What's in the moon shadow? Tonight is the night to release it. It may be a habit, a fear, an expectation, an old story, an old way of thinking that's become too small for the future you are entering. You do not need to solve it. Simply notice what's connected to it: a word, an image, a color, a shape. Let the moon carry you. Take a deep breath. Now notice the rim of light. This is the place of emergence, the place where something exists before it's fully named. Take a deep breath. Exhale. And now we are going to shortly return to the room, but I want you to do a final look around at what you see in this space in 2036. What did you see across the moon shadow? What did you see in the moon rising? With that, we'll take another deep breath. And I'll ask you to please open your eyes if they were closed and come back into the room. Take a moment. Shake that off a little bit. Shake it off, shake it off. And now grab that pen and writing utensil, or a paper and writing utensil, whatever you have. Paper, notebook, this is for you. So whatever you can grab. Okay. Now again, we're gonna stay in 2036. We've left 2026 for the evening. On this piece of paper, you are going to create for yourself a visual future artifact. This will be something you can revisit. This will be something you can return to recall choices you made on this night where you connected with the moon. All right. So I'd like you to take your pen to paper. And the first thing is to draw a large circle on the page. Cover most of the page so you have a large circle. That's going to be our moon. So give yourself a nice big moon to work with. If during our short meditation, a word, a phrase, or a symbol, shape, color came to you, I want you to think of that now. If it didn't, then give yourself a moment to pause and find a word, a phrase, a symbol. What I'd like you to do is place this word, phrase, symbol, whatever came to you right in the center of your moon. Right in the center, place that word. All right. Now I would like you to choose a side of your moon that will be your shadow. You can write it. You can do a drawing. You can write the word shadow. Anything you feel to demonstrate it is a shadow space of your moon. Now with that, I want you to think about what was it that came to you to release to the moon tonight? What was that shadow release? And this doesn't mean denying anything. A release is really about creating space for new openings. So if there's something blocking, if there's something in your way, what we want to do is release that for the new. That's what this big, beautiful moon gifts us. Space for what's next. So let's put in our shadow area of our moon a word, a symbol. This is for you. You'll know what it means of what you're letting go of to make room for something new. All right. Now let's take an area of our moon and designate it as your moon rise. This allows you to move to a place where the shadow meets the light. So that which you are releasing meets the moon rise and gives light to what you're about to step into. So think about what's emerging within you, within your community. And this can be unfinished and uncertain. This can be a glimmer, a notion of where your next light is coming from. Take note of it. Write down what works for you. Give it shape. The idea around a new moon rise is giving form to something that is trying to become, that is filled with possibility. And again, it can be an unfinished idea, but you know what your inkling is around this space. Okay. Now we're going to have another section of our moon we're going to call our moon seed. And you can plant this anywhere on your moon you want to. This moon seed becomes this illuminated heart center of your moon. Your moon seed asks you, what do I really want in my heart center for my future? If we are in the year 2036, what did you create? What did your moon seed grow into? That's what you want to take note of. What would you love to water? And keep in mind, this moon seed is one of so many. It doesn't need to describe your entire future, every element, every component of who you will become, what you are. It can be a seed of a single thing. And then you can come back and plant more moon seeds connected to other things in your story. Think about things around seeds that might include friendships, being brave or courageous, belonging, repair, forgiveness, justice, peace, stewardship, imagination, or something only you know or need. It's your seed. So plant it anywhere you want on your moon. Think about if your moon seed has any symbol or word that should go with it. Make it visible for yourself. If you're going to place this drawing up in your office somewhere where you can see it, or on your refrigerator, or on your bathroom mirror, so that you recall, what's the concept growing out of this moon seed that you can keep yourself focused on this light? And now I'd like to ask you to think about, and if this fits on the front of your drawing, or if you need to flip it over or use a different sheet of paper to potentially start to begin a list. And it's really important for me to share that what we're doing together tonight, you do not need to feel like you need to finish by the end of our time together. You can keep working on this over many days and maybe create a new one. But what I'd like to ask you to do now is think about this moon seed and ask yourself, what does it need in order to grow? And I want you to think about this in a way of all the way to 2036. What did you do to create this incredible growth that you can now show in 2036? What did you use to grow that seed? What was necessary? Was it community? Was it resources? Was it time? What are all the things that your seed requires for the necessary growth beyond 2036 even? Because that's the other thing, is stewardship and sustainability. You will need to have a plan to continue. All right. As you're finishing up that list of what your moon seed might need for growth, I want to ask you to take your first step. We all know famously the first step on the moon. What is your first step on this night of this moon for yourself? So the first step I'd like to ask you to think about is, before our moon completes another cycle, write a note to yourself saying, I will. Before the moon completes its next cycle, I will. What is your first step to this growth? What is your first step to your moon connecting with you, bringing you your desired future? And again, this isn't something that has to be completed right now. Just write down the question of, before the moon completes another cycle, I will. Give yourself time to think about it. If notes, thoughts come to you right now, jot them down. But I encourage you to spend more time after this evening thinking about this. Your preferred future becomes so powerful when it's connected to action. So the next thing I'd like to ask you to take note of, and this will have to happen after tonight, reach out to one person. Our connection to each other, to planet, and to the moon, to all the planets, is each other. I am often asked as a futurist, oh, how do people figure out what is their purpose? How do they do the work to find out what's their purpose on the planet? And my answer is always the same. We all have the same exact purpose. Purpose is not what we're searching for. Our purpose here is our care of each other. We might have different paths on how we go about that. So the next thing I'd like to ask you in this creative moon ritual is to take note of, who could you reach out to and talk about what you experienced during this RE moon convergence, or during this activity, or around your commitment to your future. Reach out to just one person. Talk to them about what you're thinking about, if you feel comfortable, what you're releasing, and what you're growing. Creating human connection right now is more important than ever. So one thing to think about as you spend the rest of this evening under this moon is, how do we take the things we value, the things we deem important, and continue them like the incredible Dr. Nelson pulling all of this together and all of us together. How do we each stay in our commitment? So the final thing I'd like you to write around the outside of your moon. You can use your corners, borders, whatever space you would like. I'd like you to think about, what is your personal commitment to this collective connection? For the last many hours, I've been listening to this incredible convergence taking place in all the just beautiful, rich work so many people are already doing for so many others. Think about, what is your commitment continuously for the other humans? You can write that in a corner or on a border. And then the final thing I want you to write somewhere on the outside of your moon is, what is your commitment to yourself? And what I mean by that is, the best way we can serve community, planet, is to make sure we are in a place of energy, of rest, to be able to give our biggest gifts. So what is a renewed commitment you can write to yourself right now to say, the biggest gift I can give to myself, what I can do for myself, how I can care for myself? Because nothing builds and grows if we don't take care of self. And nothing builds and grows if we don't take care of each other and build community through love, through common practice, and through caring about each other's future. Because, as I mentioned, the future is designed by everyone together. We all get to have our voices included, and we all get to co-construct. All right, so this single sheet, or maybe you did multiple sheets in your notebook, of this kind of moon tile that helps you connect with yourself, what you want to let go of, who you want to connect with. Keep this somewhere near you and keep working on it over the next few days, and really let the moon's energy soak with you, carry you, and continue in conversation with others who are in this space or who are not, that you could bring new energy, new information, new spirit to, because that is where we are now. It is time to be courageous, brave, unafraid, and lovingly support all the humans around us that are willing to receive in this energy space. All right, so continue to work on that. And I am going to read to you now, after I take a sip, a poem that I wrote for tonight called Moon Pause. Moon Pause. There comes a season when a woman no longer measures herself by what arrives, what leaves, what blood remembers. Her body begins speaking in another language, heat rising like prophecy, sleep breaking into islands, the familiar tides changing minds. The world may call it a pause, but the moon knows better. The moon has never mistaken darkness for disappearance. She has never apologized for becoming less visible. She understands that what looks like an ending may simply be light gathering somewhere else. So let us call this moon pause not a stopping, but a sacred interval. Not an emptiness, but a clearing where the future can finally be heard. A woman arrives carrying many names: daughter, sister, mother, lover, maker, storyteller, witness, survivor, friend. Some names were given with tenderness, and some were placed upon her like duties. Some she has outgrown, but continues to carry because no one told her she was allowed to set them down. Tonight, beneath one moon, she loosens her hands. She releases the apology she was taught to wear around her voice. She releases the belief the softness means surrender. She releases the rooms where she made herself smaller so others could not have to confront the great size of her knowing. She releases the ancient instruction to remain beautiful, agreeable, useful, but never too powerful. Let it go. Let it fall from her like an old skin that has completed its work. And in the space that opens, something begins to rise. Not the woman she used to be, not the woman the world expects. A woman becoming entirely her own. She is the girl she once was, still carrying the impossible colors. She is the elder she will become, already whispering back through time. Do not abandon your wonder. Do not confuse aging with vanishing. Do not wait for permission to create. For everyone, for every woman. However she came to the world, woman. There is a moment when the future stops being somewhere ahead and takes up residence in the body, woman. It becomes a pause, a question, a seed beneath the tongue. What will you make with these years of yours? What story will you stop repeating? What truth will you bring to light? What world might become possible because you chose not merely to endure change, but to create through it? Imagine a future where a woman's wisdom is not treated as the fading echo of her youth, but as a signal guiding the generations behind her. Woman, moon woman. Imagine councils of women under open skies, artists, scientists, healers, builders, grandmothers, and girls, sharing what they know before the knowing is lost. Imagine a world that does not fear a woman who belongs to herself. A world where her body is not a problem to be solved. Her age not a secret, her anger not a failure, her rest not something she must earn. tonight under this moon. Choose for the future you are ready to carry. Choose the word you will hold. Perhaps it is freedom, voice, pleasure, courage, kinship, rest, creation, or begin. Hold. Hold your word as the moon holds the night, not by conquering it, but giving shape to it. Place it inside you, like a small, bright compass. And when tomorrow asks, who are you becoming? Answer without apology. I am not disappearing. I am changing light. I am not finished. I am becoming. I am the pause in which the world learns how to begin. I am the moon pause. I shared that poem with you tonight and wrote it for this event because poetry can loosen language. Poetry offers feelings, possibilities that haven't yet found their full words or structure. Poetry is used in all of my practice to stand in for the human being, because poetry is something we create from lived experience. And with that, I'd like to close out our time together. I'd like to ask you to take your hand and place it on top of the moon you drew. Feel the paper beneath your hand. This is not a map of everything that's going to happen, of everything that you're going to create, but that connection, your hand writing on the page, your desire for your future. It's evidence for you. And that's why I encourage you to place it somewhere you can see it. It's evidence that you paused long enough to take this time for yourself so that you can really imagine your future. Now pick your hand up from your paper and let's look one more time at what you created. Look at your moon shadow. Say silently or aloud if you're on mute and you'd like to. As you directly look at your moon shadow, I honor what has been and I release what does not need to lead me forward. As you look at your moon shadow, honor what has been and release what is not needed. Now let's look at your moon rise and say silently or out loud, as I look at this moon rise, I welcome what is emerging, even before I fully understand it. I welcome it. Now let's look at your moon seed. Gaze right at your seed and say, I will help create a future shaped by this intention and light. I will help create this future shaped by this intention and light. And now let's look at your first step. Take a breath for your first step. Your first step takes courage. So as you look at it, take a nice deep breath. And then you're going to take another breath for someone else. That someone you will reach to and connect. Take a deep breath for our shared space as humans. And for the generations who will see this future that you're shaping now, take a breath for them. When you see this moon, imagine all of the spaces joined together. And may your creativity become a collective for all of our future. And then may the futures we create carry beyond this night. The moon carries, and so should we. I'd like to thank you, each of you, for joining me tonight in this ritual for a creative future. And now for the final step of this activity, I'm going to ask you to take one final deep breath in, exhale out, and return to your seats in 2026. Thank you for joining me on this journey 10 years in the future, where you got to see beginning seeds planted for what you're building now. So welcome back to 2026 and good luck with your futures.
Thank you. That was very exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cindy, for showing up in such a rich way. We have a request. If we could have a copy of that poem.
Yes, I will send it to you, Dr. Nelson, because it's too long for the chat.
Okay, thank you so much. This has been a rich experience.
Thank you, Cynthia.
And Cindy Kuhn has put her information in the chat, and so anybody who wants it knows how to get me. And I might go ahead and put a resource thing on the website for people who might want other things as well, of people who participated. So I think I'll probably just do that. But if you can't wait on that, because that might take some time to get done, please feel free to reach out on a one-on-one. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Cindy Kuhn.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I wonder if Cindy might consider putting, if participants would want to share, creating a digital quilt. She used the word quilt, and it's always a word that rings a bell with me, both from an artistic standpoint, but also from the sense of community. and create a digital quilt of all the drawings. You know, it's just something to think about.
What did you say? Repeat that, please.
I was wondering if Cindy would give some consideration to creating a digital quilt. If participants who did the drawings, you know, would share and put them together to make a digital quilt.
No, I had thought about doing a digital quilt just in general. So
storytelling, sharing.
Again, if people, because some people might have written some very personal stuff on there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's a good idea.
Thank you.
My thing has mine has a lot of like notes to specific things that probably I wouldn't want to put in a quilt.
Okay.
I might do a different version, but I love the
Well,
idea.
it could do it. It could take a different shape.
But I would like to have a digital quilt. I'm saying that to say it would be nice if we have a digital quilt of Moon saying something.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Something along that line. Absolutely.
I would definitely like that. I would
Okay.
definitely like that. I am going to, well, I have everybody's email. What I had asked was if people, I'm going to put together a Google group of everybody whose email I have. And then I guess people who don't want to be in the group can take themselves out. I want to send a link to the cosmic canvas that the young man built, and then this is an opportunity for people to send back. Here is a picture of a moon and my words in the moon that I would like to put in a digital quilt. And that would solve the problem. And then I could ask the same guy, he's so good with internet stuff, if we could build a quilt. Whichever way, either we do a site where people can just go and drop their quilt. That might be easier. And then people just put their quilt there, put their moon on that square. I think I'll do it that way. I'll ask him if he can help me build one. Some kind of page or something to pop the square in. It's a fantastic idea. That was a very rich experience. And it's now midnight, and I have 2 hours to go in my crazy adventure. I just want to say,
I have to say good night because I have a very early start tomorrow. But thank you again so much. It was lovely being with you all.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hope to stay connected.
Yes, thank you so much. And I just want to say to everybody, thank you for being here. I have to give a very special shout out to Dr. Josephine and Dina K and Herb and Nani Essie from UK for holding the space with me this for so long. I'm just amazed. I really, really appreciate that. And so, Dr. Josephine, I think you and I are going to probably have to have conversations after this event is over to see what is going on in the UK. Thank you again, Cindy Cohn. I really, really appreciated your putting this together and bringing this pause into this frenzy of the last 2 days that last 3 days that I've spent putting this together. I have 2 minutes. Everybody can just take a bio break. When we come back, we'll hear from Laura Ellen McKinney, who is my twin sister. From another mother and 1 year apart. We have been friends for almost 30 years.
1997.
Yeah, next year will be 30 years.
Yeah.
Wow. Time for an anniversary, a 30th anniversary.
Go back to Austria.
Yeah, we have to go back to Austria, right?
See you in a second.
Right. Go to the jury do for me, please. I don't want you to you had it.
Ready?
Yeah. Thank you. We have sounded the alarm for midnight. It's now a new day. I wonder where my friends in Australia are doing. It is 2 p.m., 3 p.m. in Australia. So we're here on July 31st. And it's 9 p.m. in Pacific. And is it 6 p.m. in Hawaii yet? Not sure. Let me see. It's about 6 p.m. in Hawaii now. Right. 6 p.m. in Hawaii now. Okay. So it's the beginning of the last sunrise, a moonrise rather. And the moon will rise in Hawaii at 8 p.m. Perfect. All right. So, Dr. Laura Ellen McKinney, thank you so much for being here. You're on the West Coast. We have some friends on the West Coast. I think Miss Katrina was here. I'm not sure if she's still here. Let me see if she's here.
And Connor Walden will be joining me, so he's in Los Angeles. I'll call him up when I'm.
Pardon me? Let me see what happened to Katrina. I think she was in your hour.
Oh, okay.
It's 9 p.m. there, right?
It is 9:03.
It's your time. It's your time. So could you come back on your friend too? I don't know what happened to her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, good, because I prepared for the whole hour just in case.
Yeah, she was supposed to be.
But there's an artist named Connor Walden who should be in here somewhere. I'm going to call him up when I get to a certain point in what I'm going to do. So let me know when to start.
Who?
Connor Walden.
I think we have Katrina is on in this hour. I thought. Yes, Katrina.
And Connor, I invited him.
Oh, invited somebody. Okay, no problem. Well, Katrina is on. She's on the West Coast, and there's a Chris Brown who should be on as well. Okay, we'll see who shows up. Right. You can go.
Okay.
Until she gets here, whoever gets here.
Well, now I don't know how long to go because I'll just do what I have and we'll see. Okay. Right. Hi, I'm Laura Ellen McKinney. I'm a psychologist, an author, a musician, poet, and a cultural strategist. And I'm happy to be here. I'm one of a few contributors from the Pacific Northwest, where I am, and the West Coast segment of this Moonrise Convergence. And what I'll be doing is sharing a few international stories and myths about the moon, interspersed with poems that I've written over the past few days. And I will introduce one other artist, Connor Walden, who will participate in this segment. I am grateful to Dr. Claire Nelson, who, as she mentioned, is a friend and colleague. We've known each other for many years, and I'm pleased that she asked me to participate in this important and interesting event. So I'm going to tell you a story now. It's a West African story called The Drummer on the Moon. So long ago, people believed that a drummer lived upon the moon, that each night he played a talking drum whose rhythms carried stories to the ancestors. As the moon crossed the sky, those who had gone before listened, remembered the living, and kept watch over future generations. Children were told that on bright moonlit nights, if they listened carefully, they might hear the faint rhythm of the drummer, reminding everyone that memory and love never disappear. So here is the story. Long ago, people believed that if they looked carefully at the full moon, they could see the outline of a man seated with a drum upon his lap. He was known as the drummer in the moon, but, and this will not surprise anyone, his was not an ordinary drum. It was a talking drum, one that could speak without words. Its rhythms carried stories across great distances, reminding people of their families, their villages, and those who had gone before them. Each evening when the moon rose above the horizon, the drummer began to play. His music drifted across forests and rivers, over fields and over villages. The living heard only the gentle rhythm carried on the night air, but the ancestors heard much, much more. The ancestors heard the stories of their children and of their grandchildren. The ancestors heard laughter, sorrow, births, celebrations, and prayers. The drummer kept those stories alive. Parents told their children that whenever they felt lonely beneath the night sky, they should look up towards the moon. The drummer is there, the parents would say, and as long as he plays, no story is ever truly lost. So children looked upward and imagined the steady beat echoing through the heavens. The elders smiled, for they knew the lesson hidden within the tale. As long as people remember one another, speak one another's names, and tell one another's stories, those who came before us are never truly gone. They will always be remembered. And so, whenever the moon rises bright and full, some still imagine the drummer in the moon, keeping time for memory itself. So here is a poem that I wrote that was inspired by that story. It's called When the Moon Rises. When the moon rises without asking whether we have earned its light, it lifts itself above mountains, cities, quiet fields, and restless seas, casting the same silver blessing upon every roof, every river, every face turned upward in wonder. It has circled this blue world long before our first fire, long before our first song, keeping company with the earth through every season of becoming. Together, they dance, one gathering light, the other giving life, their ancient rhythm holding the oceans, steadying the days, reminding us that nothing in creation travels alone. We often speak as though the earth belongs to us. It does not. We belong to the earth, and the earth belongs to a far greater family, circling a single star among hundreds of billions, our small blue home woven into a galaxy whose beauty is not measured only in distance, but in relationship. Every forest we preserve, every stream we restore, every species we protect, every child we teach becomes part of that harmony. Every act of waste, every poisoned river, every needless loss echoes farther than we imagine. The universe is not asking us to become its masters. It is asking us to become good neighbors. To remember that stewardship is another word for gratitude. To understand that the measure of a civilization is not what it builds, but what it leaves alive. So tonight, when the moon climbs once more into the patient sky, let it remind us that light is never wasted when it helps another find the way. May we build communities that are as faithful as the tides, as generous as the rain, as enduring as the stars, and when those who come after us lift their eyes to the same moon, may they inherit a world still worthy of its light. And now, we will have a story of the rabbit in the moon. A rabbit wished to feed a hungry traveler, but possessed only grass, so believing that he had nothing else to offer, he offered himself instead. The traveler, who was a heavenly being in disguise, stopped the sacrifice and honored the rabbit's compassion by placing its image upon the moon. And if you look right now, you can probably still see it. The moon became a reminder that kindness can outlive a lifetime. So here is the story of the rabbit in the moon. And depending on my time, this is one of two rabbit stories. This one is a traditional Buddhist tale. Long ago, the animals of the forest learned that on the night of the full moon, acts of kindness carried special meaning. Each decided to prepare a gift for anyone who might be hungry. The monkey gathered ripe fruit from the trees. The fox searched until he found food to share. But the rabbit became troubled. He ate only grass, and he knew that grass would not feed or satisfy a hungry traveler. I have nothing to give, he said. If someone truly needs food, then all I have is myself. That same day, an old traveler appeared. In truth, he was a heavenly being in disguise, testing the generosity of the animals. The monkey gladly offered his fruit. The fox shared what he had gathered. Then the rabbit bowed and said, "Please build a fire. I have no food to offer except my own body. If my life can save yours, then it is a gift I gladly give." The traveler built the fire. Without hesitation, the rabbit leapt into the flames. But the fire did not burn him. The traveler revealed his true form and lifted the rabbit gently into his arms. "Your kindness shines brighter than any treasure," he said. "As long as people look toward the moon, they will remember that compassion is stronger than fear." The heavenly being placed the image of the rabbit upon the face of the moon, where it remains to this day. And so, whenever the full moon rises, any of us, many of us, can still see the outline of the rabbit there, as a reminder that the greatest light often comes from the greatest generosity. Now, if Connor is here, he can join us. And if not, I have a poem that was inspired by this story. So I'll do that now, and then we'll see if we can find Connor. This poem is Earth and Moon. The moon does not borrow the earth's love, nor does the earth borrow the moon's light. They keep one another company across the dark, one holding the oceans, the other holding tides, one rooted in soil, the other circling in faithful return. Night after night, the moon reminds us that even reflected light can guide a traveler, can comfort the lonely, and help those seeking freedom find their way. If we care for this blue world beneath our feet, we honor the silver companion above us. For what we do here echoes beyond ourselves. The earth and the moon have kept faith with one another for billions of years. May we learn to keep faith with them both. Here's another story. The Moon is the Earth's Calendar is the name of this story, and it's inspired by indigenous North American traditions. So long before printed calendars, people watched the moon. Each moonrise announced what was happening on Earth: berries ripening, salmon returning, leaves falling. The moon did not simply measure time, it revealed humanity's place within the seasons. So, every rising moon asks a quiet question: what is happening on Earth today? So let's hear the story. The moon is the Earth's calendar. Long before there were clocks on walls or calendars on desks, people looked upward. The moon was their calendar. It did not count the days with numbers, it counted them with life. When the first tender shoots pushed the soil, one moon rose. When the strawberries ripened, another moon arrived. When salmon returned to the rivers, when wild rice was ready to harvest, when leaves turned gold, when snow covered the ground, each season announced itself with a different moon. The people did not say, "It is October." They said, "It is the moon when the geese return," or "It is the moon when the berries are gathered," or "It is the moon when the rivers begin to freeze." The moon was never separate from the earth. Each moonrise asked a quiet question: what is happening below? Are the birds nesting? Have the tides changed? Are the deer moving? Is it time to plant? Is it time to gather? Is it time to rest? The moon did not tell people what day it was. It reminded them where they belonged in the great turning of the seasons. Every 29.5 days, another chapter of Earth's story began. The moon circled above. The earth answered below. Together, they kept time, and perhaps they still do. The question is not whether the moon remembers the seasons. The question is whether we do. So this story I like because it reminds us that caring for the earth is not only about preserving the planet, it's about preserving the relationship between the earth and the moon, a relationship that has kept our calendar for thousands of years. So here is a poem about moonrise and responsibility. When the moon rises, it is not escaping the earth. It is returning to a promise. Its light falls equally on cities and forests, on quiet waters and crowded streets, asking only that we remember that the future is written by what we choose to protect today. May our communities become as faithful as the moon, returning again and again to kindness and to stewardship and to hope. Do we see Connor?
Talk about this notion of stewardship and how important it is for us to really get this planetary stewardship to become like more commonly understood. And secondly, how important it is to really have more people understand that the moon and the earth are not separate.
Right. And that's what I was trying
Because,
to...
you know, when I go into meetings and people are talking the moon as if it's out there and not doing anything, it's very frightening to be in, you know, engineering conferences and they talking about designing something to do something, mining or energy or something on the moon, or transport systems or elevator systems, whatever it is they're talking about. Honestly, about what they're going to be inventing. And then there's a sense that they're divorcing our survival from going to the moon.
We're talking about extraction rather than some more kind of generative process. You and I were talking about the fact that we consider climate change here, but we don't consider that climate change goes beyond our little blue
Right,
sphere.
they're not seeing it. And so, for example, there's a gentleman who can't remember his last name. His first name was Aaron. He's a professor in Canada. And he spoke at one of the conferences we did online. And was the first time I was hearing somebody who's an astro, somebody another, talking about his research to look at see if you could begin to put down some metrics of the value of the upper atmosphere, because he said nobody had ever attempted to do that before, because there was no need to before. The rockets weren't going up every month, you know, the way they are now. And so he was concerned instinctively and felt that something needed to be done. Yes, madam. Oh, of course you can read a poem.
I want to tell you, Claire, that Connor is in the waiting room and you need to take him out so that he can.
I don't see him.
He just told me that he's there.
Okay. I'm
And
not
then,
seeing him.
and then after he finishes his thing, I have one last piece and then I'm done.
Yeah, there's one of our guests would like to read a short poem. I'm not seeing him. Let me see. It should pop up on my screen.
He says he's in the waiting room.
Okay, I'm going to make you a co-host and then you tell me if you see him because I'm not seeing him. Okay, now I'm seeing it. It came up now.
Okay.
Interesting. When I made you a co-host and it's gone again. Interesting. Let me go up here. Now I'm seeing it. All right.
All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. So I just wanted to finish my part and then I'll be off.
Okay.
So
No problem.
Connor's going to go, and then I have one more thing, and then we're both done.
Okay. Okay.
So you brought him up? Okay. There he is.
Yes.
Connor, you're up. And you're muted.
Yes.
Hello. All right, there we go. How's it going?
We're
Going
good.
well. So I haven't told them about you. So Connor is a textile artist and a sculptor. He blends yarn and steel, and I'm not doing a good job of describing his art, so he can tell you more. He's from Los Angeles.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having me. As Dr. Laura Ellen said, I'm a visual artist here in Los Angeles. I work with steel and yarn primarily, but I also do some drawing, do some performance, collaboration. And Laura Ellen and I have done a collaboration called Knitting in Solidarity as well together.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I'd love to just share a couple of pieces. It's all about the moon tonight, right? So we're just
Yes.
Yeah, so can I share my screen
Yes.
possibly?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to start with a drawing actually. So this is probably the most explicitly about the moon that I have, and it's this piece back from 2010. It's one of my older pieces actually, and it's this ink drawing piece, and it's called Eclipse 5-4 Eclipse technically. I did all these geometric drawings, almost like mandalas, that were meant to be meditative in the creation as well as the and contemplative for the viewer as well. And I did all these with just like a protractor and a ruler. And when I created this piece, I was imagining the sun with the moon, of course, coming across it. The sun, I used 5 stars to have kind of this energetic geometry to it. There's a lot of movements in like a 5-pointed star, and then a little bit of some 10-point stars here that happen with it as well. Whereas the moon had more of a balanced kind of 4-point star that has, in my mind, the kind of the push and pull of like the black and the white, the mirror, the tides. And that's kind of how this piece started. And then when I was preparing for tonight, I was thinking about how I actually got to see the eclipse when I was in Dallas back in 2020, 2024. And just the like, amazing phenomenon of the lunar or the solar eclipse with the moon passing in front of it. I was actually at the airport, and there was this really fun part where the clouds, it was partly cloudy. So, of course, all these people came, to like witness this eclipse. And like every once in a while, the clouds would cover over the sun as it was starting to be eclipsed. But you could hear people cheering as soon as the clouds left where they were. And then, you'd hear cheering over from this area. And then, of course, once the moon was totally in front of the sun, it was just completely dark outside as if it were night, only for a minute. And it was like totally otherworldly getting to experience that. And so looking back at my art, it was kind of fun, like realizing that I hadn't experienced an eclipse in such a way before, but that there's like kind of this like very deep parts of us as humans that are drawn to the moon, and especially when there's these really strange and amazing natural phenomena, such as eclipses, that can happen. So, and then from here, using kind of geometry, my work took a much more. This is already pretty abstract, but it took an even more abstract kind of turn. And so this is a piece that I wanted to share that kind of takes that whole like lunar solar kind of like balance idea, black and white, kind of darkness, light. Thinking about the moon, we only see the light side of the moon. We never get to see the dark side of the moon because of our perspective and orientation to the moon.
Is this a drawing or is it a textile?
Yeah, so this is actually this is a sculpture. This black rod, this is steel, actually, that makes this kind of curved motion.
Yeah.
And then there are two knit pieces that are kind of stretched across that make this kind of pattern. And then there's actually a little rock in the middle that's being held by these two pieces, kind of to suggest where the light and the dark meet, that there's fertile ground that can be held there in the mystery of that. And then with these particular pieces, they're called cradles. I have these handholds, kind of like from rock climbing. If anybody's familiar with like bouldering or rock climbing, there are these handholds on the wall. And that's how when you're rock climbing, it's how you balance yourself, and like you're using the wall to balance as well as these handholds. And I thought of those as interesting items or objects to use to hold the piece on the wall. And it's because I was thinking a lot about balance with this work, the balance of the steel and the yarn, the steel being hard and heavy, and there's like this assumed strength from steel that I was trying to like soften by bending, and then letting the yarn, which can tend to be considered soft and delicate, is actually these fibers that are knit together create real strength and dexterity. And I was using those and stretching those across the steel to kind of show the juxtaposition of those two, and like the balance that can happen between the steel and the yarn. Thinking about masculine and feminine, and like the natural balance of those energies as well, within ourselves, within our societies, and then within even maybe the cosmos. Thinking about the sun and the moon as these like traditionally masculine or feminine kind of mythologies that can stem from those. And so yeah, so this is a cradle piece that it's about, let's see what the dimensions I have written out here. It's like 19 by 20 by 9, so kind of a nice like wall piece, being able to show these. Yeah, and then let's see, that's those are my primary pieces that are about the moon explicitly. I have this little drawing here in my sketchbook actually. When let's see, I can show you here. I'll stop sharing my screen here. But I remember there was this night where I went outside. Oh, here. I went out to my backyard here in Los Angeles, and it was, of course, a clear night sky, and I could see this incredibly, what I thought was a full moon, and then I looked it up, and it was only a 99% waxing gibbous. So it wasn't quite a full moon, but it's my eye to the unwatchful eye. It definitely felt like a full moon. But when I went out there, there was like another kind of like crazy like optical phenomenon where it looked like there was like this yellow glow that turned into like a blue glow around it, which I know was like probably like my eye. And I attempted to capture it. Try and unblur the background here. There we go. I tried to capture it just with like a quick little drawing, between the trees and the power lines. This like tiny yellow glow that was surrounded by like this blue aura.
Yes.
And I tend to think of the moon obviously as like white, like kind of this yellowish white, it's almost like our teeth, the color of teeth that's like in the sky, the smile. And but it was nice to see like these other colors kind of like emanating from there, and yeah, it was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I have one more thing I can share. There's this prayer that Laura Ellen shared with me that I'd love to read for y'all.
Sure.
So it's called Prayer for the Moon and the People of Earth. Creator of the heavens and the earth, we give thanks for the moon, our faithful companion, for the light it gathers and returns, for the tides it guides, the season it marks, and the travelers it has led toward home and freedom. Teach us to remember that the moon is not merely above us, but in relationship with us. Its presence helps hold our world in balance, and its changing face reminds us that transformation is not disappearance. As we reach beyond the earth, may exploration be guided by wonder, not greed, discovery, not conquest, and responsibility, not ambition alone. Help us protect the moon's beauty, quiet, safety, and purpose. May its light, shining across every border, remind us that we are one human family and that all creation is bound together. Help us care for the earth and honor the moon, so future generations may stand beneath a clear night sky and know that we chose reverence, community, and love. Amen.
Amen.
Mm.
Amen. Those
Well,
are things you really have to remember.
yes.
One more thing, and then Connor and I will be done. So, we just heard a prayer, and this poem is called The Moon Keeps Faith. Before our maps, before our clocks, before we learned to write our names upon the land, there was a quiet conversation between earth and moon. One turned, one waited. Together they measured time without a single word. The moon has never hurried us. It has simply arrived, again and again, lifting color across rivers, resting on rooftops, laying a path upon the sea, for those who have traveled by hope long before they traveled by certainty. Its patient pull rises the tides that teach the shore how to breathe. Its light is rested upon the shoulders of shepherds, sailors, astronomers, children, and those who walk through darkness. No nation owns this light. No border interrupts it. The same moon that brightens one child's window waits for another half a world away. It asks nothing of us, except that we look up and remember that we belong to something larger than ourselves. The earth is not merely where we stand, it is the garden that gives us breath, the water that remembers every rain, the forest that write tomorrow one leaf at a time, and the moon, our ancient companion, circles without complaint, keeping watch over oceans, mountains, cities, and quiet places where only crickets answer the night. May we learn from such faithful company to hold what has been entrusted to us, to leave clean water for the next reflection of the moon, to leave dark skies where children may still discover wonder, to leave forests, fields, and living seas that answer its gentle call. For long after our names have become stories, the earth will still turn, the moon will still rise, and light will cross the darkness looking for someone willing to receive it. May we be worthy of the world beneath our feet and the moon above our heads, and the quiet promise that we have kept together since the beginning of time.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, Laura Ellen.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you, Connor, for dropping by, and thank you for sharing your art with us. You're the second artist we had for the day.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Yes, yes, yes. And so we continue in this penultimate hour. I have 1.5 more hours to go. We are joined by Nana Essie and Katrina. So I'm going to have Nana Essie go first, as she's been on all day, basically with me, keeping company, and said she was inspired. So Nana Essie, where are you? And then we hear from Katrina.
Sorry, I won't put my camera on. So I don't want to give people a reason for therapy. So I'll just read.
Yeah.
I'll just read. Okay. Beneath the African moon, the harvest moon does not ask who planted the seed. It simply crowns the patient hand that trusted tomorrow. The blood moon does not bring fear. It remembers. It carries the stories of our ancestors across the skies no chains could ever own. For we are children of the baobab, whose roots drink from forgotten rivers, whose branches still whisper. A people who know their names cannot be erased. Our drums have always spoken before the world learned our language. Our laughter has seasoned sorrow, like pepper warming the evening fire. The lion does not borrow its roar, nor does the eagle ask permission to soar. So let no soul measure Africa by the shadows cast upon her, for even the longest night cannot silence the dawn. When the harvest moon rises, we gather not only grain, but gratitude. When the blood moon glows, we remember not only pain, but resilience. And in the quiet shadows, love rises like rain upon thirsty earth, a sacred moon lighting hearts instead of horizons. For an African proverb lives in every heartbeat. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So together we rise, spiced with courage, seasoned with wisdom, rich with memory, and clothed in hope. We are not merely people beneath the moon. We are the song that teaches the moon to shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana Essie. Appreciate it. I'm so glad that's something. This marathon you've done today, I don't know, you were on for how long? Since 12 o'clock? I think so. Or before?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think I joined you at lunchtime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing, amazing, amazing. So now we're gonna come back from UK. We're coming back to the US. And Katrina, can I ask you to start your video? Katrina Cartier is a
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're not seeing you, but we're hearing you.
I'm kind of like Nana. I'm not able to really show myself right now. But
okay, let's hear you then.
But I will share my screen.
Okay, but share your screen then. But you have to come. There you go.
Okay. Let's see.
It's not in the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Are you able to see it?
Yes. Can most people see it?
Perfect. So for me, it's much like everyone else. I love the moon because I've always been a stargazer. So I've worked in space and science for over 20 years, starting with Space Shuttle Program, International Space Station as a physicist and a reliability engineer. I've worked commercial space and next generation space stations. And all of that has always been intriguing to me, but my biggest hallmark and love has always been the moon because it's healing, it's bright, it's light, the phases of the moon. And I entered my author journey maybe 2 years ago. I had a bad day at work and I said, yeah, I need to do something with all this energy and just sit on it. I need to create something. And it became Let's Chase the Moon for me because it's something I do with my kids. My daughter is 18 now, and my son is 15. And I would just take them for drives. And if it is a full moon, a super moon, a harvest moon, strawberry moon, you name it, we're out there. But our favorite, when I moved to California, one year there was this absolutely big, humongous harvest moon. We're driving through the mountains going towards the Mojave Desert to visit some friends. And the moon was so big, it felt like you could just drive into it, like it was just there. And of course, you can never get into it, but it doesn't stop you from just kind of reaching for it. So I think that kind of moment of laughter and happiness is what really captured me. And I decided to put it in a book along with love of science and really kind of work with that whole idea of ADHD awareness, which is another big factor because when my son was in kindergarten, I was dealing with ADHD and trying to figure out what do you do and people were not so understanding. And so the moon became therapy there. So we're going to go out and play in the yard, we're going to stargaze, we're going to look up, we're going to a planetarium, and it was all space and beauty. So I decided to make the moon the metaphor for teaching and that idea of always reaching for something that's there, that's, as Nana S.C. and Connor said, that guiding light, something that is there that connects us all over the world. It connects us no matter gender, ethnicity, religious beliefs. We all see that one beautiful moon from this pale blue dot. And that's what I really kind of focused on.
Yes.
So I'm going to just show you some of the story. I don't know if, because it's a really long story.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would read. But I love to do it for the kids. And it's really just that you can see the moon in the sky. And I dedicated it, of course, to my babies so that they can always have that idea that the moon and the stars, that unites family. You're united. I could be in another state, another city, another continent, but we are united by the moon and we're united by the space and the stars. And so it just kind of gives that feeling of driving into the moon, like what we did for the family. And I just kind of just really set it out there with that whole theory of glass child. Because when you're dealing with children that have different neurodiversity or different ways of learning, you have one child that may not be dealing with those challenges, but they can feel overwhelmed by the pressure that another child is going through, and they get lost in that. So Amara is my baby in this particular one, and she has that feeling of being a glass child, and all she wants to do is dance and be a ballerina and dance through the stars and the cosmos, but she feels kind of left behind when her brother's neurodiversity is challenging, and he's younger, so she's having to understand how to share space. And there, for me, there's the scientist in me and that love of space and making that universal throughout, sharing space and being in space, but understanding that there's room for everybody. And so every hairstyle and picture and ballerina and space are things that I love and tangible things that I gave to my children. And the little boy, he's got that haircut and mischievous and paint all over his pants. For him, he's not realizing that his body has to catch up sometimes with his mind. He's a little bit taller than the average. For my son, he was 99th percentile for height. So in kindergarten, everybody else is looking tiny, tiny, and he's looking like the giant. So then there was also dealing with that feeling of belonging. So the moon anchors them in the belonging. And then, there's that feeling and saying, it's okay to feel and express yourself. How do you feel about it? And then, him having to deal with that. And art being his anchor, dance being hers, mom being a scientist, and yet still allowing them to be different, yet the same, but all connected with those kind of things. So she has all of those different feelings to kind of work through. And I'm very intentional in mom because I say STEM is stylish. People think if you're a scientist, that means drab, but it does not. Mom can be rocking in that gorgeous outfit and heels because that's the way I prefer to go to work on my business casual day. But I think, it's all of those things. So what I did was I put together what I wanted, the story I wish that I had while I was chasing the moon with my kids. And it's like 164 pages, which is why I said, I could not read it to you. But when I do readings for kids, I do sit and read the whole story to them and give them a chance to really see. And there's differences throughout there. So whether it's hair or styling, very intentional. I wanted dad to have dreadlocks. Uh, he's got a watch. He's always on time. I want them to see that this man is there with his family and he represents in a way. And those are little details that will be memorable, the feeling of empathy and joy as they kind of move through sharing and working with the family and then spending that time connecting and always looking and anchoring into the moon and understanding how those things pull you together and create memorable family times and happy dreams. But it's always been that kind of thing with constellation. So you can kind of just see like how the story goes and dealing with bullying and what's that like for children and dealing with diversity and community because we are so many different people underneath the same moon and we connect when we really talk to and being brave and having teachers and dealing with bullying and teaching and just feeling lost in the moment. So you can kind of see, my illustrator, she was wonderful. We had many conversations about what it meant for me as a Black woman to be in science and what does that represent and how do I still balance that with working and anchoring in the things that I love and how do I bring it and make it something that my children can embrace even though they're different, even though they don't want to be a scientist, how can they still be anchored in a love of the moon and have that represented to them in dance and music and artistry and family and community. The moon is always there, so they're always going to go off and chase the moon as part of a family tradition, a rite of passage. And then I allow them to have that kind of feeling of beauty. And then, of course, because I like to teach, then they have to have activities that bring family together again to revisit the book and own it in a different way and understand glossary and terms and such so that they can take it and make it something that's always going to have something new as a refresher each time. But that's kind of my take on the moon for family, for fun, for science, for love, for life, that it is just eternally an anchor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So how long did it take you to write this book?
So I was done with the book in like 3 months. It took me a year to publish the book, self-publish, because it took that long to find the illustrator and to create the vision that I wanted. And so many people were like, oh, it's so long. You should make 10 books out of this. I'm like, but that's not the experience I want for the kids. I want them to have it all.
I'm going to see if I can find something I did for Laura Ellen, which comes up as I wrote it for an event she was doing, and it kind of is a good thing to share. No, it just came up for me. I wrote a children's book many years ago. I didn't have the energy to self-publish. I probably should think about that now. It's about Bessie Coleman. Well, not really Bessie Coleman. It was about Bessie Coleman. It was 2 books. It was supposed to be a series. One was a girl and one was a boy. And they were modeled after my niece and nephew. Well, in my head, I was writing to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the adults know in their 30s and 40s, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So long ago, I wrote it, and one was about Bessie Coleman, more or less. And one was about an ancient Egyptian guy that was, I think, the goddess of science. Anyway, but he was a star traveler. And I had hoped to make them into a series to encourage children to do STEM. This is way back when. And I think sometimes I should bring them down and self-publish. But the question is who has time? And secondly, when they self-publish, it's still the issue of marketing,
Yes.
And so I've been thinking long and hard about should my nonprofit do an imprint, right, of people who already have self-published and just want to have a place to put their stuff so it's more easily found. Because since I'm out there talking about the future all the time, talking about AI, STEM, synthetic biology all the time, there might be a way to kind of create like a resource center which has these collection of self-published books. And in the future, just now, because I met a woman who actually does publishing, and she's open to the idea of self-publishing, meaning that She more or less walk us through the process. So we wouldn't be under her house because then she wants to take longer to make sure it's what she wants to do. But since we were paying for it ourselves, she would allow us to kind of do it at our time pace, but give us some guidance and then create an imprint with us. But so she'd manage the picking off the publishing house and those things because she has a stable of them. So that issue has come up as a way to handle this challenge of self-publishing, but then it kind of remains in your inbox or outbox if you don't have time to market.
It is definitely a challenge. I created the website, I put things out on Instagram, move it out on LinkedIn, but I think that it was worthwhile to be able to do it my way. And then when I go to schools and I read my book and they say, "Did you write that? And did you work with an artist?" And all the questions, it makes them feel then that like they can do it. And then I'm like, yes, you can, because I see kids publishing books in middle school. They have YouTube channels. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm way too cautious. I need to really chase the moon and take my own advice.
It's not as, I don't know. I kind of like you, so I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything more about that because I'm equally guilty. But in COVID, Laura Ellen had asked me to do a piece for a poem that she had written. And out of that experience came the most, what can I say? Came the most frightening thing I've ever done. Because what came up, the first thing that came up for me was, this is how the world ends. And I was like, huh? And I ended up writing, I don't know even know what to call it. I ended up writing a folk poem. I'm gonna call it a folk poem, which is, here it is, which I call, here it is, Red Sky Falling.
So let them know part of what was happening. So I did a show where I asked a number of different kinds of artists, painters, dancers, storytellers, to use a piece of a poem that I wrote, and sometimes a visual prompt, to do whatever the art was that they did. And I sent not only this poem, but a photograph of what the sky looks like when the skies that turn bright orange now when all the fires are in them. And that's what prompted "This is how the world ends" that Dr. Nelson turned into something else. So tell them now.
It was a very frightening thing for me because I'm not used to writing those dark things, right? And then I remember, and you were calling me like, I need this poem. What's happening? I'm like, I'm coming. By this time, I'm panicking because I don't know where I'm going to take this thing. And then she finally says, I need this by tomorrow because as we're going to the system. And then I finally click, like, I have a way to dig myself out of the hole. So I'm just going to play it. And it's really relevant to this thing because it's really about, it really carries through what it is I've been saying and what I've wanted to say for some time. So let me see if I can do a screen share, and then I can explain it afterwards. Red sky falling, Mother Earth is calling, the future is warning, turn around, turn around. This is how the world ends. This is a story. Click, crack. As it happened, And Nancy woke up, shaken but not stirred. His sleep had been disturbed by a dream. In the dream, the sky was red. Now, Mars dust is red in color, preferentially absorbing blue light. Mars is just red, like the bauxite lake that poisoned the soil, that poisoned the aquifer, that poisoned the water, that poisoned the people who lived in the footprint of the economic miracle of aluminum that built the rocket that took us to Mars. On Mars, the sky is red. On Earth, the sky is blue. Smoke absorbs blue and purple light. Where there are large amounts of smog, forest fires, desert sandstorms, volcanic eruptions, bomb blasts, you will see a red sky. Now, it reminded him of a time when the world came to a standstill, when humans went to bed one night and woke up to a new wide world web. No virus had ever done so much, so fast, to so many. They whispered, man-made, collusion, the metaverse prophecies. This is how the world ends, they said. Now, when Nancy knew for sure that the gods were not planning to end the earth and the universe was still expanding. But the gods had made humans in their likeness with the genius to create. And humans had a habit of creating death by accident, an application of the poisons of greed and delusion and aggression, like plastic pollution and excess carbon, like COVID-19 and orbiting debris, like nuclear wars and waste ejected on the way to Mars. So it came to Nancy that Mammy must have sent him this dream for a message for the humans. Words divided between truth and untruth, sometimes wrapped up in parables and riddles to make it more digestible. And Nancy decided to share the riddles as a parable to all the corners of the earth. So off to the east he went, following the sun. The twinkle of an eye, he arrived at the Eastern Empire and found the wisest elder in the Dragon Kingdom. Riddle me this and riddle me that, unravel this riddle and perhaps not. Red sky falling, tell me friend, how and when will the world end? And Dragon Seer replied, I don't know how and I don't know when, but this is how the world could end. If crack codes of the cells lab designed dance in the wind and escape their confines, people will die and rivers clog dead. Blood will rain and the sky will turn red. This is how the world could end. And then Nancy heard some truth in that. Quick, crack. To the north he went, walking west, and he came to Bear Kingdom in the far north where the storied thunder reigns. And he found the highest elder there. Riddle me this and riddle me that, unravel this riddle and perhaps not. Red sky falling, tell me true, tell me friend, how and when will the earth end? And Elder Bear said, I don't know how and I don't know when, but this is how the world could end. If the nuclear arsenal we have stockpiled are made to combust, trials will burn and people turn to dust. But as to when, I can't say, my friend. I know not how and I know not when. And the Nancy saw some truth in that. Quick crack, quick crack, quick crack. Well, he went on to the west, to the Eagle Kingdom, and found the wisest ones who lived there in the highest mountains. And he said, Elder Eagle, riddle me this, riddle me that, unravel this riddle, and perhaps not. Red sky falling, tell me true, tell me friend, how and when will the world end? And Elder Eagle said, I don't know how and I don't know when, but this is when the world could end. If the bird-winged chariots that carry our data come falling from highways in the sky, or artificial intelligent lasers designed to mark our cosmic borders go awry, this is how the world could end, my friend. And then Nancy smelled some truth in that. Quick crack, quick crack. To the south he flew, west to the south, to the very heart of the deepest jungles to find the wisest woman in the elephant kingdom. And there he said, riddle me this and riddle me that, unravel this riddle and perhaps not. Red sky falling, tell me true, tell me friend, how and when will the world end? And the elephant said, I don't know how and I don't know when, but this is how the world could end. If humans do not put an end to war, then war will surely put an end to humans. For as we scour the cosmos in search of lost time, this prayer we send, as it was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Amen. For the world is a storyteller itself, and the stories we tell are the hyphen. And Nancy knew all truth was in that. Why a bend? My story end. And now the story is on you, my friend. Red sky falling, Mother Earth is calling, the future is warning. Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. Quick, crack. Ah, oh, yes, yes.
That is fantastic. I'm ready to add that to my book collection now.
I want to turn this into a book. Francine has
Yes.
been behind me to turn it into a book. And I've been trying to get the pictures redone because those are not my pictures. So I really couldn't put them in the book. So I said, okay, I know the concept. And I had handmade those pictures. And I'm saying I'm torn between choosing an illustrator and asking him to reconstruct my pictures with the same energy. There's something about the unfinished energy because when I perform it, I use the pages like slides. And pardon me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. And so I think Francine actually used this material and performed it at UN Civil Society conference in Nairobi, and it was well received. So she had this idea that it's a good way of teaching, like it's a good tool for like peace classes and for, because she does substitute teaching, that you could have teacher discussion questions because it really touches on some real hard truths about, the future that is being created now, and might be a way to introduce these subjects to a general studies class or, I don't know, civics class or something. Anyway, story short.
Conversations. And also some basic conversations, because one of the things that happens, I'm in Seattle, and Seattle was never a place that was hot in the summer. It's always been a place where you go to the beach when it's 72 degrees, but it was 90 something today, and people here don't have air conditioning because the houses aren't even, and the houses don't have any insulation. But one of the things that was happening when the fires were coming from Canada and going down to California was that the sky was exactly the color that was in those slides. And people were saying, isn't it a beautiful sunset? And I was saying, no, this is killing us. It's not supposed to happen this way. So I take photographs. So I took a few, and it was just so distressing to me. And people thought I was crazy. It's like, aren't you enjoying the warm day? No, it should not be this hot here, right? It was 115 a couple of years ago. So these are conversations to have, and they're the conversations that we were talking about earlier when I was doing some of the stories about the fact that we don't talk about how our responsibility to be good stewards of the earth impacts what happens to the moon and the other planets. We don't think about that at all. If it's 115 degrees in a place that's normally 70.
They haven't thought about it at all. It really kind of worries me because, and this is why I think we have to have more popular conversations that educate people about things they need to be thinking about.
Yeah.
I'm wrapping my head around the fact that this day is kind of out there, that nobody's doing anything with International Friendship Day. I'm like, first of all, why would the UN even bother to put a day like this? Only God knows why they come up with these days. And but I'm kind of happy that it exists for me to put Ari Convergence on. I'm not sure if you're seeing anybody come in because I was supposed to expect one more person. It's 1 o'clock and I have
Dr. Claire. It's Chris.
Oh, Chris is there? Okay, fabulous. Where are you? I'm not seeing you.
You
there
don't
you are.
There I am. So I am Dr. McKinney. I respect the heat. I'm here in Southern California. It has been a beast here, and I can only understand 115 is desert temperatures. Not a lot of joy unless you're prepared for that.
Well, apparently in 77 years, all of the subtropical states, Florida, all of those, are going to be tropical. So
that is the nature of our future. And one of the interesting things is that it is true that climate change has an impact by the work that is done for an industrial society. But if you boil it down to the science, and I am not a scientist, I will introduce myself a little more formally. But if you boil it down to the science, even if it isn't humans, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't stop doing something better to protect ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah. So Chris, we met on the internet as I've been meeting so many people over the since COVID. And earlier today we talked about some of us having fantastic expeditions around the world.
Yes.
From the comfort of our desk. The people we have met and friendships. And actually the lady that is doing mission practice that, literally, I called her, I reached out to her on the internet because the gentleman from Seychelles had said that she had gotten his kit to do the habs and the cantat he had bought from her NGO in India. And it was very affordable. I thought, oh my God, well, if Seychelles can do this, definitely Jamaica can do this. So, and then he said, and then when I went to India, I got to go to her wedding, her daughter's wedding. And I thought, an Indian wedding, I've seen those on TV. I want to go to one of those.
Yes.
So when she responds to me, we said we're going to talk. And I say, how come that's how I started. How come you didn't invite me to your wedding? The wedding you had. And she said, well, if I'd known it that, I would have invited you, my dear. She went straight into it. And I started laughing. I started laughing. I said, anyway, I'm Colonel. So when she asked me to be advisor to her mission Shaktisat, which is the vision of having all these girls learning coding and then going to India to design this, help to build this satellite that will be sent to the moon. I said, this is a very crazy dream. She said, I know, isn't it? I said, yeah, but I said, I guess since you're going to the moon, I got to go with you because I'm the first Jamaican on the moon. So this is how I end up with these friends who are slightly willing to go out there, and I'm kind of out there with them. So Chris, thanks for coming. Thanks for volunteering to do something. So what are you going to do for us tonight?
So I want to find this interesting place between the work that I have done for the last 15 years and bridge the gap between civilization that colonizes and civilization that can conquer economic, social, and equity challenges that don't have space programs. So for the community here, I will be very brief on my background, but I do have a fun and interesting story to tell you about what I do. I am mostly interested in developing through my nonprofit, Project Dark Forest, and Dr. Nelson knows May, who is a very close friend of mine. He sits on my board. I'm an attorney, I'm a space lawyer, and my objective is to develop a future where everyone benefits. And so if I can just go straight to it. When most of us look at the moon, we see something beautiful. We see the brightest light in the evening sky. We see the object that has inspired poets, navigators, scientists, children like myself, and dreamers for thousands of years. And for those of us who chase total solar eclipses like I do, we see it transformed into something more extraordinary. This dark circle suspended before the sun, surrounded by a silver corona, turning day into twilight, making the world sepia, and reminding us that even the most familiar object in the sky can leave us speechless
Mm-hmm.
But what kind of people will we be when we are no longer just observing and visiting the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Will the moon become another place where the wealthiest and most powerful arrive first, establish the rules, leave everyone else to watch from a distance?
Mm-hmm.
Or could the moon become the first place where humanity tries something different?
Mm-hmm.
I studied space law, but the problem I encountered was not really about laws. It was about economics, power, history, and human imagination. The foundations of laws of space were written during the Cold War. They were created at a time when the United States and the Soviet Union feared that space might become the next battlefield. The nations of the world were not seriously debating lunar hotels, commercial mining, private space stations, or permanent communities on the moon. They were trying to prevent nuclear weapons from being placed overhead. And yet, in the middle of that fear, they created an extraordinary principle through the Outer Space Treaty. They declared that the exploration and the use of outer space should benefit all countries, regardless of their economic or scientific development. Space should not belong only to the nations that can reach it. It should not simply be an extension of territorial boundaries. No nation should plant a flag on the moon and claim the surrounding territory as its own. Outer space was described as a province of all humanity. And that principle is inspiring. It inspires me, but it is also unfinished. It is relatively easy to say that space belongs to everyone when almost no one can get there. The idea becomes much harder when rockets are launching regularly, private companies are investing billions of dollars, and people begin identifying locations on the moon that may contain water, minerals, energy resources, or strategic value. But imagine that, a company spends years developing a spacecraft. It raises enormous amounts of capital. It engineers extraordinarily technical programs. It lands on the moon and begins building equipment. That company will reasonably ask, what do we own? Can it own the resources it extracts? Can another company land beside it and interfere with its operations? Can a government change the rules after the investment has already been made? Without clear answers, investment becomes more difficult. Few people will risk enormous sums of money on a project if they don't think it'll have the right to use what they discover. But I imagine this question from a different perspective. There are countries throughout the world that do not have launch vehicles, lunar programs, or billions of dollars available for space exploration. Their citizens are nevertheless part of humanity. Their children will inherit the future that is being built today. Those countries may reasonably ask, if space is supposed to benefit everyone, does that mean everything in practice? Or will the nations that arrive first simply divide the benefits amongst themselves? That is the conflict at the heart of my research for the moon, for Mars, and for deep space. The countries and companies capable of reaching the moon want the freedom and legal certainty to explore, build, and invest. Countries without the capabilities want assurance that humanity's shared frontier will not become another chapter in a history of exclusion and colonialization. And I do not believe the answer is to choose one side. I believe the answer is to design a system in which both sides can succeed. We faced versions of this problem before. When humans explored the oceans, we had to develop rules governing navigation, fishing, trade, territorial waters, and EEZs, exclusive economic zones, and resources beneath the sea. When communication satellites became accessible to modern life, countries developed international systems to manage orbital positions and radio frequencies. None of these systems are perfect. Let's get real. But they show us humanity can create rules for places that no single country should completely control. I am a United States Army veteran. I am a proud American. But this planet has imaginary lines. My proposal was built to build new international framework for commercial activity in space. Under the system, no country would own the moon. No corporation would be allowed to claim an entire crater, region, celestial body forever. But an explorer could receive a temporary right to use a defined area for a particular purpose. Think of it less like owning land and more like receiving a permit to operate. And in my mind, that distinction matters. The objective is to give people enough certainty. Corporations, family offices, enough certainty to build something without allowing them to own a piece of the universe forever. The system would also create a path for countries without space programs to participate. The work that I do with Project Dark Forest, working with Mei, working with other colleagues, is to shore up women and communities of color to participate in a new space economy. Some rights or licenses by companies who have the money could be allocated to those countries. Even countries without space programs. They could partner with the existing space companies, contribute scientific knowledge, support education, lease certain usage rights or organizations capable of conducting the mission. This would allow a country to benefit from the space economy without having to develop an independent launch program. The resulting revenue could support science, infrastructure, education, including programs that would introduce young people to engineering, robotics, and very important to me, cosmology. My proposal would allow companies to keep the rewards of successful operations up to a meaningful threshold. Only after an operation becomes highly profitable would a portion of the revenue support the international system, scientific missions, and educational programs. The proposal would not punish success. It would use success to expand participation for those who are not in the game today. The pioneers who take the greatest risks should receive great rewards. But at the same time, those successes can also build roads, institutions, and opportunities that allow others to follow. And this is how a frontier becomes a civilization. We often tell the story of space as a competition, a space race. Who will arrive first? Who will plant the flag? Who will control the resources? Who will dominate the next frontier? Competition will always be a part of exploration. It drives innovation. It creates urgency. It encourages people to attempt things that once seemed impossible. But competition is not the only story available to us. The International Space Station demonstrated that countries with different histories, interests, and political systems could build and operate something together in orbit. The moon gives us an opportunity to think even more broadly. Going into space will not erase nationalism, inequity, conflict, or greed. We will bring those things with us. But we will also bring our curiosity, generosity, courage, and a capacity for cooperation. That is why the rules matter. We shouldn't see the moon merely as a collection of resources. We should see it as the beginning of a much larger human story. We can export every division of Earth into space, or we can carry forward the best idea contained in the earliest laws of space. that the universe should be explored for the benefit of all humanity. The moon does not belong to me. It does not belong to any nation, company, or any generation. But the responsibility for deciding what happens next does belong to us. Participation in space should not be measured only by who owns a rocket, the taxi. A child should not have to be born in one of a handful of wealthy countries to imagine that we have a role in humanity's future. The next great space engineer may be growing up in a community that has never seen a rocket launch. The next person to solve a problem in lunar agriculture, medicine, communication, or energy may live in a nation that does not yet have a space agency. The tenacity to grow food in regions where the world must be molded to comply to our needs may host the mindset to feed populations within the great enveloping cosmic dark. Talent is distributed across the world. Opportunity is not. But that is not a law of nature. It is a choice, and choices can change. As we reach for the moon, we have the chance to build more than rockets, bases, and industries. We can build a future in which the distance between talent and opportunity grows smaller, in which a child's place of birth does not define the limits of their imagination, and in which humanity's greatest frontier becomes a doorway, not a wall. That is the promise before us, and it is ours to keep. Thank you.
Well said. It's certainly Laura Ellen. Laura Ellen said, I've never heard of a space law, and I'm embarrassed that I never imagined one. Well, Laura Ellen, they are out there in droves trying to solve this problem. There's a woman in a university of for all mankind, is at University of
I know For All Mankind. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, so I'm on one of their committees. We haven't met in a long time. And I remember when we first met, she got very testy when I said that I believe that spaces are commons. And so, because she doesn't want to call it a commons, I guess because
well, it's the moon treaty versus the outer space treaty, right? So it's a what's been adopted by by law. It's complicated, but I lean more towards the moon treaty personally.
I have proposed a Sustainable Futures Lab, and Sustainable Futures Collaboratory, and it was supposed to be get funding from different companies to put together a simulation tank that we could do simulations of different, let's say, decisions, and kind of figure out the second and third order consequences of those decisions. And of course, I haven't gotten the funding to do that yet, but I haven't given up hope. In the meantime, what I'm spending time on is kind of putting my ideas for the village on the moon out there, including the one that a paper I presented at one of the seminars I went to, where I talked about my my village on the moon. And it's now become a conservancy. It's now a lunar conservancy on purpose, because we're able to wrestle agreement within whatever that was decided. I said, I mean, my fictional organization. This fictional organization is, I would say, is a cooperative business organization. So we have this sort of a nonprofit, but we operate like a cooperative. So we have to have money. And so we run a company that produces, among other things, the habitat that is on the moon, that is owned by our cooperative. And our cooperative has upwards of 1 million, 2 million people in it, each paying dues. That's how we got the money to get started in our first business venture. And the business ventures have been successful for the most part. So we're into entertainment, and hospitality, all kinds of stuff, all based on the themes of space and space, but we operate as a cooperative.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have built this, because doing that allows us a seat on the table we wouldn't have if we're just an NGO.
Right, right. That's, yeah, absolutely.
So we have to have something up in the sky. So we had to come up with a quick and dirty way to build a satellite. So the first thing I really want to do is to build this satellite, basically, and find, I don't know, 100,000 people, 500,000, 1 million people that basically put up the money to do it. I know it's a very weird concept, but I think it's possible, because people join clubs in which they're just a member and all they get is a uniform, is a badge. So if you're that upset about the situation and very concerned, you can get a uniform and a badge. We can call ourselves the Moon Scouts or whatever we want to call ourselves. So we can now claim to have a tenant and all those things. But the important thing is that what we're really selling is a vision and a concept of what should be. And so because we can't enforce it on anybody else, we basically demonstrate what we're talking about. And
right. And you know, one of the interesting things about this is, you know, okay, so first and foremost, I am one of those people who understands a bit of the physical challenges about living off of this planet. We live on the best planet for us because we have evolved to be here. Being on the moon is a challenge. Being on Mars is even more of a challenge. Just the transit from here to there is a challenge. I am one of those people who understands that 100 years from now, I will not be alive. And if I was provided an opportunity right now to get on a ship that at least I could vet that it's going to get to space, to go to Mars, I'd be a test subject to benefit those who come after me. I am a futurist at heart. And I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to see projectdarkforest.org, but this has been a very important part of my life. One of the things that I would say from a practical standpoint, and I do wish Meme was here because he and I do speak frequently, is that there is all the benefit in the world of collaborating with space agencies to develop communities on the moon in the near term. And in fact, developing a space elevator from the moon, utilizing practical technologies like Teflon is possible, whereas we couldn't do that from Earth. There is a logical way to find a path where communities of color, disenfranchised communities, communities that don't have access, like Eastern Europe, to space agencies, where there is a collective understanding in the UN, where we should be having conversations about developing programs that benefit everyone, even if we can't collectively come together and say, we're going to make a treaty. There are things that we can discuss that benefits everybody, including the nations that have the companies like the US that can go to space. But if we don't have these conversations, I fear, and I was talking to someone who is very important to me, who's actually listening right now, that there are 1,000, 100 perhaps Mozarts on this planet right now who would be there if they only had the path forward. There are cosmologists, there are engineers who could help us develop processes to get to Mars safer, to land on and stay on the moon safer, but who would never have been given the opportunity because the world is stacked against them.
Mm-hmm.
We need to provide them with those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. I truly believe in your vision, really, in the sense that I believe that we can form a people's company. And I'm saying it because I've looked at what I call seeds, the seeds of that opportunity. We did that exercise today with seeing the seed. I see it in the FIFA, for example, football clubs all over the world.
Yeah.
people pay to play, basically. Even for a country, if somebody pays for the team, etc. Then more practically, there is things like Kiwanis and Rotary and those social clubs. They're perfect lot because those people actually work in the white collar jobs that really control what we're talking about.
Right.
They work for the governments, they work for the banks, they work for insurance companies, so they're the perfect group to co-opt. And I believe we were to co-opt like 1 or 2 of those service clubs that have over 1 million people across the world and get them to have a space agenda. You're halfway there, right?
Right.
And then you now have the business cooperatives around the world are very successful. And you can use them to show return on capital investment and return to the workers and worker owners, etc. If you have those 4 things, I think people would join a cooperative to build one of these things I'm talking about, to build a hotel, for example, or to build a space theme park that's going to make them money. But
right.
Collectively for the trust that we say we want to donate to the Lunar Preservation Trust, one might call it.
Right.
The Preservation Trust is the one that funds the development of the satellite, development of the rocket, development of the habitat on the moon, and development of the equipment we're going to use to monitor Earth from the moon.
Yep.
And for me, it's all about trying to save Earth from disaster. I really feel like if we don't, I feel as if when I read Revelations, which I never used to read, and I've never read it from cover to cover, but a little bit I know about it, one day I recognized that it was us who people were talking about being destroying the world because XYZ. It wasn't God come to do anything. Because we are become as God, right? As Homo Deus, the book talks. We can clone life, we can create synthetic biology. It's a very dangerous place to be. And so I feel it's time that we find each other, hence my doing this event. When the people at Moon Village says, oh, we don't have any time, Dr. Let's wait until, we have to. I'm like, no, I don't care if 2 people show up. Them 2 people may have to find this year because time is of the essence. I feel a sense of urgency. And so I have the opportunity to go to IAC this year, which is going to be in Turkey.
Yeah.
One of my papers that we got approved.
I'll reach out to you on that. If I have the capacity, I'll probably join you there. Unfortunately, I do have to go. But I do want to just say one really quick thing. First and foremost, Dr. Nelson, I greatly appreciate your invitation. This is extraordinarily important to me. I think that it's important for everyone in this call and everyone who I wish that I poked in a couple of hours ago just to make sure that the technology worked for this moment. I wish I had an opportunity to speak with everyone, but I think that the conversation is something that certainly should continue.
Yes.
And I will certainly say that the powers that control the taxi to space get the lion's share of the attention because explosions are great and rockets are cool. Let's get real. We know that they are cool. As someone who grew up with STS, I was raised in Florida, so I spent a lot of time at Kennedy Space Center. I got interested in space and space law because of seeing that. And there is a host of folks who are the same. But as I'm an adult, I understand that the threat to our species is great, whether it's from ourselves or even the natural environment. Regardless of who or what is to blame, we have to protect ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Becoming a multiplanetary species is the only thing that we can do to do that. The dinosaurs didn't get an opportunity. We do, because we at a bare minimum have the education to know that it's something that we could potentially invest in rather than the Strait of Hormuz. But that's a different story.
Well, and so maybe you can become the lawyer of my conservancy because we sort of got to get something.
We'll chat. I'm happy. Yeah.
I have the proposal when I send it to you, but thank you for stopping in.
It has been a blessing. I appreciate all of you. I am all about practical solutions.
Yes.
And I would love to learn more.
Definitely. Thank you so much. And we will
Thank
chat.
you all.
All
Bye
the
now.
best. Bye-bye. So, folks, we're down to the last 26 minutes. I hope I can make it through. I'm really tired, as you can imagine. I've been up since 1 o'clock yesterday. It's 24 hours and 34 minutes and 26 to go. When I go to my bed 2 o'clock tonight, I'm going to have a good old sleep. I haven't slept without an alarm for many days. But what a wonderful day it has been. I want to thank everybody who is still on this call. I am so grateful. I feel overwhelmed. I'm not going to cry, but I feel overwhelmed because, you know, you could do this thing and nobody shows up. But I think the biggest number we ever had at any one time was either 19 or 21. And I remember saying to somebody, well, if I have 25 people in every session, I'd be happy. And sometimes you only had, I think, 12 people. But the fact is that I remember somebody telling me one day that, you know, I need to stop worrying about things because Jesus only had 12 disciples. And look what a change he wrought in the world. And that kind of stopped me in my tracks, and I thought, oh, there's a point there. You know, you look at the hype of the famous people that have millions of followers and people screaming on them when they're singing, etc. And you feel like you're not beginning to even do anything because you don't command crowds. But I think that the kind of change that we're trying to make is probably best to be a small group because you don't want to call attention to yourself too early, because a small person like myself can be taken out if you're too visible too early before the thing idea, you know, takes root. We have a work to do that has to fit within the confines and the structure we have been given, which is the model of a political system where we can have NGOs and we can have opinions and we can say some things, at least some things, without going to jail. But still recognize that in this system, the private sector tends to rule. And so if you try to turn back the clock on a technology that they already invested in, you could be taken out. So the question is, how do we use the tools at hand? How do we use the assets of a UN Pact for the future and an agreement that companies have signed to go along to get along? How do we use international days like the Day of Friendship to have conversations that matter about issues that we care about, such as the future of friendship in an AI-enabled world? And I think that's what I've tried to cover today. I would love to hear some remarks from those of you who are still on. If you're not sleeping yet, some closing remarks. Laura Ellen says, we totally need such brilliant minds. Thank you, Chris Brown. I must go, so I must please stop connected. Yes. I knew she wasn't going to stay long. She had said so. She has to get her sleep. So any comments in the chat? Oh, my pajama friends who have not been able to turn on their camera or into their pajama. I know I have to make a rule that next year maybe we should all come in our pajamas so that we can feel comfortable. Pajamas, but dolled up, neck upright. We have to find a way to continue this conversation. I'm not sure how yet, but the Futures Forum, which is my nonprofit, we are trying to get more fellows. We're trying to develop, to put more structure into the organization. So we have a brain trust, we have a fellowship program. People could come and volunteer for 6 months a year on a topic that they're passionate about. Do the research, and then we kind of run the research through the usual thing. People on the Hill and the think tanks in Washington and sort of have to create what Washington thinks it should do. And so we have to have an antidote to the prevailing plans that are out there now in Washington, D.C. That plans that disadvantage people that look like myself. And we're going to need to do so in ways that we have to cross borders and boundaries. We have to get past our pettiness in terms of, you know, color, class, creed, nationality. There's just so many things that we differ on and we can't seem to get a handle on working together. But I don't think we're going to be successful without a strong bond that is beyond just the transactional. Okay, we have a meeting, we're gonna be like support a position and then we're gonna go forward. I think it has to be a little more than that to accomplish the long haul, the strategic thinking, the late night thinking, the cabinet meetings, the paying your own way to go to a meeting because it's time to do something. That's what it's gonna take, I think, to turn this band of travelers into something that can be utilized to do the work of trying to save humanity. Not just save ourselves, but to save humanity. So I want to say thank you again for saying it in the chat. No, I am going to close off with let me read this one here. Nana Essie, thank you so much. You have been a blessing to me. I don't even know how Josephine found about this. Or if you got it on a WhatsApp from maybe Rudy Page. Maybe you got it through that Mark and Rudy Page. I did send it to them, and so they have a UK audience largely. So maybe it's where you got it from. But just thank you so much. I feel like you were my guardian angels, sitting here for so long. You have lasted the longest. So I probably have to get you a copy of my book, Smart Futures for a Flourishing World. I think you've earned it for being on this call for 14 hours. Yeah, because you both came on about 12. All right. Oh, you just bought it, right, Ellen? Thank you so much. Oh, no, you bought K.L. Carter rights. All right. You didn't buy my book. Okay, no problem. Let's Chase the Moon is a book by Katrina, and that's on Amazon, and Laura Ellen just bought it. As I said, I think I'm going to have to give Dana Essie and Dr. Josephine a copy of my book for sitting here for me for 14 hours. It's been an absolute honor to be. So please connect with me on LinkedIn. Please connect with me on LinkedIn. Dr. Clemens, you can't miss me. If you type in Dr. Clemens in Jamaica, trust me, my face will show up.
Can I just say, Dr. Nelson, it was a pleasure. We met many at the first conference in Grenada, and I listened to you when you was on stage there. And then I'm part of the Caribbean Disability Network. And when I saw you post in there, when I saw the post just probably minutes before, I thought, yes, I'm joining this. I don't know. I'm a Moon fanatic, I think, in a sense, but I just love the way that you disseminate information anyhow. And I know that this would have been something that was powerful. And yes, I think I didn't know what to expect. I got a lot from this session, a lot from it. So even though at times I was feeling tired, I thought, no, I'm going to stay. And even though I had work to do, so I was like trying to do my work and still listen. And it was a pleasure, and I'm happy to join anything. And please keep me posted in anything that happens. And thank you. And I had to share it because I felt that it was something that other people needed to benefit from.
Oh, thank you.
And yes, I was on well before 12 o'clock, but yes, I was on. I think I came on about 8 o'clock or something like that. Yeah.
It's a long time, man. I don't know.
Yeah, but worth it.
I could have done it, honestly. I mean, I'm on the Futures group, and I don't think I stayed on that long on my own Futures group, on which I'm not really on the board, but still, I was on for about maybe like 5 hours. But
yeah,
thank
it was
you
worth it.
so much, guys.
Yeah.
It is now 1:43. There's a poem I wrote, which is one of the poems. I use two things I want to share. The poem first, because it's serious, and then something very lighthearted to take us out so you can go to bed in a good mood. And this poem is one of the poems, the poem I wrote for my moon runnings, the Life and Times of the First Jamaican on the Moon. And it is what I sort of end the poem with, kind of ish. I'm gonna probably change the ending, but the last time I did it, I ended the poem with this. Now, this poem imagines that I am on the moon and I am speaking from being on the moon. And it says, the moon, a light unto our hearts in the dark of human existence from the beginning of time. From this vantage point, we look out at the expanse of nothing and yet everything, for we can see our home shining blue by the reflections of the sun, a borderless spaceship. Perhaps our presence here will help us make sense, help us to see with eyes of a newborn, releasing what was, experiencing what is. For if we are able to hear with the ears of the reborn, on hearing what is harmful, listening deeply to what is helpful, if we're able to reflect on Earthlight through history, perhaps we might unlearn the ways of war and relearn the values of coexistence so that we might chart a future we will survive. Let us then be mindful of these truths, that we must learn to live together in harmony as one with nature, or we will craft the conditions for our self-destruction. That Gaia existed before us and not because of us. That even as we unlock the secrets of this our home earth, we cannot count the grains of sand nor the blades of grass. That our salvation will not be divined by algorithms of code. Let us then be mindful of the truth that the earth does not belong to us. We belong to the earth. The universe, a never-ending complex of time and space in which we exist, the human race. We can only surmise the beginning of time, for we were not there at the beginning, and we know not whether we will be there should there be an end. For what is bigger than any one of us living or ever lived, and our technology-enhanced intelligence will not lead us to wisdom, for artificially induced memories do not a mind make. So let us then be mindful of these truths, that we must learn to live together in harmony as one with creation, or die together as one great flock of the condemned. That creation existed before us and not because of us. That the secrets of this our universe with the uncountable stars and unknowable futures will not be divined by electronic eyes peering through man-made birds of prey. Let us then be mindful of the truth that the cosmos do not belong to us. We belong to the cosmos. Thank you.
That is so beautiful.
Thank you. I really wrote that amidst a flood of tears. Because every so often I cry, I just weep with a sense of, what are we doing? And this year I hit upon the title of the book that Martin Luther King Jr. wrote in Jamaica, Where Do We Go From Here? No, it was last year actually. Where do we go from here as Black women in America, in particular in this particular time in history? And I remember contemplating, should I move to Africa? Should I move back to Jamaica? How am I going to survive this new dispensation in Washington, D.C.? I lay in my bed just groaning, literally groaning. I just couldn't believe that I'm going to be living through this period. This year was much better because I think I've adjusted to the reality of this new normal. And I've been able to tune out the noise and focus on what it is I have been called to do in this world and how it is I must continue to show up to help find the tribe of us who are going to take things forward. I know some of you were on when Herb and I had the conversation about, I don't think that Africans should invest in any weaponry beyond a search engine, our own AI something, more one or two of them, one or two of search engines and one or two cybersecurity firms that are owned, and then of course a few data centers to keep our companies going. I think it's important that, you know, certain African countries think like this if they're going to survive and not get taken over by one faction that wants Africa or another. And I think if Africa goes, then we will have no hope. We will stop where we are as diaspora for a very long time unless we can make sure that some countries make it out of the loop of doom. We talk about like doom scrolling. They're in a loop of doom that's going back and forth, one greedy president to the next. And so for me, Arimun Convergence was a dream come true. It wasn't that I had a long plan to do this, I'm going to be quite honest. It was a very last minute decision. And most of my friends thought I was kind of crazy. But once it came into my head fully formed, I could hardly let it go and wait until next year. And it was like, next year? Are you kidding? Countries are signing Artemis Accord like almost every month now. By the time next year comes, it'll be like maybe, you know, all of Africa will have signed, and we won't have enough people organized to understand. And I think what the disappointments of this year have done for me, number one, I've been doing Space Ungana online, so I've met more people and got more people involved. I know this big event, which is just more than Africa. Anybody who could come could come. And I know a lot of people didn't come, but for me, the fact that it exists is a ripple on the sand I wanted to create, a ripple in the water of time, or in the sands of time. And so I think having this on Facebook and being able to download it and put it back up on YouTube, which should have a longer life, and find a way to ever so often tag it and send to people to kind of cultivate this construction of peace. And because I do hold the title of convener, co-convener of the Space and Matters Impact Coalition Group for the United Nations, I think my task now that I've done this, is take myself off to the civil society office and find the people who can activate the brand name of this coalition, use this event to kind of get the coalition started, get some of the organizations who participated, like Asgardia, Cheryl from Asgardia, also SRI, Shaktisat movement, some of those people to join the coalition. Because if there's going to be a global conference on space next year, we want to be able to qualify to be observers on our own as people of African descent, leading organization. I could probably get into one on the organizations, but I would really like us to have our own table. So we get our own 9 passes or 6 passes or whatever we need to get into this event, and we can mobilize people around the world to pay attention to what is. So I am grateful for this opportunity. I want to thank God, thank all the people who participate, thank all the people who I just met who said yes and showed up and did something. Thank all my old friends that showed up and did something, despite the fact they thought I was crazy. I'm just really grateful for those of you who stayed. And I'm going to end with my hit song, if I could find it. It's called Dancing on the Moon. I wrote this song last year when I was, can I find it? Last year when I was in Kenya doing the lunar analog. And then I wrote the words, but then I put it through what do you call it, AI, to get the tune. I took a long time to find a phone one that would work. And then I decided not to put it out on AI form. So I took it to Jamaica and I talked to one of my friends who's a producer of many of the hot hit guys. And said, I want you to run this, like rework this slightly and, you know, make it feel more like not so AI sounded. Let it sound like a real person. And I found a young man that goes to the church I go to in Jamaica. He's a fabulous voice, and I love his energy. I just like to watch him when I'm on the choir. I watch him a lot. And I asked him to sing it, and he did. So I am going to try to find that song, because right now I feel like this is what I need to be doing. The important point is, and we're just gonna go out with this song now. If anybody, because Guruji's words are very inspiring and uplifting. If anybody has anything to say else, they say it now or forever hold your peace. In the meantime, this is
pixels on the digital screen.
I didn't even know this was on. I have
They are imbued.
excerpts from moon runnings are on the. I have excerpts from moon runnings
Obedience in today's day and time has a negative.
on the.
It seems restrictive. It seems.
Let me just share this. Oh my God.
That is not true.
Done DC by way of
If you think deeply,
create an overview effect. We want to leave here not as individuals or people who knew each other before. We want to leave as a community, right? We're trying to make it such that we actually build community. I didn't even know that was online. Amazing.
Every moment.
Sometimes you go somewhere and they tape and you don't know what happens to it.
That choice, whether we know
So here
to obey the ego
is
disobey. So we are obedient.
I'm trying to find a video of this song.
Changing our obedience to the right thing.
Okay, Dancing on the Moon, Claire Nelson.
Guruji wrote, my Guru Sri Yukteswar said to me when he accepted me for training, freedom of will.
Okay, we make it find it.
In doing things
what is the other singer's name?
Of four-stage habits.
I saw it earlier today. But come on, I want to go it on time. Dancing on the Moon.
Suggestions of wisdom.
I saw it today.
If you
Dancing on the Moon. It's YouTube. Let me go to YouTube because
then Guruji goes on to say,
I think I'll find it in YouTube.
Guided formally by habits.
YouTube.
But when I obeyed my will,
let me go into YouTube.
Tuning in my will with his.
And when I'm in YouTube. YouTube. All right.
To share the little story.
And then I am in my thing.
About.
And if I can see my.
John Kenneth Galbraith and his housekeeper.
All right, here it is.
John Kenneth Galbraith was one of the foremost economists, an American economist.
All right, so now we are going to hear
Mr. Galbraith also
Dancing on the Moon.
US ambassador to India.
I like to call it my hit song. Nobody even knows the song, so it's not quite a hit song yet.